I was having a lot of net issues today across a bunch of platforms. Not sure what's going on. Yeah, something weird's happening. It says excellent. Excellent stream. Oh, there we go. YouTube is now live. Okay. I don't know what was going on with that. That was weird. But now we're up on YouTube. Excellent. Hey, what's going on, Haas? How you doing, bud? All right, let me get my healer in here. My healer. It's not a healer. Had such a good time this playtest. Sad that it's already over. I'm glad you had fun. It's a bummer that it is over, though, yeah. I think a lot of people had fun with this playtest, which is great. Really glad to see a lot of people playing. We had some new fresh faces come in. That's good to see. Always want to have new fresh people coming in. What the heck is going on here? It's not loading up the game on my other computer. I don't know why. Load faster. The heck, man? I have no idea what's going on. All right, we're just going to close that down. I'm going to close that down. Open it back up. Last night was a testimony from a guy playing with his dad. They played EQ together. They had dementia and was back to his old self. Was so touching. That's awesome. That's fantastic. Oh, there we go. That's why I didn't load. I have another update on that computer. What's up, Hyper Taco? How you doing, bud? Man, things are just not working for me this morning. Your internet's doing very poorly today? I don't know what's going on, man. Like, I hit the update button, and it's not updating. It's just like, nah. I don't think I'm going to update today. Encoding overload. Consider turning down video settings. What? We had 16 dropped frames. What the heck? I don't know what's going on, man. I have no idea what's happening. We're going to get there, though. Eventually. But I want to talk about something. Things are for sure wonky. Yeah, something's wonky for sure. Once I can get this character in, hopefully. I hate that this thing downloads 3 gigs. Like, I cannot wait for the new launcher. Oh my gosh, dude. This launcher is garbage. It's Flying Killa. What's going on, it's Flying Killa? How you doing, bud? But yeah, this launcher, like, needs to go. They're getting pretty close, I think, to finally getting the new updated launcher out. But yeah, this launcher is just, it's so bad. It's still trying to download stuff. I have no idea what's happening. No freaking clue, man. No clue. I don't know. I don't know why it's still doing. Okay. Okay, doke. Oh, there we go. It's finally done. Jeez Louise. The Fresh Start server was fun. It's got me looking forward to the beta Fresh Start. Nice. I'm looking forward to the beta Fresh Start as well, because I think we're going to be able to get them a lot of information. The issue that I've been having lately is I feel like, and some of you may agree with me, some of you may disagree with me, but I feel like leveling is too fast. Okay, one thing. Charm is still too strong. That's another thing. And we need to get a lot more balancing stuff in. We need to figure out how to balance all of those things, including charm and including leveling while you're solo, leveling while in a group. Just leveling in general needs to be fixed or changed or something. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with the whole thing. I have no idea why this is not loading on my other computer. My healer. I have a healer, and I want to be able to heal myself, but I can't do it, so I don't know what's happening. But meanwhile, let's go check out the thing that I want to look at, because this is what's concerning me. I want to look at, well, because this is, let's not echo here. Let's not echo. Monsters and memories. Let's go down here. I want to go to Ali's stream. Ali, oxen free. This is concerning to me. Okay? This is very, very concerning. So here's the stats and current number of players in parties. Well, we have 9 players in parties, but only 3 parties. So that means average of 3 players per party. Here we have 53 and 23, so an average of about 2.5 to 3 players per party. That's not good. We should have averages of like 5, 6 players per party. That we need to. It needs to be much higher. Like an average of 4 would be good. Average of 5 would be better. Average of 6 would be amazing, but that's not going to happen because there's still going to be duos and trios. But right now, like on the Rel server, there's 42 and 27, right? So if you double this number and then add a couple, we're at 2.5 players per party. That's not good. You ran full groups the entire time? Yeah, but this is bad. This is very bad. We shouldn't be... This is supposed to be a group-focused game. And granted, there's a bunch of groups, but this is a problem when you have duos and trios are the majority of your groups. This is a problem. And because it needs to be much higher than that. I've been watching this and kind of keeping an eye on it as I can throughout the weekend. And I don't know. I've just been seeing problems. Logged a bunch of info for the weekend about my XP gains. Nice. Leveling is fast. It took me 3 days to get to 10. Yes, leveling is too fast. That's crazy. You're in full groups, based on mostly low-level players. I mean, what? You're talking about this number right here? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, this is all players, right? No, we can't go backwards. This is a live stream. I would like to see it though. Like I hope. I mean, Ollie's been running the numbers throughout the entire playtest, but still, like the issue is that majority of your groups are smaller groups, which has been an issue for a while. We've been talking about this a lot, and people are like, "No, that's not true. You know, it's full groups, yada yada yada." It's not. Like this is proof that it's not. So like. Yeah, this is not good. I think this is not peak. This is how many's currently online. I'm pretty sure. So yeah. Which server is this? Can you see a fresh start? This is all the servers. Fresh start server is this one here at the end. Green is current and red is peak. Okay, that might be it. Yeah. I don't think there's a VOD. I mean, this is, unless he can, which I don't think he can. I don't think we can rewind this. Yeah, this has been going live for 44 hours. And unfortunately, Ollie doesn't have the Twitch stuff where you can rewind it because he's not like a partner or whatever. You have to be like, you know, certain whatever static or status level to be able to rewind. But yeah, this is an issue in my opinion. This is a serious issue when you have the 458 people online. You have, out of those 458 people, this number right here. So this is 17 and 17, so that's 30. We'll call that 32, 34, 44, 50, so like 50-ish, 60 people. 60 total people are in a group of the 458 population that's currently online. You can't tell me this is good. That cannot be the number that they're looking for. Only 10%? Like, that's got to be bad. Hey, what's up, Xander? How you doing, bud? Class numbers don't line up with those numbers. This current players online right here. What percent of the total people are playing, though? Well, I mean, that could be it, too. Right, Todd? That could be it, too. There could be people that are just sitting in town, chatting, things of that nature. But that's why I want to look at this data. Like, I want to know what's going on with this data. Because I do not feel like this is a group-focused game at the moment, which is why I've been kind of arguing, I guess, or debating the whole topic of solo, or not solo, but the charm issue. And I've been talking about that so much. And there's so many classes that can solo so well, they choose to not group. So because they're not grouping, it makes it harder for other people to get groups, et cetera, et cetera. So I would love to look at this data in the future, like tomorrow, whatever. If Ali has an ability to like post this data throughout the entire weekend, the average number of players with like the average number of people in a group and number of groups and then number of people in those groups, etc. This is a pretty big. This is information that we need, because I honestly think that we're in a bad spot. Like, it's not, the game is not where we want it to be. I still cannot open the game on my other computer. This is frustrating. Anyway, let me read some of what you guys are saying here. What's going on, Tesla? How you doing, bud? Yeah, I'm chilling in the inn. That's cool. Yeah, I think those numbers are minimum and maximum players. They aren't changed as the class numbers go up. They may be, DJ. That's why I need more information, right? I don't know if those are super accurate to the second numbers. They may or may not be. I don't know. But my point still stands, that you saw the number of active groups and you saw the number of active players within the groups, and it's around 2 to 3. It's less than 3, but it's over 2 on average players per group. So if it's only 2 or 3, that's not good, because if there were 6-player groups, that would skew that average much higher. So if your average group had 6 players and then 5 players and then 4 players and then 3, and it was always encouraging more players per group, then that number would be around 4 or 5, not 2 or 3. Because if it's 2 or 3, then if you added in any groups that are 6 players, it would increase, because you can't have one group. You can't have a single person in a group. So 2 or 3 is just okay, they just made groups. So yeah. So you can see me short test where a ton of people are just checking things out who wants to get in a group to grind as much as short test. Well, I agree. I'm not. That's the thing, guys. You guys. I mean, I don't know if you're arguing with me or if you're trying to justify it. We can try to justify it all day, and that's fine, right? But I'm not going to defend the data that I'm seeing. I'm not going to defend it and be like, oh, it's perfectly fine because just people aren't playing, etc. If people aren't playing, that's another bad problem. If they're not willing to actually get in and play the game, they're just okay, well, now I'm just waiting for early access to start. Well, then how are we going to get the data that we need? So it's another issue to say, oh, well, we need this. This stuff needs to be, in my opinion, needs to be fixed during beta so that when early access launches, we have the information that we need and we can fix it. But currently, if people are not playing the game and those that do play the game are not grouping with each other, we're going to have terrible data going into early access, and we're not going to be able to fix these problems. So, like, I get it. You don't want to hear people badmouth the game. I'm not badmouthing it, but you know, like, I want these things to be fixed. I want the game to release in early access and be a solid game, and I want grouping to be the majority of players. I don't feel like it's going to be that way. I really don't. I'll post my times per level later in the Discord, but it seems like 2.5 hours per level at level 30 with imperfect pulling and group comp. 2.5 hours per level. Okay. At level 30. It'd be nice to see the data for only characters over level 10. Yeah. Every time I was in town, I see tons of folks just LFG or hanging out. Yeah. And I think that's another problem, right? There's a lot of people that are LFG, but nobody actually forming groups, which is a whole other issue. And I feel like a lot of that is because there's too many strong solo classes, and they're like, I don't want to, like, I'm playing a solo class that can XP faster outside of a group. Why would I then go and join that group? So you have the people who are LFG. Let's take a look at that out of curiosity. So we're going to go here. We're going to go to Group Finder, LFG list. You have a Cleric and a Rogue. Druid is actually shocking. Bard is shocking. Another Rogue. Beastmaster, Necromancer, Enchanter, Fighter, and Enchanter. I'm surprised we have 2 Enchanters on this list. I'm surprised we have a Necromancer on this list. But they're also all low level. Right? This Rogue, the Cleric, the Rogue, and this Rogue, and this Fighter don't surprise me that they're LFG. But the Druid and the Bard, a level 11 Bard, he doesn't have Charm yet, right? Doesn't Charm come in at level 12? But, like, you would think that this would be a much larger list. There's only 11 players looking for group. 165 people online and only 11 that are looking for group. I don't know. Just I really want that to be better. I think it's just because of the current state of gaming. I mean, I picked a class I could solo with because of my work hours. I think that's the thing, Ken, right? And I think it's fine that people want to solo. And I think soloing should be viable because of people like yourself that, hey, I'm working, I don't have time to dedicate to a full group, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I think that we need to still encourage grouping. You still want players to want to group rather than want to solo. Can they solo? Sure, that's fine. Should they want to solo? No. They should always want to be part of a group when they have time to do it. Whenever, you know, their life situation, whenever they're not working, whenever they're not dealing with family and friends and whatever, when they're actually able to focus on the game, they should be. That's why I like this data that we pulled up over here. I don't know. Hang on. I don't know why this is loading so slowly. But anyway, the point that I was trying to make, it's just not loading. I'm having a bad day with internet. But it was showing like the number of groups and then the number of players in groups, which is kind of, it's kind of taking away those people that are like, oh, I just want to solo. I want to be available. Like I want to be able to work and just play when I can. That's fine. But when you still look at a group, people that are trying to group, they're not trying to make full groups. They're only making 2 or 3 players, and then they're stopping there. They're not adding any additional players on average, based on the data that we literally just looked at. So that's the issue that I'm running into. I got through to 19 from 16 in AC last night in a few hours of chain pulling. 19 to 16 in a few hours. Yeah, that's... See, to me, that's too fast. I feel like what's going to end up happening is we're going to end up getting... people are going to make their level 1 characters. They're going to go all the way to level 20 plus in a matter of a couple of days. And then all of that content, all of Wormsbane, all of Ancient Crypt, and then at least a good chunk of the new dungeon that Sean has been working on, the one that's over in the Phalandraw side with the orcs and the ratmen in it, it starts around level 12. So I think like a good chunk of that is just going to be obsolete content within a few months of the game releasing, because it's just, the leveling is too fast. So I think within 3 months, you're not going to see very many people in there. Now they might create some alts and whatnot, but I think what you're going to see in those dungeons is going to be higher level players going back to farm low level content. For example, there's a robe in Ancient Crypt that has an intelligence clicky on it. Some people want to get that. There's all of the Wormsbane armor that people want to collect. I think you're going to see higher level players go back and hog that content instead of lower level players trying to form groups to do that content, because they're just going to outlevel it. Like, I don't want this to be the case. That's why I'm trying to talk about it, right? Like, I don't want us to be in that situation. I want it to be a much better game. So let's say that the data shows people prefer duos and trios. What is the proposition then? Make mobs harder to where you can't form duos and trios? Well, no, I think that what you need to do is incentivize full groups. Like, a full group should be better XP-wise than anything less than a full group. So 5 players should be better than 4 players, better than 3 players, better than 2 players, and better than solo, XP-wise. But that's going to be hard to do because there's going to be some balancing. Certain classes are going to be able to solo better than the duo or trios. So if I took like a paladin cleric combo versus a necromancer, the necromancer is going to be leveling faster than the paladin cleric combo together. So what incentive in that situation does that necromancer have to join the paladin cleric combo? They have 0, because they can already XP faster. They can do everything they need to do. Like, why then would they join that duo to make a trio unless they get something out of it? So I think that we need to incentivize that grouping more. I don't think we're doing that enough. I keep saying that the XP is too fast. And the reason it's too fast is because they have increased the XP rate for 5 and 6 players multiple times over the past several months. They have not, in fact, changed the solo or duo. I think they have changed the duo, trio, and 4 players. I think they've changed anything with a group a little bit, but mostly with the 5 and 6 player groups. But the solo XP has not changed, which tells you how lopsided it is if they have increased 5 and 6 players substantially and it's still worse than the single solo player. That is a problem, and I think it needs to be fixed. You're running around solo exploring a lot? Yeah, and that's fine. But again, guys, the data that we saw isn't about. I'm not trying to say that you're running around soloing, right? That's not the data. Like, we're nitpicking on the data here. We got to look at this. This is what I'm talking about. When you do have a group, this is the information. Number of current parties, players in a party. You have 57 players in a party, but you only have 24 parties. 24 times 2 would be 48. So add a couple of people. You're looking at 2.5 players per party on average. Here, you're looking at about 2.5 players per party. Here, you're looking at about 2 players per party on all 3 of these PvE servers. Even on the PvP server, it's still 2 players per party. Like, this has nothing to do with how many people are soloing. This has to do with how many people are actually joining parties and willing to invite more than 2 or 3 people. The people that are forming parties are still not going over 3. The average is 2.5-ish. So, I don't think people much like myself go into these tests trying to group up and accomplish anything. Well, that's the problem. Like, some people do and some people don't, which is another issue. If we don't have people going into these tests and testing that, then it's never going to get fixed. The whole point of these tests is to actually play the game the way you normally would. And if we don't have people playing the game that they normally would, we're going to get lopsided data. And if we have lopsided data, then what are we going to do? Right? We're gonna fix things that don't need to be fixed, and we're going to break things that don't need to be broken. And like, you have to play these games normally, like, there's too many people I feel like that are just going in and like, okay, I'm just gonna sit here in town and chat with people. But when the game actually goes live, I'm gonna play it completely differently. Well, that's giving them bad data. It's giving the devs bad data. I got from 23 to 33 starting Friday and into last night at midnight. That's not bad. Yeah, that's pretty good. 20. So you got 10 levels from Friday till midnight. Hey, what's up, Easter? Their expectation is that for every additional player in a group, you're killing that % faster. That's not realistic to maintain at higher numbers. I think it just needs XP boost for bigger groups. Yes, DJ, that's 100% what they're saying, right? I don't know, but yes, that is what they're saying. Is they're thinking the idea is if you have one player, your solo player, your TTK is 3 minutes, right? To kill one mob. So that means you're killing around 3 mobs per 10 minute cycle. If you have 2 players, they think that your TTK is supposed to be 2 minutes. So then you're supposed to go up by X number of mobs per 10 minute cycle. So if your TTK is down to 2 minutes, that's 5 mobs versus 3 mobs. So they think that adding 1 player is supposed to allow you to kill 2 additional mobs. So then they base the XP based on that. If you add another player, your TTK goes down a little bit more, and so on and so forth, so that the idea is that when you have a full party of 6, you're able to kill mobs at a TTK of, let's say, 30 seconds. So 30 seconds with 6 players, that means you're killing, math hard, brain fart, 30 seconds, you're killing 20 mobs per cycle. But you're not. That's the thing, is like, you're not killing 20 mobs per cycle. You're actually killing far fewer than that with a full party of 6. But the math is trying to math out that you are. So if you're not actually keeping up with that, you're actually in a net negative when it comes to grouping than it is when you are in a solo, duo, or trio group. Now, they've changed that recently to where when you have 6 players, you only need to kill about 4 mobs for the 1 mob of a solo player, supposedly. That's where the math is supposed to be currently at. But we're still not seeing that it's better to be in a full party of 6. We're still seeing that it's better to be solo, duo, or trio. Because you're not killing that much faster, and you run out of mobs to fight. So if you're running out of mobs to fight in an area, then your kills per 10 minutes or per cycle go down. And that's where our issue is currently. Problem with this is leveling is already too fast. So the idea of give more XP bonus. Well, that's where I was going with that, DJ. Or no, not DJ. Sorry, you were responding to DJ, Baron. That's where I was going with it is if what we've been saying for the past couple of months is that XP is too slow in a group of 5 and 6 players. So what they did is they increased the amount of XP that you get for 5 and 6 players without really adjusting. They just increased it overall. Solo players has never been increased, to my knowledge. They've not increased solo players and their XP rate, which means that they were astronomically better than everything else, because currently being in a full party of 6 is the best it's ever been. So if now being in a full party of 6 is the best it's ever been, and solo players are still better than a full party of 6, then we have broken the system, completely broken the system, and those solo players are too much. That's why I say we need to slow down the XP across the board, then boost up the XP for 5 and 6 players. 5 and 6 should be theoretically the best, well, not even theoretically, in practice, should be the best XP, in my opinion, right? Some of you may agree or disagree, I don't know, and give me your justification for it. If you disagree with me, tell me why that anything less than 6 should be better than 6. And most people would say, well, I want the ability to solo. Well, the ability to solo and soloing being the best are two different things. I want the ability to be able to solo for every single class. Are we going to get that? Probably not. Some classes are way better at it than others. But for those classes that are terrible at solo, they are getting shot in the foot twice. Whereas the people that are solo are just way better than everybody else, because they're going to get more XP solo And they can also join a group and still get decent XP. But they're probably going to choose not to join the group. Whereas the people that require a group are going to always be LFG. It's going to take them that much longer to get to max level. Like, it's just a big issue. Another thought is I think you need to focus more on the fresh start partying size more than the other servers. People are very level spread out. They are. But the fresh start's the worst out of all of them. If you look at it, these are duos, right? This is the Krivia server has the most players in a party and has the most parties. Rel is actually looking okay. It's closer to 3, but it's not 3 yet. But yeah, the brand new fresh start server is the worst out of all of them. So that's what I'm saying. There's a problem. There's no real incentive to group when solo XP is so good. Yeah. I saw many Twitch streamers who flat out said, why bother grouping? Exactly. There's a ton of people that are just going to be like, why would I group? There's no reason to group. It is more difficult to get a group together. I get less experience. I have to split my money with everybody. Why would I group? There's zero reason to group in this game. Other than because you're playing with your friends. But other than that, there's zero incentive to actually group. Now, you could make the argument, and some people have made this argument, that, oh, well, in a group, you're able to get gear, and you need gear to be able to do stuff. That's true, but what is incentivizing those people to stay in those groups once they get their item? Right? So, like, I'm going to join a party of 6. I kill a named boss. Oop, I get my item. Peace out, guys. I'm going to go solo some more. I don't need you anymore. And that's the problem, is when you don't need the party, those solo players are going to go in solo. What incentive do you create for players to group up over playtest weekend? Well, I mean, the incentive should just be to test the game, right? We need these numbers. We need people testing the game the way that they plan to play it when the game actually launches. And if people are not currently doing that, that's a problem. Like, we need people to actually play the game properly. Embarrassing, I thought people just had LFG over their head. I didn't know there was a dedicated LFG tab to find people. Oh, yeah? Well, I mean, we can look at the LFG tab again. You know, looking at the LFG tab, still only 11 players out of who? All. Out of 168 people online, only 11 are LFG. You know, that to me, that should be a much higher number, or this should be a low number and people should want to group up. Now, granted, you know, right now it's lower numbers. We are on a weekend playtest. This is the end of the weekend playtest. I can come up with all these things too. I mean, I can have a bazillion excuses of why these numbers are like this, but we still need to look at the numbers. We still need to say, why are the numbers this low? Let's talk about that, because we need those numbers to be higher. That as well. I didn't get much loot when healing due to sitting and to mana gain. Well, that's another thing that somebody brought up, Madge, which was tanks are always taking all the loot. Literally, a guy on the forums said it's not fair to healers and caster DPS because he is a tank and he's always looting stuff. So tell your party, like, share with your party. Be like, hey, does anybody else want this loot? Communication is huge in this game. Again, the reason people aren't grouping is because you have jerks like that tank that are just taking all of the stuff for themselves and not sharing it with the rest of the party. Why would a cleric want to group up if they're getting literally nothing out of it other than XP? Right? So you gotta work with other people. And that's the problem, is nobody's willing to work with anybody else, because we've all wowified ourselves over the past 20 years. We've all gotten it into our heads. Greed. We're all super greedy. What can we get for ourselves? And we don't care about the rest of our group. So, yeah. I don't understand the problem. EQ had strong solo classes since forever. Yeah, and it was a problem there too. People should be able to solo, but it should never be better XP. Yes, I agree. How many of those are 2 players or boxes? That's another issue, yeah, DJ. Out of those, there's probably a majority of them are probably boxes. Again, another problem. Interesting, my experience has been full groups so far. It's finding people, it's finding groups, well, I find difficult. Yeah, to find a group is the difficult part, which is exactly why I say that grouping should be better XP, because it is more difficult to get a full party of 6 together and keep them together than it is to just go out and solo. It's much more difficult, so therefore it should be better. This is Eminem, and they're not hitting their group target focus. Yeah. EQ was a group focus game. In the beginning it was, for sure. It has very quickly turned into something else, but it's still a group focus game. If I want to truly get correct data on this, the tests need to be over 30 days. A weekend test for metrics like this can only be taken with a grain of salt. Exactly. That's kind of my issue. What's the play time on my current character? This one right here. This character's, let's see, 8 days, 11 hours, and 17 minutes. So 8 days, 11 hours. Let's do a calculator. So 8 times 24 plus 11. So I played for 203 hours on this character to get to level 37. But of course, I've been sitting here doing nothing sometimes too. This is why I don't test many games. However, it's so hard to find fully released games today. Yeah, it's impossible. I honestly don't even think it's an XP boost issue. It's a mob difficulty issue. You saying that mobs are too easy? That could be another one, Westmore. Like, mobs could be too easy, which opens up a whole new thing, right? If you say that mobs are too easy and it requires a group, or it doesn't require a group to defeat them, and you want to increase the difficulty of the monsters, increase their health, increase the amount of damage they do, increase their armor class, these are all going to be ways that they can make the mob more difficult. Then you're going to have the solo players going, well, now I can't solo. And there's a fine line there between being able to solo and then being like solo being the best. So you need a group of 6 being the best, but still with the ability to be able to solo. And I think that's going to be the hard thing to do. I found that in my 6-player groups, there has always been 1 or 2 half AFK players. When you have a good 3, it's almost certainly going to be better XP if you... Hang on a second. Oh my God. I gotta extend this out. There we go. That's much better. Chat doesn't move as fast when I make it bigger. I think a good 6 would be faster than anything else, but might leave. And that's another issue, Haas. Yeah, that's another issue. Is it's like a lot of times in a game like this, it's sandwich combat. You have 6 players in your party. 2 of them might be like semi-AFK working and just kind of leeching and just every once in a while hitting a button here and there. So like, do we need to factor that in? Should we be factoring that in? The problem with the 6-player party is a 6-player party has to go like full tilt to be able to compete with a solo player, because they have to be chain pulling mobs as fast as they can, killing them as fast as they can, and they have to be 100% focused playing one character, 6 total players in the party. But the equivalent solo player only has to pay attention for, a minute or 2 here and there, and then they have a minute or 2 break that they can go rest, and then a minute or 2 killing something, and a minute or 2 break. Like, they have a lot more downtime, so it's a lot more casual for them to be able to do it. So, again, it's more difficult to get a full party of 6 that are all paying attention and killing mobs consistently to be able to keep up with that one player by themselves as playing the game very casually. And that's a whole other issue. Problem in the zones is that there's not enough mobs to be pulled for full groups. A lot of camps has the problem. Yes, that's another issue. I would agree. Good morning. What's going on, Magicot? How you doing, bud? Hey, Magicot, I had a question for you. What level is your highest level Inquisitor? Do you have a level 60 Inquisitor? I did not run into AFKers unless they need to go for a quick break. Would run 6 people for 6 hours or so at a time. Yeah. And that's the thing. That's what you want to get to, right? You want to get 6 people. I think the TTK is a little bit flawed. As a solo duo, you're killing much slower, which means more mobs have time to spawn, which means continuous XP. A 6-player kills fast. They have more downtime, so it's not the XP. Yes, that's another issue, Cage. So that's kind of where we were trying to get with Ali when we were trying to get this stuff changed, and we were chatting with people saying, hey, why is 6-player party so much worse XP? Well, part of it is because you're having to chain pull mobs, and then you run out of mobs. And then when you run out of mobs, it's just 0 XP for that amount of time. Whereas, just like you're saying, if you're in a solo, duo, trio kind of thing, you're able to pull them slower because you're killing them slower. So therefore, there's always a mob up for you to be able to fight. So that's another issue, another thing that makes it lopsided for the solo duos or trios and gets them better XP per hour, is because the full parties need to be going 100% effort and have the mobs available to them. So it's a multi-factored problem where everything points to 6 players being more difficult, more time-consuming, and just overall worse, whereas everything points to smaller groups being overall better. And then what they did to kind of put a Band-Aid on that is they're like, okay, we're going to increase the amount of XP for 5 and 6 players. Okay, well, when you did that, it just decreased the overall time it takes to get from level 1 to 60, because now you just increase the amount of XP for the problem people, but you didn't decrease the amount of XP for the ones that were already getting a ton of XP. So like, it just made the curve faster. Like the curve before was like, going like this, and now it's going like this. Like, it just makes it a completely different curve. A good 6 should be able to get the best XP, and it does require thought because, like you said, we need enough mobs and a puller that knows how to pull. Yeah. Are they not getting XP due to less XP or because lack of mobs? It's a mixture of both of those things, right? Like, you can't just point at one thing saying this one thing, the TTK is the problem, or the XP bonus for parties is the problem, or there's not enough mobs is the problem. No, it's all 3 of those things. It's a culmination of multiple different things that make it so that a full party or larger parties have worse XP. It's literally like, if you just do the math, straight up just do the math, assuming that TTK works exactly how it's supposed to be. For every single player you add, you should be killing 2 more mobs, because mathematically you should be able to do that. But you're not going to be able to do that because it depends on what 2 classes you're putting in the group together. If you take one class and you put it in with another class, what are those 2 classes? That's going to increase or decrease your TTK. So like, you have to factor all of those things in. There's so many other factors. And they're not doing that. They're just basically saying, mathematically, we're assuming this, and your TTK is going to, it's going to go down. Your TTK is going to drop. Therefore, the XP that you're getting is going to go up. And then we added in a bonus, so it's going to go up. So therefore, 6 players parties is by far the best. But in practice, it's different. In practice is very different than it is mathematically. EA is going to be the true beta? I hope not. Are they intended to do character wipe when it goes live? Yes. 100% wipes across every... Like, the EA servers are all going to be fresh start servers. I would say you need a party because you want that party to stick with you for the next named camp. I mean, maybe, but soloers aren't going to want to do that. During a playtest, people just want to play instead of test. That's a problem. That is another problem, yeah, Magicot. It's 100% another problem. Like, we need to be... This is a play test. It should be a test play, right? Test is the emphasis. Right now, so many of us are just like, I just want to get in and play and just have fun and run around and blah, 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 blah. But they're not really testing things to see, okay, well, is it better to be solo? Is it better to be duo, trio? Is it better to do trade skills? What What camp is best? Like, they're not doing any of that. They're just kind of goofing off, which is, fine. I'm not trying to tell people they need to work, but there'll be a wipe or possibly a move to a test server on launch. There's maybe they have said that maybe they're going to have a legacy server for test characters, and they're just going to put all the characters on a legacy server, but who knows? Who knows? I grew up to bang with people. XP is just the byproduct. That's just my opinion. And that's fine. Yeah, Cage, that's fine, right? I do the same thing. Like my group, we group up together because we like to play together. We have fun playing together. But it's very frustrating when we form a static group of 6 players, and then you have somebody that's a solo or a duo or something that's just XPing twice as fast as you. Like it's very discouraging. Why would I continue to try to group up? Like there should be a distinct advantage for people that can get 6 players together in a static group. Like, you know how difficult that is? It's very difficult to do. And have actually 6 people playing the game constantly and consistently together. Like it's not easy. Let's also take a quick minute to sing Ollie's praises for sharing that stream too. Yeah, like, I mean, I just hope they use the data properly. I feel like sometimes, like, Ollie's great, right? Ollie is great, and he's very intelligent, and I think he's doing the math. But I feel like Ollie a lot of times is not factoring in the human element. He's just doing, okay, mathematically speaking, here's the formula, boom, done. And that's fine, but add in the human element, and that formula just gets thrown out. Like, it's just gone. So we need to do that. I'm a tank. I gather all the loot, sell it, and split it between the group. However, most people in M&M do not talk to each other. They don't, and that's a byproduct of World of Warcraft. You're absolutely right. Unfortunately, like we've gotten into the point where MMOs over the past 2 decades have become more and more and more solo, or more about playing by yourself. You might play with other people, but you're really just kind of, doing things that your character needs. I've seen it so many times in like World of Warcraft where somebody might need an item. So you might get a group of 5 people together, and they're running a dungeon, right? They run it over and over and over and over and over. As soon as one person gets that item that they need, they're out. And then you keep running it over and over, and then they bring in a new person. Maybe you need the same item as everybody else. Like all 5 of those people need the same item. You could be running that dungeon indefinitely and never actually get the item because everybody's being greedy. They just want to get it for themselves and then leave. And that's another problem. Whereas, in a game like Monsters and Memories, you need to be able to say, hey, we have 3 people in this party that all need this item. Let's stay here as long as we possibly can to try to get all 3 of those people that item. That's the goal. And that's communication. So once you get your item, you stay there and help other people to get their stuff as well. But generally speaking, that doesn't happen. Most people are just like, oh, well, good luck. I helped you for a little while. You lost the role. Sorry. My dang groups were chatterboxes. That's good. I'm glad. I forced people to talk to you. There you go. There are people that are very antisocial that I've noticed in this game. They don't want to chat. Also, generally anyone would get to the point where none of us went to trash loot. Yeah. Scrap metal all rotted. Scrap metal, it's way, way too heavy still, unfortunately. I don't know what they're going to do with that. Right now, it literally is rot. It's just going to get destroyed. So, do you know how to merge in the intersecting window that gets in the way? How to merge in the interaction window. To get rid of this right here? Yeah. It's under... It's under one of these things. I think it might be under chat settings. Yeah, disable interactions window. Click on it right there, and it gets rid of your interactions window, and it puts it into your main chat down here. So now if I, I would have to do like look. There you go. Now it's down here. If I put this back up and I hit look, I think, let's see. Yeah, it opens up my interactions window. So yeah, if you want to get rid of that, just disable interactions window right there. Normally I do that, just haven't done it on this character. I think the need greed system would greatly help with the group system. Well, that's another thing, Ken. Like, that's where people have talked about that quite a bit. Whereas, like, a need greed system reduces the amount of chat between party members. Because now I don't need to speak up. Because a window will pop up and I can just hit a button. And I don't actually have to communicate. So, some people, and I get where you're coming from, like a need greed system might be good. But then there's a flip side of that where it reduces the amount of chatter. There always seems to be a loot hover in the group. It's never gotten out of hand when it comes to items people actually wanted. Yeah, and that's good. That's good. I usually loot for my group almost exclusively. Esar is usually the one pulling all the time. And then other people in my party are like those kind of half AFKers that are just like, because they're DPS, right? They're just looking over and just been like, okay, there you go. I'm going to hit my little macro button that's going to assist critical and target the mob and do some damage. Like, that's basically what DPS do in this game. Tanks usually have to focus. Pullers have to focus. Healers, depending on your tank and your group setup, healers can just kind of like, every once in a while, I'm just going to hit a heal. So I'm usually the looter in my group. And they complain about it all the time. But at the same time, they're not complaining. They complain that I always loot everything. But honestly, if I don't loot it, the corpses just pile up and pile up and pile up. They never go away. Like, nobody actually wants the loot. So I take that up on myself. But yeah, after a certain point, it's just leather, cloth, and cash that people care about. Yeah, right. For me, that's all I pick up: leather, cloth, and cash. And if a good gem drops, I'll get a good gem. But yeah, that's pretty much it. You don't pick up weapons. You don't pick up armor. Well, I pick up like leather armor and cloth armor, and then I break those down. How are these stats measure up against the alpha numbers? I think looking at a playtest metrics for what you're trying to discern is just not the well to get the water from. Well, that's the thing. The alpha numbers is worse because there's so many high-level players on alpha. They would just rather go back and power level their low-level players, which is a whole other argument that I've had where they need to do something about twinking characters and power leveling characters. Because right now, your fastest XPer in the game is probably an enchanter or a bard or a necromancer. And the thing is, if they level up super fast, they can then go and power level other classes super fast as well. And then it becomes, okay, so why are we doing this? Like, I think that they need to change all the spells and a few other things to make it to where you can't twink as well. I think that twinking should be, again, just like soloing, twinking should be viable and it should be definitely be better. So putting on the best level 60 gear in the game on a level 1 character, yeah, it should absolutely make a difference. But right now, it's just way too fast. Like, I honestly think what's going to end up happening is you're going to have people that are playing on the early access servers. They're going to level up their enchanter to level 60, and then they're going to level up their alt to level 60, and then they're going to level up their other alt to level 60, all while you have other characters in the game that are like, oh, I just hit level 30. Like, it's going to be an issue. I promise you it's going to be an issue. You can not believe me all day. But when it comes back around, I'm going to be the one going, I'm pretty sure I mentioned this. For months, I've been mentioning this. And people are just like, well, we don't have the right data. And they're just coming up with excuses, etc. I mean, I've seen it too many times. Let's see. If you make mobs harder, charm classes, you're just able to benefit more. That's another issue, yeah. If you make mobs better, then the charm classes are just going to be better. And it's just going to hurt everybody else where it doesn't hurt the charm classes. Charm is a problem. And I don't... People can sit there and deny all day long. But I'm telling you it's a problem. It's going to end up being a bigger problem if they don't fix it. 8 days pretty good. Usually takes 4 to 5 days to get a level 60 character in vanilla WoW. Sounds like it could take 5 times 18 to 20 for max tune in this game. Max tune in this game is around 400 to 500 hours. So this one is 200 hours old, and it's level 37. Just to give you an idea. So like it's very lopsided on the high level end. Getting from level 20 or like 1 to 20, super fast. Getting from 50 to 60, super slow. It's the curve is like, how would that actually be? Time invested. So it would start off like this, like a very, if it was time invested this way and level this way, then you're going to go up. It's that kind of curve, right? So you're going to go up super fast based on time invested, and then it's going to start to level out and become more horizontal. Soloing should be as difficult as possible if one mob is going to equal the XP of 6 people. I agree. I mean, that's the problem we're coming into. Did Grain Cellar for the first time last night, and that is an actually difficult little dungeon. It is difficult. There's a lot of spellcasters in there. I think that level 30 is that kind of turning point where you go from this game's really easy to this game is hard. Like I think in level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, somewhere around there, you're thinking, oh man, this game is challenging because you die, you have corpse recovery, and all of those things are super challenging at low level, even though you basically die and then you only have to move like 5 feet to go get your corpse. But it's still very challenging and kind of annoying. But once you get the flow of things around level 8 to 10, the game actually becomes easier. From like level 10, my gosh, from level 10 up to about level 25 or so, the game actually becomes easier. Because you have like the difficulty of the mobs don't, my God, hang on a second. I got like hiccups or something, like hiccups and a tickle in my throat all at the same time. And it's really weird. Anyway, the mobs are not any more difficult, but the utility that all the different classes have starts to come into play around level 10. You start getting things like Spirit of the Wolf or Speed of the Wild. Your tanks start to get their double attack and dual wields, and they start wearing plate armor. All of this stuff makes your character stronger around level 10 to 20, but the difficulty of the mob stays relatively the same. Around level 30, the difficulty of the mob starts to go up, but now you're no longer gaining new abilities to help you deal with those. You're just gaining upgraded versions of the same abilities. So from like level 30 all the way to 60, you get very little new stuff. You actually get almost no new stuff for most classes. So the difficulty of the monsters. So it kind of does like one of these kind of things, difficulty wise, like a, I forget what kind of curve they call those, but anyway. My fear is also this. Wood Elf starting area had a very low population, just like Pantheon did when they released a second city. Yeah, that is another issue, Yilladan. Starting in the Wood Elf city, if you can start in the Wood Elf city with a static group, you're going to be in heaven. You're going to be doing very, very well, I feel like. Or if you're playing a solo class and you start over there. I think the only good solo classes, well, there's a few good solo classes actually can start over there. So Wood Elves can be what? Archers, Rangers, Druids. So at least those 3. And they can solo fairly well. But you're not going to have any Necromancers or Enchanters over there. You might be able to be a Bard, so I think a Wood Elf can be a Bard as well. That'd be another good one. But I think that you're going to have... Like, there's going to be so much more to do. During the beta, that is our goal for my static group, is we're going to try to start 6 brand new characters over in the Wood Elf side of things and see how that goes. So we'll see. As an archer, I can easily drop a single mob within 5 seconds when I have all skills loaded up. There you go. Yeah. Super fast. You think mobs need more HP? Westmort? Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you, but it is a very unpopular opinion. I'm just happy we have these problems and not another MMO disaster to complain about. Oh, for sure, for sure. Like, we could be talking about how there's no content in the game, how the developers are just siphoning money, like, and just, spending money like crazy. And there could be a lot of other issues with this game. We're actually talking about problems within the actual game rather than problems within the developers of the game, which is a really nice change of pace, because most of it is issues with the developers on all of these games, right? Ashes of Creation and Pantheon are two big ones that I think of. It's a developer issue and a company issue, not a gameplay issue, nothing like that. It's just literally the developers and the companies just themselves are just, what are you doing? Possibly stupid idea, but a craftable standard that you can place, which increases spawn rate for groups. I mean, maybe. There's been some discussion. There was like a discussion on the forums about having mobs that are attracted to campfires. They see a campfire, so they come to investigate it. The problem with that is it becomes like an auto pull type of situation. So you need to be able to normalize it. If people can craft something that increases the spawn rate of mobs, then we can't find the normalize. Like, well, we can. We'd eventually find it, but it skews things. Right now, it's mobs spawn either 8 minutes or 10 minutes for the most part. Depending on what zone you're in, what mobs you're fighting, it's either an 8-minute or 10-minute respawn timer. That's it. Across 99% of the game. There are other mobs that are outside of that, just not very many. Pressure to do that. Bad group comps is always way more likely to lead to wipes than solo. Yeah, that's another issue, right? So like the other issue is you get 6 people together and one person messes up, it could cause a wipe. Whereas if you're solo, you're the only person that can mess up and cause a wipe. So keeping up with a fast TTK full group, yeah. They said there's no wipe. You'll just lose access to the characters on closed and public testing. You're talking about for the beta? The beta is not going to wipe. When they go into beta, which is March 1st, I think I've seen this question a few times. So when the beta goes into March 1st, every character on closed alpha or on the closed beta and on the open betas will be gone temporarily. Then you can create a brand new character on beta and play it until they add the other characters back in. They're going to, for some undetermined amount of time, to get the data they need. I hope they do it for at least a month. I really hope that all of March is brand new, fresh beta characters only. I really, really do. This game keeps getting better. This playtest felt amazing. Awesome. I love that. Cheers, just frustrating. It's not easy to get all 6 people together. Yeah. Crazy what I found. If I take initiative and invite people, I can get a group set up in minutes. People just sit on. They do sit AFK. Merc. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing, is it takes somebody taking the initiative to do that, right? I think there'll be a lot of headaches for the modern MMO players that don't understand camps, and we will try to just mob tag. I think that's going to be another issue, Baron. And it's going to take some time for people to learn that, like, this is a camp game. This game it's different than any MMO you've ever played other than EverQuest. EverQuest is the only MMO that I have played where people actually respected camps. And I played a lot of MMOs, and I can't think of a single one where people actually respected your camp. And even in EverQuest, it wasn't like 100% of the time they respected it. Final Fantasy 14, where you blitz a dungeon without saying a word to anyone. Oh, dude. Yeah, it's just wall-to-wall pulling. You start a dungeon in Final Fantasy 14. Everybody says, like, hello, how you doing? Good luck, have fun. That kind of thing. Literally the most minimal. They have like a macro they just push at the start of the fight. And then you just run to a wall, kill everything, run to a wall, kill everything, kill boss, run to a wall. You keep doing that, get through the dungeon, and everybody's like, thanks, and they're out. And no one ever talks to each other. Hopefully the difficulty of Monster Memories will deter those people. Oh, the one that Baron's talking about? Maybe. If you take the initiative, it happens quick. After you do a bit, people just message me when online. Yeah, and that's great. I mean, I remember back in EverQuest 1, I played an enchanter. I would literally log in and instantly get tells because I would join groups, like I think we just need a way to process bars from scrap in the field. That would be nice, yeah. I've been wanting to merge those windows. Thank you. Yeah, no worries. Happy Monday morning. What's going on, Goonie? I'm trying to catch up in chat. We'll eventually get there. I'm reading slowly today. The best thing you can do is chat it from the start. Pulls personalities. Yeah. Easter will be a monk on release. I don't know if he responded to you or not, DJ, but Easter will be a monk on release. They should have wiped alpha like 3 months ago. I mean, I don't think they should have wiped alpha 3 months ago. They're still getting data from like some of the high-end stuff, but it would have been very nice to get some of this new data. I think that start of beta is going to be very good. Once we start beta on March 1st and everybody is like, hopefully we get enough players and have people actually playing the game pretty hard and playing it like they would at the start of alpha. I'm hopefully going to be able to do that. I don't know how much of my group is going to do that, though. As a shaman, I was acting as puller in the Plagueborn village because people... Wait, you were pulling the Plagueborn? Which Plagueborn? The ones that are down here? Whoops. Like the ones that are down in this area? I find it so funny. On the alpha server, people are like, you know, LFG Plagueborn, or they're like, party seeking DPS for Plagueborn. And it's hilarious to me because these are Plagueborn. They are around level like 30. Then you also have up here, well, not that castle, but up here, these are also Plagueborn, where these castles are way up here. And those are level 50. So you have a level 30 to 50 plus range of Plagueborn. So you can't just say LFG Plagueborn. Like, you need a lot more information. Like, I need your level, level range of your group. Like, which Plagueborn are you talking about? There's a lot of Plagueborn. My biggest gripe so far is UI resetting frequently when you log in. It is a problem, yeah. When the combat filter system is not working properly, then I try to create a new box for combat that only shows me my info. Yeah, it's a problem, Goonie. I've had the same issue on many of my characters. Like you can see down here, I have all my different bars. So I've got main, I've got chat, I've got combat, I got heals, other damage, like loot and factions, and like you're going to end up making a bunch of these things, and they do get reset often. It is kind of annoying. They can just make it your level adjust to the max level of the zone. Well, that's the thing is, well, I don't know what you're referring to, Ken. The level of these zones is very broad. You can start into Fallen Pass. You can start in your teens, like high teens, and it goes all the way up to level 60. There's named mobs that are level 60 in this zone. So like just a very large gap, and you can't really, yeah. Prevent people from playing the game a ton. And casuals don't care either. Often their first time even seeing the graphic of the gear. Yeah. Not sure what group of people should be mad. Group of people should be mad by what? People get mad at me all the time for random stuff. Because like I speak my mind. I'm very verbal. Oh no. I've been trying to kill these for the off chance that maybe I'll get one of these things that I need. 90% of the grouping and XP problems are solved if they just get rid of charm. A lot of that issue will resolve with charm. Unfortunately, last I heard, Nick was okay with where charm is at, which I just disagree. I don't think, I just don't see Nick or Ali or any of those guys playing the game enough to where they can actually see where the problem is. They just generally don't. I don't feel like. Maybe they do. Maybe they play in their free time more than I know of, but who knows. A lot can fix the issue where finding groups and raising the average player per group is too slow. The rate of XP playing on Project 99. It's how you find groups and develop socialization. Yeah. I agree. I love to start in Elfland with my static, but we're Inquisitor, Cleric, and Wizard. Yep, you can't start any of those over in the Elfland, I don't think. Can you talk about dungeon experience after level 25? Is it all open world at that point currently? So the entire game, yeah, there's no dungeons per se, like World of Warcraft dungeons. There's no instancing in the game whatsoever. Dungeons after like level 25, there's several of them. There's like Grain Cellar that Haas was talking about earlier. Grain Cellar is a smaller dungeon. It's only going to house probably 2 groups, maybe a 3rd group. You have the new dungeon that's supposed to be coming in for beta, which Sean has been working on quite a bit. That's going to be up to like level 40 probably. It's just a guess. He hasn't disclosed what it's going to be. There's Grimtide Sanctum, which I'm not going to tell you where that currently is located, but it's a really cool dungeon for the high 40s. What else is there? Then there's also just dungeons that are kind of off, that are like not their own zones. They're just kind of off to the side. So like over here in Vale of Zintar, there's what I would call a dungeon that's orc. It's so like out here, well, what time is it in the game? Oh, 7 p.m. We'll see if we can make it over there. It's really dark. Do I even have a lantern? I don't think I have a lantern or Sal. But yeah, Vale of Zintar, which is right down this ramp over here, has like an open world dungeon where there's these orcs that are all outside of the camp. But if you go down into their cave, like into their camp, there's tons of stuff in there that you can do. Tons. There's a giant dungeon, like literally a dungeon of giants. There's a couple of those actually, that I would consider it a dungeon, even though it's an open world dungeon. So yeah. Plus, you also have like Telekir. There's high level parts of Telekir that go all the way up to like the 40s. So there's a lot to do. So I think it was a mistake for them to open with wood elves and not high elves next door. Call me nostalgic. I played some of the playtests last year, but I think I'm going to wait for early access this year. So excited. Yeah, awesome. I love it. I think a lot of people waiting right now is good. We're only 4 months, 4.5 months away. Well, let me see. So all of March, April, and May. So we're 3.5 months away from actual early access. So I think right now, if you know that you like the game, and there's nothing else that you want to test out, and you want to just like go in completely blind and just experience it the first time, it's a great way to play the game. I personally want to know more. Like I want to learn where to go in the different cities and what the different zones, the layout of different areas, all that kind of stuff. I like to know that information. But yeah, for those that don't want to do that, absolutely just wait. Started getting tells all the time Saturday and Sunday evening. Nice. They could level boost alpha to have more people testing the 40 to 60 content. They don't need any more testing the 40 to 60 content. We need to test the leveling from level 1 to 60. That's what needs to be tested right now. The high level content has been thoroughly tested. People have played it. People have done it. People have cleared it. It's been thoroughly tested. They don't need that information. Once people get friend network, higher level groups will form faster. Yeah. Didn't know that. Yeah, the Plagueborn down the ramp from the Mercenaries. Yeah. I just want to filter out other players for love of all the goblin. Too much spam. A lot of people want goblins in this game. They think it's amazing that you have goblins as a race that you can play. And supposedly they're going to add more, I guess, evil races or whatever they want to call it. Like goblin, orc, ratmen. They might be adding more. Like the ratmen are kind of, they already have kind of said that they're going to be in the game. I don't think they've officially said that they're going to be in the game, but the chances are we're going to get rat people of some sort as playable characters. I just want to filter out or that. In regards to LFG Plagueborn, a lot of MMO gamers tend to to know what they're talking about. It's ludicrous. Yeah. It'll eventually work. Like whenever I see somebody say LFG Plagueborn and they don't give the information, I assume that they're probably in their high 20s or low 30s. And they're just getting into the Plagueborn for the first time. Because the people that are higher level that might be up here in the upper salmon area or whatever, they already know like, hey, we're doing upper salmon if they're LFG upper salmon. Or they specifically say we want to fight a certain named. Fallen Pass is 15 to 60. Night Harbor is 1 to 60. You never need to leave it. That's true, yeah. How does Charm compare in Monsters and Memories to EQ? Very similar. Charm is easier to manage in Monsters and Memories than it is in EQ. And I'm about to say something that completely contradicts everything I've been saying today. It's not as strong in Monsters and Memories as it was in EQ. And what I mean by that is in EQ, you could charm certain monsters and literally fight raid monsters with those. Like your charmed pet was able to fight raid bosses, which is a bit ridiculous. In this game, though, as far as XP is concerned and leveling up, Charm is much, 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 much easier to handle and deal with. So it makes it, like, for leveling purposes, just crazy good. I camped the Orc camp area outside, I think you're talking about. Probably wasn't high enough to go in. Yeah, that's around the, like, 20s. I don't remember exactly what level, like mid-20s. The Giant City is a good dungeon, like Aryan Vale. Yeah, I like the Giant City a lot. No furry races? Well, we'll see. There's plenty of open world dungeons in WoW 2. People just don't assume them the same. Yeah, they're a little different. Charm is much weaker than EQ. Yeah, Charm is much weaker, but also much easier to deal with. Is it just me, or are two-handed slash way more powerful at low level than they should be? I think that two-handed weapons are just really, really good. Like I feel like they've changed them. So like if you're dual wielding, I feel like was by far the best way to go. But I guess it depends on the class you're playing. Like a dual wield fighter versus a two-handed slash fighter. I mean, a lot of times it depends on the weapon that you have. But yeah. There were XP penalties on some of those strats in EQ, right? I don't remember if there were XP penalties or not. There might have been. Faster weapons are way better at low levels. It depends. So, like, people think or would say that faster weapons are better at low levels. And the reason for that is because there's a damage cap. This goes back to my twinking conversation. We were talking about twinking and power leveling and all that kind of stuff. They've made it to where the gear you put on a character scales down on that character. So like if you put on a bunch of really good plate armor on a tank and you give them a really good two-handed weapon, they're still going to take a decent amount of damage, and they're not going to be putting out these huge hits that you're going to be doing with that weapon when you get up to like level 50. So there is a scaling to that. So when you're lower level, if you have really, really strong, like level 50 plus weapons that you got and you're twinking your character, you want to have faster weapons with smaller damage on them. And that's going to overall be better. As you get higher level and you unlock those damage caps, then you want to use a better weapon that has like a longer delay with much higher damage. But there's some weapons. I mean, there's a lot of weapons in this game. So there's two-handed swords that are really good. There's one-handed swords, one-handed bludgeoning. Trying to think. There's one good spear. That's like a really good spear. There's a lot of really cool items. Like they need to do more with it. I feel like Rich is going to be in for a lot of work trying to get all the itemization done. Hoss, I would be okay with that. If your pet did more damage than you or your party or something, then the XP should be cut down. The amount of XP you get. I would be okay with that. Seem to be around Sungreet. What are you looking for? You know where silver and tin ores are. Yeah. So tin is easy to find. Silver is the rare tin. So when you get up to 125 in your mining, around there, the only thing that increases your mining from like 125 to 150 is silver. It's a problem because you have to run around getting tons of tin trying to spawn the silver nodes, and then you have to get the silver nodes to get those skill ups. Once you hit 150, you can get all the way up to like 225 super fast. And then you, at some point you hit another wall where I think you have to get like, it might be 250 or something, where you have to get like platinum nodes. So yeah. Is there someone that buys the 10 bars? Hang on. I'm trying to fix my sound here. The blacksmith maybe? The mining, they should. Yeah, the mining supplier, the blacksmith. They should buy those things. Running around competing for nodes was not fun. It is not fun, especially when the only node you can possibly get to gain skill ups is a rare node. I say rare, it's probably like a 20% chance. So if a node spawns, you have like an 80% chance it's going to be tin and a 20% chance it's going to be silver. And then you're competing with people getting those nodes. It's really, really annoying. Really annoying. Anyone else feel Nick went crazy on itemization, killing thugs and Sungreed around level 8? They were dropping all those veggies. Nick, to my knowledge, Nick isn't doing the itemization. That should be Rich. But I do agree. I think that the veggies, when they added in the new cooking recipes, have you guys looked at any of those? The new cooking recipes require a lot of veggies, and they just drop a lot of veggies. I think I made a feedback kind of joking about it, but not really joking about it. And I said something like, why, like there's undead creatures that are all walking around with fresh vegetables on them. That makes no sense thematically. Like they're undead. Where do they go and why are they picking up fresh vegetables? Are they going to the market? Like where are these fresh veggies coming from? Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Like I was up here in Upper Salmon area killing a bunch of undead, and they're just like, here's an onion, here's some carrots, like all sorts. And I'm like, what? It's weird. Undead shouldn't have food on them. It was really strange. What would be fun to do is if they dropped rotten veggies, and then you could have like a druid or a ranger or something like that where they could like cast a spell and turn those rotten veggies into fresh veggies. That would be fun. I wear the armor from this thing, and my charisma drops by 10, but they got good produce. There you go. Started in Phalandraw this test. Wasn't too bad once I figured it out. Phalandraw is definitely a place that I need to go run around in and learn where everything is. I know how to run through it. I just don't really know the city very well, so I need to do that. You're getting bread off the undead and AC? Yeah, it's weird. It's so weird. Mr. Time is up. Thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate it, bud. Yeah, I wouldn't be eating the bread off of them either. It's gross. You left. Yeah, you're like, ew, gross. I don't know. I don't want that. I'll take the coin because I can rinse that off, you know. But I don't want I don't want food off of an undead. Rotten veggies should be thrown weapon with 0 damage but high threat. That would be funny. That would be really funny. What we should do is like rotten veggies, and then when a player has been bad in the game and the devs are trying to punish them, they put them into like a stockade thing, and then we as players can go throw our rotten veggies at them. Yeah. Moldy 1,000-year-old bread. Yummy. Yeah. Delicious. All right, what can we do? I can't get on my other character, so I can't heal. So I can't really do a whole lot. I guess I could go LFG. I don't know. This playtest is only supposed to be up until like 1 o'clock today. Oh my gosh. Every single time I load up the launcher, I have to update. And then it won't let me log in. I have to load the launcher again, then I update. Goblins are just packing their money in there. What is my alchemy at? Have I even messed with alchemy? 25. I need to make some potions. Because I want to get some speed of the wild potions. Flux looked like way too easy way to increase alchemy at the start. Yeah, Flux is pretty easy. What is it? It only requires like limestone or something, doesn't it? Other than solo XP issues, my biggest worry is that the place will feel empty. Well, yeah, that is kind of my big issue. Because of the XP being super fast, especially at low levels, the low level areas are going to become barren wastelands relatively quickly. So I think that's going to cause other issues for sure. Bone chips and limestone, yeah. Tried Ranger and Druid this playtest. Not sure. Oop. Okay, let's see if I can load this in. Ah! I've tried this like 4 times today to load in this healer. My favorite part of the game, my least favorite part of the game. My favorite part of the game is the grouping content. Burlio has come online. Holy moly, he actually functioned. We can actually go kill stuff. No, not Brulio. Invite Burlio. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the grouping side of things. I'm a big fan of the idea of raid bosses and challenging group content. My least favorite thing is some of the stuff that they are doing, like... I mean, I don't really have things that I hate about the game, but I just don't understand why they make certain parts of the game challenging just for challenging, or they literally program certain things in to make the game nostalgic. For example, like there's the map situation, right? There's no map in the game. They decided to go 0 map. We're going to get maps later that are going to be like cartography type stuff. So I think once those finally come out, that whole argument will probably, hopefully, will go away. But like the movement, if you jump and you strafe, this is the fastest way to move. So like you're running straight. This is slow. This is slightly faster when you're jumping. And then strafing is the fastest. And then you can jump while strafing. Like I just don't understand like why they put so much emphasis on that. It makes no sense to me. Like I'm okay with like strafing being slightly faster, but it's like a lot faster. Is strafing you consider a bug? No, it's intentional. Okay. Don't dare start asking why Wizard is redheaded step class. Dude, Wizard is the worst. Overall, I would say Wizard is the worst class in the game. And it would be up there with Rogue. As far as utilization in a group or something along those lines. Like this is a group focused game, and you put a wizard in your group, you're just hurting everybody in the group. I mean, I hate to say it that way, but they're the worst class in the game. They're terrible. I'm gonna come down here and fight some stuff. I cannot see to save my life. Not a fan of bunny hopping in games? Yeah. That's a feature, not a bug. Yeah, the strafe jumping, yeah, it's a feature, not a bug. Personally, I don't like it. Where's my heal? My heal is number 9. Okay. Oh, wait. Where's my sit? Okay, that is sit. Wizards can be fixed, though. I'm sure they're on the to-do list. Well, yeah, there's a lot of things that are just on the to-do list, right? I mean, there's good and bad. Do I have... I don't have any wood. Does Burl have any wood? Boom. Burl's got wood. All right. We'll fix this in a second. We'll fight some of these mobs down here. Rogue may not be optimized, but it's fun to play. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Is like, I can say something is in a bad state. That doesn't mean it won't be fixed. But that kind of is what I've been getting at about a lot of this stuff. Is the XP right now is just kind of wonky. Certain classes aren't finished. Like we can't really fix the XP issue until we fix the the class balancing issue, which is a whole other issue, right? Let me see. Where can we sit down here? I'm gonna try to sit over here in my little cubby hole. We're going to have light. Let there be light. There we go. Are you playing with the latest build of the game with this test? I don't feel like much has been added since December. Like all of the tests and everything are all, they're all the same. Like what is played, these oh boy. What is played on the open test is the same thing that is played on the closed test. Like literally the exact same. I may not be able to do this. These might be too hard for me to duo. But this is why, like I say... Oh, I gotta switch. Yeah, this is gonna be too hard. Getting two of these. It's not killing them fast enough. Oh no, I don't want to die. Yeah. All right. Run away! But this is what I'm talking about with the jumping, strafing stuff. You can just strafe and jump and get away from mobs. It's too good. You don't even need Sal. I can just do this. Like they're not even gonna come close. Kinda silly. But that's kind of my point about the whole XP thing, right? As a duo, with a fighter cleric duo, I struggle killing 2 of those mobs. But a necromancer could go down there and solo one of those without much issue. Holy moly. There we go. But yeah, that's, I don't know. That's the issue that I see with some of the things in the game. They should be delaying early access. Beta should start after classes have been implemented for a month. Well, that's what I've been saying, DJ, is right now what we need for the start of beta. So we only have 2 weeks to get there. We need all of the classes and their functionality to be in. And then start of beta, we can kind of fix that, right? Adjust that, balance it, etc. Oh no, I'm low on food. I don't want to be low on food. Don't have enough mana. Oh, mana. How many there are on the team? 5 or so. It's a lot of work for a few people. On the team of this game, they have 40 people. They have 40 people on the team total, doing various things. When I played EverQuest Online Adventures PS2 way back in the day, it really feels like this game. They had a compass system, try to help you find your group, which is nice. You know, that's something that Pantheon did, which I kind of liked. And that's like if you're in a group with somebody, you had a little compass on their name, and as you turn your character, it would tell you where that player is located. So you could easily find the player. I don't know. I kind of like that, but I don't know if this game necessarily needs it, but I kind of liked it. Strafing was how I outran mobs in EQ. Yeah, that's the reason that they put it in this game, is because they did it in EQ. There's too many things. Like that is probably my biggest complaint about this game. If I were to pick one thing out that I'm like, please stop doing that, it would be they put things in this game strictly because they were in EverQuest. Not that they were good things, not that it was like, not because people liked them, etc. Just because it was in EverQuest, so we're putting it in this game. And I think it's caused an issue with a lot of the people in this game, the players of the game, where they're like, oh, well, EverQuest had it, so therefore this game should have it. And it's like, that's not the case. Like, this is a different game completely. Monsters and Memories is not EverQuest. The different classes, you have a fighter versus a warrior. People are like, okay, well, the warrior was this in EverQuest, therefore the fighter should be this. No, they're different classes. Elementalist is not a magician. You know, like we need to separate EverQuest and Monsters and Memories a bit more, and people need to stop saying that because EverQuest had it, Monsters and Memories should also have it. I just don't like that idea. The whole premise of it is just wrong. Have they put J-boots in the game yet? I mean, kind of. There's no J-boots that players can get. Hang on, apparently both Burl or Isar and I both need food and water. Let me see if I can find that. Food and drink. Conjure food, conjure drink. Oops. I see things a little differently. I think it's a matter of trying to utilize your brain instead of just having it in front of you, as well as forcing people, social mechanics. I mean, I love that aspect of it, yeah. I think that's one of the best aspects of this game, is that we are getting back to actually thinking rather than just reacting to something. So this came up recently with the Bone Construct. It was a... It was a debate between people fighting the Bone Construct, and like one person saying that, you know, the fight's hard. Basically, what it came down to is, Hang on, trying to think here. What the heck's going on? There it goes. Basically, what it came down to is people were complaining that there was RNG when it came to the bone construct, because they didn't like that you had to oh my god, what am I trying to say? You could get feared out of the room and get instantly death touched, and it was just RNG. And I'm like, that's the thing about that fight, though, is you have to actually think ahead, right? You have to say, okay, I know that I'm going to get feared. So if I know that I'm going to get feared, how do I position this mob and position myself in the room, knowing that I'm going to get feared and potentially run out? And then now I'm also going to bring people into the party that can dispel fear, which all healers can do, and enchanters and some other classes can do as well. So there's like 6 different classes that can remove fear. So it's about going into the fight with knowledge of, I need to be able to deal with this problem, rather than just going into the fight and being like, I'm just going to react to what's happening and do stuff. And I think it's a different type of gameplay. And I like it. Does healing get better mid to late game as far as feeling like you have mana to sustain? I think so, yeah. I don't have any issues on my... So we have a druid in my group at level 60, and we do all sorts of content and don't have an issue with the druid level or healing. But I feel like I struggle sometimes with like Burlio trying to heal. Again, though, it comes down to how many people you have in your party. A healer in a full group is not going to have to heal super often, because you're burning down monsters really fast. But in like a duo, you definitely have to do it more. So almost like the game rewards preparation and not reactive gameplay. Exactly, and that's one of my favorite things. Did the YouTube go down? I'm not seeing any numbers for YouTube. Anybody that was on YouTube, maybe on YouTube and Twitch, it looks like it just dropped. No, it's still showing up. That's weird. My OBS is saying that it's just a line instead of a number. All right, well. Yeah, seems to be working fine. That's weird. Was trying low-level cleric last night, and it was way more efficient to stun than heal. Oh, yeah. It is way more efficient to stun. Speaking of which, where's my stun on Burlio here? Stun is 4. So impart. So 3 is... Cast 5, yeah. But yeah, stun is very good. That's something that makes the paladin and the paladin and the cleric really stand out. Like the paladin can stun. I mean, the Inquisitor as well. Inquisitor with its stuns. I mean, it just really makes a big difference when you play those classes. And people don't realize like how strong those can be. Like let me stun right here. Let's see. Boom, stunned. And that just prevents damage for 4 seconds. really, really, really strong. Like a well-played cleric will constantly be stunning mobs. Because 15 mana, I think it's 15 mana to stun versus like 300 mana to heal. Pretty big difference. Pretty huge. Should we try to... Well, I don't know. Let me... Here, let's get this guy. This is kind of what I'm talking about though, like with the trio here that we have. Like this is so much chill, so much more chill and laid back. If we had a full party of 6, I mean, we would just be chain pulling mobs. But because it's just a trio, we can just kind of take it easy, kind of hang out. You know? Super, super chill. Cotton. Let's see if I can placate. Where is placate? I don't know that I have placate. I have atonement. Oh, no, I have placate. Appease. You can split them. If you want to split them, Easter, that's fine. It's up to you. I don't know if you're busy. It's still here. I'm here. Okay. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. Yeah, it like the YouTube is just like not showing on my end anymore. I did a bit of both this weekend. Did a full non-stop XP group, but a lot of times I just went to chill and duo with IRL friend. Yeah. And I bet you gained as much XP chilling with your IRL friend as you did with that full group. Can't say bad words. You got a monk, Feign Death Split. Well, yeah, I mean, I just didn't know if he was available. Estar sometimes is like working and stuff. So, like, I don't want to... I'm just kind of down here just chilling, just pulling mobs just for fun. You don't have throw daggers? Uh-oh. I don't have any either. I've got nothing. You're totally playtesting wrong this trio instead of a full group. I am. No, it's like I don't know. Like I don't feel like it's, you know, it's one of those things where people should be dictated how to play the game. But like my goal right now is to see how much XP you can get with a duo or trio. Like I actually want to test that stuff. Like can I just kind of be chill and gain XP? We don't see right now, you just don't see enough players doing full groups, and it's because we've already realized that it's just not worth doing a full group. Like, players have already figured that out. That solo is just better, and duos and trios are just better than full groups. They've already figured it out. Like you pretending to work? Yes, exactly. The new BM changes are so good. Zero chill. It's just go, go, go. Yeah, they're crazy strong. They need to tone down the pet taming a bit. Pet taming is a bit too strong. Let's see, getting fat nerf in the future, but let's not wish that upon them. Yeah, it's definitely going to get that way. You just went on a long rant explaining why soloing is bad, so you don't actually believe that? Wait, what? What do you mean I don't actually believe that? No, soloing is soloing isn't bad. I mean, I don't know what you mean by bad, right? Soloing is too good is the problem. For certain classes, this is a fighter, a monk, and a cleric. None of them are great at soloing. So it's forcing these types of players. Bad is so vague, it's extremely vague. It forces these types of players and rogues and certain other classes, it forces them into a group to get decent XP gains. Whereas a good solo class, a necromancer, an enchanter, a bard, a ranger, an archer, a quad kiting wizard. I mean, that's the problem. So it's so lopsided. I can name just off the top of my head very quickly, what was that, like 5 or 6 classes that are going to get more XP solo than they would in any group. Doesn't matter what the group is. Whereas these other classes have to be in a group to get even comparable XP gains. Which that shouldn't be the case. It should be everybody wants to be in a group to get the best XP gains. But certain classes can solo if they want to, so that they can just, like, hey, I don't want to be forced into a group all the time. I want to be able to solo when I want to. Okay, then I choose one of these classes. But if I really want to get the best bang for my buck, then I will I'll join a group. That's what it should be, in my opinion. Druid is good. Yeah, Druid can solo, and it's good for a group. Druid is a fantastic class. Wasn't this an issue? They implemented changes on like a couple months ago. They've added a few changes, but all they did really was increase the group XP. The more people you have in the party, it increased the group XP. So it didn't. It made it less lopsided, but it just shows how lopsided it was in the first place. Because if it was, or if it is still bad after they made these changes, then it was very bad. Like, it was ridiculously bad at one point. To where solo XP classes were just getting so much more XP than anybody else. Digging the Shaman, I solo with it. I have a lot of downtime though for mana so far. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, the downtime makes it much more casual, and that's the thing that people think about. They're like, oh well, you're in a group, you can kill mob after mob after mob after mob. You should be gaining more XP, but it's not true. That's not how that works. Because you're solo, you do have downtime, but that actually makes it a lot more casual. But you're still gaining as much XP because you're able to kill a mob and then just kind of hang out, just chill for like another couple minutes while you're getting your mana back. So it makes it much more laid back to solo than it does to be in a full group of 6. But then this full group of 6 is not gaining the same amount of XP as a solo. Even though they're working harder. Like, I'm not even going to put a number on it. They're just working harder. So, should it be that the groups that are working harder gain more XP? Or should it be that the solo players that are only having to work half as much or whatever should be getting more XP? I mean, it's a legit question. And if anybody can tell me why a solo player should be getting more XP than a full party of 6, I would love to hear it. Like, a legit reason that a full party, or that a single player should get more XP than a full party of 6 over the course of like XP per hour. Like, I just don't think anybody's going to have a valid reason. Because I'm a solo player and I'm selfish? Exactly. That's 100% what it is. I'm a solo player and I'm selfish. There's no reason that they should be getting more XP. I played BM to test. Feel like going to ask Nick for it. Beasts need a monk kick skill of some type. If not, getting double attack. I feel like kick and so fun button push. Yeah, I mean, I think that that Beastmasters might need a little bit more to do. They're very strong, kind of like a Spellblade. Spellblade is one of the strongest classes in the game right now, but it's probably also one of the most boring classes in the game. I came from Dark Age of Camelot, and their solo is not viable for 90% of classes. There are also bonuses for grouping. There just needs to be more incentive for grouping. I agree. That's where I'm trying to get to, and I totally understand people's. I totally understand people that are like, well, I want to be able to solo, and I don't have time to dedicate hours to a group, etc. I'm on your side. I really am. I want you to get the most out of this game. But I just don't think it is a fair thing to say, oh, you are putting in more time, more effort, more of everything, and getting less out of it. I just don't think that's fair. And right now, if you are a solo class, you're able to put in less time, less effort, and get more out of the game XP-wise than if you're in a full party of 6. And I think that's where we're having the disconnect with some people. Some people just don't see it. They don't want to see it. They don't care to see it. They're like, no, I like where my soloing is at. This is what I want the game to be. I don't care if what you're getting XP wise in a group of 6, because I don't want to play in a group of 6. That's where we differ. I want to play in a group of 6, and I care how much XP a full party gets. But I also care for those solo players, and I want them to have a viable way to play the game, and I want them to enjoy it. And that's where I constantly am seeing this disconnect from the solo players who are just, for lack of a better term, extremely selfish and greedy, thinking, I don't care about you, I only care about my enjoyment of the game. And it's causing an issue. It's causing a disconnect in the community, right? Because it's like, you should care about the other players. I try to look at all sides of it. Should we have raids in the game? Yeah. Should we have solo content in the game? Yes. We should have both of those things because it caters to different types of people. But unfortunately, you have certain people that are like, no, I only want a raid game, or no, I only want a solo game, and I don't care about those other people. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm at with it. And, that's why people don't generally like my opinions. And it's fine. You don't have to like my opinion. But I literally am thinking about everyone as much as I can. Like, of course, we're not going to make everybody happy. But we can at least kind of even the playing field. Also feel like mini classes get strike. Could use one more cooldown button. Yeah, I'd agree with you on that, Goonie. I think every class in this game just needs another pass to make sure. Like, right now, I'm literally hitting one button. This is how I play the fighter. I'm hitting one button. It's a macro right here. Down here at the bottom, my attack button. And I'll show it to you. So, this is my macro. I'm literally hitting 1, 2, 3, 5, and attack on. So I'm hitting Rend, Frenzy, Armor Break, and Taunt. And I'm just literally spamming one button over and over and over so it uses those abilities. I mean, that's the thing. Like, fighters are kind of boring. They're just a boring class to play. If it's not going to make wizards useful in groups, I hope they allow them good XP. So no, wizards right now are probably one of the best solo classes in the game. When they added in quad kiting to the wizard and the druid recently, when Nick added those in, it basically made the wizard the best solo class outside of bard and maybe enchanter. Like, wizard is very good solo class, to the point where wizards don't want to be in a group. They're going to get less XP in a group, and they're going to be way less efficient in a group. So you just don't want a wizard in a group. It's like any other MMO. There will always be classes that shines, like a mage and WoW, Necro and EQ. Yeah, agree. Yeah. And that's the thing, right? I don't have an issue with anybody having solo classes. I don't have an issue with Necromancer being good at solo and Wizard being good at quad kiting, and I don't even have an issue with enchanters being able to charm. Like, people think that I hate charm. I don't hate charm. I think that charm should be in the game. I just think that it needs to be toned down. It's just too strong right now. And it makes it to where those classes that can charm don't need any other class that can't charm. Why would I, as an enchanter, join a group with a fighter, a cleric, and a monk? I mean, if I wanted to min-max my XP gains, minimize my time in the game, maximize what I get out of the game, which is what most of us want to do. It doesn't matter if you're a sweaty player or if you're a casual player, especially those dad gamers. They only have a limited amount of time. So if they have a limited amount of time, they want that limited amount of time to be as beneficial as they possibly can. So as an enchanter, I wouldn't join a group of other classes unless they can also charm. I would get another group with another enchanter, a bard, a druid, a necromancer. I would get those classes that can also charm, and we all just charm together and form up a group of 6 players charming and soloing a bunch of mobs. That's what I would do. And I would get the most out of my time in the game, the least effort for the most gains. I feel like full group should be to accomplish something not required for optimal experience gain. Accomplishing something. Well, that would be fine, Todd. Your theory and the way that you're looking at it is fine, assuming every class was equal when it comes to solo. But they're not. So why, if everybody can solo and gain XP equally, then that's a perfectly reasonable thing to say and ask for. But they're not. There's an imbalance, which is needed, right? There's just an imbalance in how good a class is solo versus another class. So what can we balance to make that work? Oh, crap. Well, that's not good. Can we kill that one, Isar? Yikes. Hang on, I gotta run here. Holy moly, dude. These things are nuking me like crazy. All right, try to go back to some of this. Obtaining an item or clearing a dungeon, challenging content, XP, general adventuring. Should be comfortable with duo trio range. Yeah, and I get where you're coming from, Todd. Like, I understand your train of thought. It just doesn't function in a game like this. Like you can't say unless you make every single class equal to each other, then you can't say, well, the only reason you should group up is to go into a dungeon and explore. Like, then you're still going to get where it's better to put 6 people together that can solo. Like, six solo classes is going to be better than 6 classes that cannot solo in a group. So why would you not then just go in and say, oh, I'm going to make a group. Okay, then I'm going to get 6 classes that are very strong. And then my meta is now going to be 6 solo classes in a single group. That's what's going to end up happening if you leave it the way that it currently is. Beastmaster up to 15, so this test felt okay. Yeah, Beastmaster is very good right now. Beastmaster is one of the stronger classes because of the way that they changed Charm, or not Charm, Tame. Tame is basically like a dire Charm. It's very strong. They need to tune the pets a little bit. Going to try Spellblade in beta to see actually stand the gameplay. It's probably one of the most boring classes in the game, but it's very strong, especially at higher levels. I don't know if it's still the top DPS. It might still be up there. I don't have the data on it since some of the recent changes, but it's still a very good class. Fight with your pets, kill command, summon 2, mending, slash, yeah. They need to make it where group play is the same or better than solo. It's the only way to do it. It feels the dev team will make the right choice. I think they're going to make the right choice, but we need to start making some of those changes now, Achilles. Like, I think that's the problem is we keep talking about it, but none of these changes are happening. So, like, we need to actually get some of these changes in the game. And I think we need to start with Charm. That would be where I would start. But I just don't know anyone who plays yet. I'll definitely be joining a guild once the game comes out. But during the playtest, I'm just trying different classes. Yeah, and that's fine. Yeah, keep trying them out. See what you like. Look, I'm on TV. What's up, Burl? How you doing? You are on TV. Got Burlio sitting here healing us. Why would I care about other players? I only care about what I want. Yep, everyone else is an NPC. Yeah. That's the problem. That's how all these games have gone to. Like, it's frustrating, man. It's so frustrating that so many of these MMOs have gotten to the point of, well, I want it to work for me, and I don't care about anybody else. This is the class that I want to play. It needs to be able to do all the things that I want it to do. I don't care if it affects you or not. And it's a bad way of looking at it. I play Bard. Weaving songs a full-time job. It is, but did you know, Druger, did you know that you can take a Bard and swarm kite, and it's probably going to be less button presses for you? So if you take that Bard and put it into a full party of 6, you're going to be weaving all sorts of stuff, trying to just to keep up and keep things going. Or you could swarm kite, gain more XP, and hit fewer buttons. It's pretty lopsided. Beastmaster is boring. One attack, pet attacks. Yeah, certain classes are very boring. I agree. We need to get some changes. Only got to 8 Beastmaster, so look a little more active. Yeah, I think a lot of classes need more of that. Like the Spellblade being another one. Spellblade needs just needs more to do. Right now, the Spellblade is basically put up my procs, turn on auto attack, kill mob. That's pretty much it. They're a pretty boring class to play, but they're one of the strongest. Why should I be able to get good XP outside of a group? Yeah, and that's another Like, that's the flip side of the argument, right? Why should a solo player be able to get more XP, and then why should a group player be able to get more XP? You got to look at it both sides. If you're not willing to look from the other player's perspective, then I personally feel like your opinion doesn't matter. If you're not willing to actually open your eyes and say, if I was that player, how would I feel about that? And I feel like too many people just don't do that. They just straight up don't do it. They think it doesn't affect me, so therefore I don't care. I don't like it. Honestly, like, I think putting 6 Beastmasters in a group together, dude, do you know how strong that would be? 6 Beastmasters? You have 6 different pets, plus the summoned, like, temporary pets, plus the Beastmasters themselves, plus the aura. Your aura stacks with another Beastmaster aura. So adding a second Beastmaster gives you double aura. Did you know that? Like, all these things add up very quickly. But let's say the Beastmaster with their pet and themselves is worth like 1.5 of another DPS class. So I could take 6 Beastmasters and put them into my party, and that's like having 9 players in my party. Like, that's really strong. What's the fix for Charm? You know, I don't know. I don't know what we could do to fix Charm. It's in a weird situation. I think there's a couple of options. I think that Charm, we could increase the resist chance of Charm. We could make it break more often. We could make it to where if a mob was charmed, it doesn't grant XP for a certain amount of time after Charm breaks. There's a lot of options for resolving the Charm issue. But I don't know which one would be the best. We would need to try out a bunch of different things and see which one would be the best. I am out of mana here. This is not good. I don't think we have enough mana for it, Isar. Are you just going to take it up? All right, you go train it. I'll stay down here. Yeah, we just don't have enough mana. This was so this is all part of the current changes where they increased TTK, they made mobs hit a little bit harder, they increased the health on mobs. So now we're having, you can see we're having issues with a cleric not even being able to keep up with the heals on a fighter. This is one of the arguments that I've been having lately with people that are saying that all the tanks should be equal and all that kind of stuff. Well, the fighter doesn't bring anything to the table other than slightly less damage reduction or slightly more damage reduction to physical damage. But the paladin can heal, the Shadow Knight can heal themselves and do some damage and then like also heal themselves a little bit. So they can help keep up with a single healer in the party. So it makes those classes way better for like XP groups and such. So Rogue has been a blast. Yeah, you've been enjoying it. I think Rogue can be fun. It's just one of the weakest classes right now. Oh, hang on a second. We got to get another campfire. It's getting dark. Yeah, let me get full mana here. Let's see if we can keep going here. You can't nerf Charm itself. The only way you could nerf it is to prevent it from getting XP, to limit the times. You can nerf Charm. Charm is already nerfed as far as making the mobs weaker than they are charmed. Yellow and red con pets will lose 1v1 fights to blue con monsters. Well, they could continue to, they could make it worse, right? They can nerf it into the ground completely. Like, you could absolutely nerf Charm more, but it will make those people that have Charm really upset, and they're going to scream like, you know, you kicked their dog or something, because they like how powerful Charm is. The reason we're having the debate of charmed mobs being too strong versus no, they're not strong enough is because people know that the charmed mobs are too strong. The people that are using Charm don't want it changed, and the people that are not using Charm are like, it's too strong. That's why there's such a heated debate there. You know, if it was a case of, you know, like, who cares, then there wouldn't be that debate. But we know, I can tell you for a fact that Charm is just, currently in the current iteration of Charm, it is too easy to use, and you can gain, it's too easy to use and kill other monsters with. It's just way too easy. So because it's so easy, why would people not, like, they're going to want it. They're going to want it to be that way all the time. When you nerf a class, people just they're going to freak out because they're not used to saying, okay, what is another class doing? Right? They're not used to looking from the, well, you nerfed my class, well, now you need to nerf the other class. Well, no, the other class was already weak. They're already too weak. So I had to nerf you to bring you down. Like, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. I played a Bard and EverQuest, Talon Zek server. I did both. Lots of solo, lots of groups, lots of raids. I think Bard in these games has the most options. It has a lot of options, yeah. I think it sounds like EQ nerfed XP from pet kills. The solution reduces their XP ability without. Yeah, that might be one of the best way to go. DJ is like, just reduce the amount of XP gain you gain from Charm. That might be good. I don't know. There's a lot of options, and I don't know which one is the best. I just know that we need to do something. Excuse me. This really need to add additional XP to larger group. They've already done that multiple times. Should probably start with the 4th player to 6th player. That's the thing. They've done that multiple times over the past couple of months, and really focused on increasing the group XP for 5 and 6 players, which what that has done is just made the leveling faster across the entire board. It didn't affect solo players at all. Solo players are still XPing faster than full parties of 5 and 6, even after the group XP increase. So if they continue to give more group XP increase, we're just going to get this game down to where you're going to get max level in like 2 weeks. That's not good. That's not where they want it to be. So we have to come up with a better solution than, we'll just give them more XP. Doesn't work that way. We'll just make TTK faster. Doesn't work that way. You can't change one thing and it just solves the problem. You can't do it. And there's not one thing that's going to fix Charm. There's not one thing that's going to fix the group XP stuff. There's not one thing that's going to fix any of these problems. It's multiple different things and how they work in conjunction with each other that's causing the issue. So we have to figure out, okay, well, what can we do? If we just fix the group XP, like I just said, the 5 and 6 player group XP, it's just going to increase, or it's going to decrease the journey from level 1 to 60. That's going to cause another problem. So we need to figure out ways to resolutions to some of these problems without causing additional problems. Hopefully that makes sense. Like, I know it's hard to like think about all this stuff, but like, and we all have our resolutions, but there isn't a one singular thing that's going to fix it. There's just not. Increasing TTK, lowering TTK, making spells resist less, making healers better at this, that, what. None of this stuff is going to resolve. It might resolve one issue. It's gonna cause another issue. Perfect balance. Charm is don't let players heal charm mobs, so you can actively get a new. Well, that's the thing, Goonie. That's a good example of kind of what I just said. Not allowing you to heal a charmed mob doesn't really fix the problem of swarm kiting. So swarm kiting, which is a big problem with bards, is still going to be a thing. That's not going to go away. So yeah, it's stop trying to make get Beastmasters nerfed. Yeah, it's not boring. I don't know. I haven't played a Beastmaster. I just know, I know what players who play Beastmasters are capable of. The meta right now isn't really healing the charmed pets. You just break them. Yeah, exactly. You break. You get a charmed pet low on health, and then you charm a different pet to kill it, and then you get that one low on health, and then you charm a different pet to kill it, and you just keep repeating that process. So healing the pet is not an issue. Is not a solution. That would be a solution in like, if charm pets were a problem for grouping, if charm pets were tanking too well or something like that. Most people are incapable of thinking, period. Well, a lot of people are incapable. I am incapable of thinking sometimes as well. Doesn't solve the problem the fastest way to reverse charm, yeah. That would be like the mage bot army. Aura stacking sounds like a bug though. Well, it's only, you can only aura stack, if we're going back to that. You can only stack one additional aura. So like Beastmasters, Rangers, Shadow Knight, Inquisitor, they all have auras. Paladin. If you have a second one of those in your party, you get your aura and the second one. If you add a third person, you still only get two. So it's basically to say, like, it's trying to help those classes out a little bit. Because having, like, two fighters in your party isn't necessarily a bad thing. Like, they still can put out some DPS, I guess. But, I don't know. I don't think that any of those auras should stack. They just shouldn't stack. The pet is actually another player. I would agree with that now, Dolce. What I'm saying for the Beastmaster, when I was talking about that before, is having a Beastmaster class is like having 1.5 players. Because the pet, like you're saying, is one full player, and the Beastmaster itself is like a half of another player. So it's a total of 1.5 players. So that ends up making the Beastmaster one of the best classes you can put in a party, and you can put multiple Beastmasters in your party and get a lot more out of it. Why would you put a rogue in your party over a Beastmaster? If that Beastmaster is able to put out with their pet as much DPS as a rogue, but also has additional abilities on top of that, like healing and slows and things of that nature. So that's the issue. Unless they tag charm with an XP flag of some kind, charm being used, how it is won't change. Yeah, I don't know how they're going to actually change it. Like there's a lot of ways that they're going to have to do it. But this is painfully slow right now for us XPing. How much XP have we gotten? I mean, we've gotten a decent amount. Like, look at that. I don't know how long we've been sitting down here doing this, but like these kills are painfully slow. And that's because we have 3 classes that are just not good solo classes. It's not because they're not solo classes, but it's because they don't have the kit like a solo class does. So it's like, this is just awful. It's just awful. I actually prefer my pet. I know it's gonna mess with anything. Technical control, 2 characters plus 2 swarm. Yeah. Decrease the duration of charm. Yeah, having it break earlier could be a possible resolution. We'll have to see. I mean, having it break more often could be a possible resolution. I think flagging a mob with a debuff of some kind after his charm to reduce, eliminate XP gain is the route I'd take. Lets people using charms long term. Yeah, using them as a long term pet is fine, and it's still powerful. I would, if I were to make a party right now for XP gains on my fighter, I would want to have a druid in my party charming, a necromancer in my party charming, an enchanter in my party charming, and then get all of the buffs from all of those classes as well. That's going to just astronomically make your XP so much faster. Think about that, like just compared to this group right here. If we had a druid down here, they're going to add in damage shield, and then let's say we could add in, we could charm a beetle or something and bring it down here. That's just going to add in more damage. The druid also has a pet that they can just add in. So it's just more damage altogether. And they're able to heal just as well. So if we had me as a fighter, and then Isar was an enchanter with a pet, and then a druid with a pet, and all of those buffs, we would be killing these mobs probably twice as fast. That's 2 times the amount of XP that we're currently getting. Like, people don't realize it. They don't see it until you actually try it both ways. Try to play in a group that is playing with all those like really strong solo classes in a full group of 6 at a decently high level, around level 30, 40, 50 plus if you can, and then switch it up to a bunch of classes that can't solo very well and try to do the same thing, and then tell me that you don't see the difference. Because if you can't see the difference at that point, then you might need to get your head examined. And I say that with all the love in my heart, but there's a problem if you don't see the difference at that point, right? Rogue's backstab got nerfed. It was recently buffed, so it shouldn't be nerfed, no. Fighter was top DPS class recently. Maybe that changed. No. Fighter was never top DPS class. That was a major misconception. Fighters were very good DPS for being a tank. I would 100% agree with that. The whole thing where people are saying that fighters were the best DPS in the game is an over-exaggeration. Like a grossly over-exaggeration. They are very, very good, and they still are even after their nerf. They are still decently good DPS. But part of that is that the other classes need to come up. The rogue, the wizard need to come up. They're just terrible DPS in comparison to a lot of other classes. Beastmaster right now is probably one of the best DPS in the game, and Spellblade probably one of the best DPS in the game. Neither of those are supposed to be top tier DPS. So when you look at the fighter, I will say that the fighter is high DPS for their role, but the issue is that the current, what are supposed to be the DPS classes, the wizard, the rogue, and the archer, just are not performing on the same level that they should be. Which, again, is a balance issue. It's just a balance issue. Making enchanters great again. Does charm work on high charisma? Supposedly having higher charisma is supposed to help keep your charm, but I don't know. Does it? And there's a fix. Stack charisma, you lose charms easily. Yeah. Maybe lower group size? No, we don't want to lower the group size, Rogue. I wouldn't want that. Like, I like the 6-player group. Hey, what's going on, Nicodemus? How you doing, bud? Any lag issues? No, I haven't had any lag issues. I've got a 122 millisecond ping. I think we're locked in at 60 frames right now. I haven't had any issues. I had more issues on the closed on the closed alpha. Oh my god. We got to figure out what we're going to do with these mobs, man. And they run. Dang those scholars. What BM is capable of compared to how people are playing them? Yeah. Beastmaster is strong. The one, the only. Nubs. How you doing, Nubs? I haven't seen you in a while, dude. Thank you so much for the sub. 89 months. Tier 1 subs. This dude has been an OG of my channel for a super long time. And I really appreciate him. He's not always around, but he's been subbing for a very long time. So. Super appreciate it, man. Elementalists were tearing up Wormsbane earlier solo content. Elementalists at one point were my focus of way too strong. So like now I have shift focus to charmed mobs and I've shift focus to where we need to fix next. Elementalists were a huge problem for a while. Their pets were better tanks and better DPS than anybody else in the game. Like they could literally tank better than a tank and they could DPS better than a DPS. All while being a pet. It was grossly lopsided. They've fixed that, so that's why, you know, hey, let's fix the next thing. If you are FD in this, someone heals you, will it cause the aggro to go back to the FD character or the healer? If you are currently feigned death, and if you're currently down on the ground feigned death, then it will not aggro anything. So you can be feigned death and then and be healed. I don't like this. This is they changed this oath. I don't like that at all. Oath now de-aggroes. And that's not good. I mean, I guess it kind of balances the power of it, because now you can't just like go completely immune and keep tanking something forever. So you don't really want to use Oath. It's weird to me. Why would you even have Oath of Protection on a cleric if all it does is de-aggro? Like, if you're in a party, that's weird to me. I don't know. Fighter, Enchanter, Druid sounds like one of the most OP comps, probably to 6. Yeah. You don't have to deal with splitting with 6 people. Yeah, 100%. I wouldn't even say Fighter. I would actually say that you go like Enchanter, Druid. I mean, if you want to have the most bang for your buck, like 2 Enchanters, a Druid, like a couple Necromancers, a Beastmaster, you know, throw all those classes in together and it would just be ridiculous. There are probably no 6-man comps that can beat that 3-man. Well, I mean, yeah, it's a very strong 3-man group, yes. Absolutely, group comps makes a difference. It does, makes a huge difference. Isn't that just min maxing? It's an MMO thing. Some classes will always just be better. Yeah, they will be better in certain situations. The problem is when you have solo classes are so good at solo that when you put 6 of them in a party together, it makes the other classes worthless to use. Right now, there's almost like, why would you put a cleric in your party? Why would you put a fighter in? Why would you want to have a fighter, a cleric, a monk, a rogue, or a wizard in your party? The monk I could say for pulling, but other than that, I wouldn't want a monk in my party. Those classes are all the worst of what they do. When it comes to like an XP group. They're the worst. Fighter actually doesn't become the better damage until level 55 plus when they get triple attack. That's where fighters are like. That's where people are like, oh, fighters are the best DPS in the game. At level 55 and higher, when they get triple attack, fighters definitely start to hold their own with DPS. Prior to that, a Shadow Knight is going to be more DPS for a tank. Like it's a big thing. Poor Easter, listen to the Krill say monks suck. I don't think that monks suck. They need more DPS though. Monks are not very good DPS in this game. They're good pullers, but that's about all they can do well. I mean, it just sucks. I hate to say it. Nick at Night, thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Elementalists are still a problem early game with PvP. Are they? Are like the pets still a problem with PvP? That's one thing that this game, if they never balance PvP, I would not care. I don't think that this game should even have PvP servers. I mean, it's Niche World's Cult. They're making a very niche game, and then they're making PvP, which is like the niche of the niche. We're looking at less than 10% of the player base that's going to play this game will play PvP. Like, it's just, who cares? But what I was saying earlier, I like to look at everybody's, like, from other perspectives, and I think this game definitely has something it brings to the PvP world that other games do not. But the thing is, they're never going to be able to balance PvP. Like, if they can't even balance PvE properly with these classes, there's no way they're going to balance PvP. So, you can pretty much just throw that one out. Archers seem to be doing insane damage. Archers are definitely much better. That's why, like, I hate to say that archers are kind of in a bad spot. I think archers are top 3 DPS right now. They're definitely up there with Spellblades and Beastmasters. But I would rather have a Beastmaster in my party than an archer. I'd rather have a Spellblade in my party than an archer. So, I personally never want a rogue in my group, but that's a grudge level. A grudge I've had since Wrath of the Witch King. Oh, yeah. Easter knows they suck. He does. He knows that monks are not great. I mean, monks are not good right now. I mean, there's nothing we can say other than that. They need more DPS. Mimi C, how you doing, Mimi? Mimi's one of my favorite players in Monsters and Memories. Just a nice person, helpful, like just straight up one of the best. Is Mad Stinky? What? Mad Stinky? If you plan on dying a lot, better just get a druid and die less. I mean, yeah. Alright, we gotta figure out what we're doing here. Rogues are really good currently, but they need their weapons to shine. BL will beat a rogue until they get raid weapons. Well, I think that rogues need a couple things. One, weapons, right? Yes, absolutely, rogues need weapons. But two, rogues need their poisons, right? They need their poisons. And I think that's going to make a big difference. Mimi C just came down, buffed us, and then gated. Very nice. Thank you so much, Mimi. Monks just need their Passover. Think they're missing special kicks and punches. Yeah. I mean, I could talk about every class. Like, people think that I'm just always ragging on one thing. And I'm just, like, super hateful for everything in the game. And I'm just super negative or whatever. I don't know. This is something that I've seen. Like, literally, a guy over in Sean's stream on Friday created a character called Criddle Sucks. And was running around. And then even said in chat that, like, I'm just like a negative person or something along those lines. And I'm like, I get it. I get where you're coming from. I'm not a negative person. I just want this game to be the best that it can possibly be. So I'm trying to point out where the flaws are so that we can fix them. I'm the type of person that if you always say something positive about something, then they're just going to think that everything is positive about that thing that you're talking about. You have to, throw in, like you could give a positive and then a negative. Like you gotta get a little bit of both. Oh crap! Let's not do these. I can't see. Hang on. We all know PvP and boxing servers are going to be very dead. We'll see. We'll see. I think boxing is going to be more prevalent than a lot of people think. I think what we're going to see is people trying to circumvent no boxing servers and box as much as they possibly can on no boxing servers. That's what I see happening. Like, it's going to be a problem. The devs are definitely going to have to deal with that. I don't know how they're going to deal with it. It's going to be rampant. PvP server, though, yeah, it's just PvP servers are literally, they're going to pop off for like a couple weeks or a month when the game first releases. And then after that, it's just going to be completely dead. It's a ghost town. If poisons are strong, that may make the only buff. Well, yeah, it could be. Yeah, depending on what they do with poisons, poisons could be super strong for rogues. That's the thing. Like when we talk about rogues, I say that a rogue is in a bad place right now. It's just because it's missing stuff. It's missing a good chunk of its kit. All right. My goodness. Come on, stable master. I'm with you that the player base is 10%, but I also think that the current rule set for PvP is keeping a lot of people away. Well, that's the whole point. That's the whole point that I'm trying to make with PvP. The current rule set is the way that PvP works in this game. It's always worked that way. I say that about every single MMO. You cannot force PvP into an otherwise PvE game. If you want to have... Oh, Burl's dead. I was not paying attention and Burl died. You can't have a PvE game or a PvP game in a PvE. You just can't mix the two. You need, if you're going to put PvP into an MMO, you have to focus the game around PvP. And you need to put in a lot of content for PvPers. But they're not doing that. How the Shaman? Shaman are good. Shaman can solo. They're good group healers. A Shaman plus like a Spellblade is one of the best duos in the game. It's insanely strong. People thinking that just have low IQ, you literally cover and love this game more than anyone out there. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Achilles. I'm trying to cover it and do my part and getting the most solid information. Like, I don't say the things that I say based on like first impressions. I have played this game. I have researched every class. I have looked into all of the things that I'm saying in great detail. And then when people come in and they're just like, you're wrong, Criddle, I'm like, well, what do you know about the game? Like, how much information do you have about all of the different classes, about how each one works together, about like all of that? I'm not trying to say that like I know more than everyone, but what I am trying to say is that I have put in the time and the energy and the effort to be as knowledgeable as I possibly can be. You know, like I'm not just like saying, oh, charm sucks because I'm a fighter. No, like I'm not saying that. And anybody that says that is just they're a problem. Like, just because your class isn't great and another class is better than you isn't the reason that I don't like charm. All right, hang on. I gotta get all my spells back. Exceptional heal. That's funny. At least you have an impact on the community already. I hope so. That's my goal. I would like to, I just want to have these discussions, right? It's not that I want my class to be the best, or my group or anything like that. I want the game to be amazing. We all just want the game to be awesome. Yeah. If you love something, you're going to be critical about to improve. That's how I am. Yeah. Not as cool as my paladin, though. Robot's chair. Thanks for the feedback. I get it. Yeah, Nicodemus. Yeah. Nicodemus is one of those people that, like, I get along with because it's funny. I have a friend of mine who plays an enchant. Well, he plays our druid and enchanter. Anyway, he made a comment the other day, like, we wanted to have more information on if a quest is in the game or not. And Nicodemus is basically like, well, if we told you the quest is in the game, then that makes you think of it this way. If we told you the quest isn't in the game, it makes you think this way. If we get, depending on how much information or lack thereof of information is going to make you think differently about what's in the game, what's not in the game, etc. And it's like, I get it. Because I kind of do the same thing with all of my information. I know what I'm saying is going to hurt some people when I say things like charm is overpowered. It's going to make people upset. I know that it's going to do that. But I don't know. Hopefully that made sense. I don't know if any of that made sense. But Nicodemus does that sometimes where he's just like, yeah, but I can't really tell you if it's in the game. Because if I do, then you're going to look at it differently. I don't know. P99 did a decent job at outlawing boxing. If a lot of the community is there, they'll get reported. So yeah, what P99 did though, and something that Monsters and Memories is going to try to not do, is P99 Did I res myself yet? I don't think I did. P99 locked your IP address, so you couldn't play two characters from the same IP. You had to get special, like a special flag that says that you're playing with two people in the same household or whatever. So they're trying to not do that. Honestly speaking, I don't necessarily think that the devs need to try to stop people from boxing. I don't think that is the best use of their time and effort. I think they need to stop people from using third-party programs that allow for boxing to run rampant. The thing is about Monsters and Memories and EverQuest and any game similar to this is it is nearly impossible to play a full party of 6 players efficiently without third-party software. So you're not going to see full parties of 6 players running around doing all sorts of stuff like you do in EverQuest if they can just stop the use of third-party programs. They're already limiting our macros. So when you have a macro, in a macro, you can only have 5 lines. So it's, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. 5 lines in a macro. And there is no wait command or pause command or delay command, anything like that. It's literally, use one ability or target some player. Like you can use one command per line, and there's no pause. So if you can't pause or do any of those things through these macros, that's going to severely limit what a person can do if they're trying to box multiple characters. So I don't think that necessarily locking down the ability or the lack of ability to box on certain servers is going to be as beneficial as some people think it will be. I think that they're going to need to really focus in on third-party software, using macros and like auto hotkey and other types of programs. It is super duper duper easy to program something that will play this game for you. Super easy, especially today when you have AI. I could go into Google AI or Gemini or whatever it's called and ask it to write a program for me, a script for me to play this game, and it will probably do it relatively easily. So, I think we're going to have more of that issue than we're going to have a boxing issue. And you're just not going to see... I don't think you're going to see as many boxers. I think there's people going to try to get around the boxing on those no-box servers, but I don't think we're going to see it, as much as people think it's going to happen. I don't know. Anyway... I'm not a boxer, just play my wife's character when she can't, so we stay the exact same level. Yeah, 100% DJ. That's what people are going to say. There's going to be so many people that are just like, oh, I'm not boxing. they're XPing in my group. They're not doing anything. They're just leeching or whatever. Kill a few sets, 50-hour characters. People will think twice. Yeah. I kind of like the negative feedback. If everyone just agreed with you all the time. Yeah, exactly, Nicodemus. That's how I look at it. I don't like to look at it as negative feedback. I like to look at it as constructive criticism, because you can't fix something unless you point out how it's broken. Right? If we're always saying this is amazing, everything's perfect. Okay, so we can just release the game into 1.0 right now and there wouldn't be any issues? I mean, based on what a lot of people tell me all the time, the game's perfect, it doesn't need anything. Okay, so let's release the game into 1.0. Now do we need anything? I don't get it. I don't get it. Played for the first time over the weekend, you loved it? Nice. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Starfield. Talon Zek, the EQ1 server I played on, wasn't this rule set, and it was a lot more enjoyable. It was RVR with coin-based loot. Agreed on the content. Got to be there at the end game. People competitive, yeah. Yeah, Talon Zek was a little bit different than what was it? There's Talon Zek and then Rallos Zek. Rallos Zek was your like free-for-all, do whatever. And then Talon Zek had a little bit more of a rule set. I think if this game is popular enough with the PvP crowd, they will make additional rule sets. It's not going to be popular enough with the PvP crowd. I hate to say that because I want PvP players to have fun and enjoy the game and come in and play it. You know, I want that to happen. This game is just not for PvP players. It's not made for that. It's made for a social group where people are just kind of like hanging out, chatting, and enjoying spending time with each other. It is not made to be a competitive, oh, I'm going to kill you, you're going to kill me, and we're just fighting each other all the time. It's not made for that. That's like a League of Legends or something, you know, or there's a billion other PvP style games. This game is not made that way. That's like trying to go into Mario. I'm playing Super Mario. Okay, we need PvP Mario. Why? We don't need PvP Mario. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Assume they would just slide those characters to the box server and maybe ban you from the no box server. I hope that if you get caught boxing, like, there should be at least a 2-strike rule. And I know this is kind of counter to what I've been saying this entire time. Should be a 2-strike rule. And the reason for that is there's going to be people that legitimately do not know what boxing is. They're not going to understand it. They're just thinking, oh, I'm just playing 2 characters and I'm enjoying the game the way that I want to enjoy the game. They don't understand the term boxing and no boxing. And I know that a lot of people are going to go, they know what they're doing. And I would agree that most players that are doing it probably know what they're doing. And they're doing it on purpose, and they're feigning ignorance on purpose. But there are some of those that just don't know. They literally do not understand. So a 2-strike rule. Hey, you're not supposed to box. Boxing means playing one player playing 2 or more characters at the same time. Have them log out one of the characters. It'd be like, you can log out one of these characters and keep the other one logged in, whatever. Or we can transfer you to the box server and you can just continue playing your character on a box server. I think that should be the option that every GM gives to players in this game the first time. And then note on their account, I've explained what boxing means. I have told them what they can or can't do. They have chosen to stay on this server and continue playing one character at a time. Put those notes into the system, and if they do it again, the second time is, we are moving you to a box server. You can continue playing over there as much as you want. And then if they continue to cause problems over on the box server for whatever reason, for other things, then we could talk about banning them. I don't think we should ban people, though. I think it should just be okay, we're just going to move you over there. You continue to play the game, continue to enjoy it the way that you want to enjoy it. That's fine. Just you can't do that on this server. A quest should not exist in the game unless it is complete and validated. I mean, I kind of agree with that, but the argument there is that, well, when I'm creating a quest, I'm a developer, let's say, right? I'm not a developer of this game, but let's say I was developing this game and I was adding in quests to this game. I'm adding them in to the test build or whatever, and then that gets captured and snapshotted at a certain time, and that gets pushed out to a different server, and then that gets snapshotted and pushed out to a different server. It's like 3 layers deep of servers. So I have completely put in my entire quest into the game on this build. Well, it didn't get snapshotted properly and put out to this build. So now we have the issue of the quest that I now am seeing as a player in the game is not finished. So I agree that if you're going to put a quest into the game, fully put the quest in. Now, there's another argument there, though, that not everything that appears to be a quest is a quest. That's a whole other argument. And another thing that people don't realize on a developer standpoint is that I might just put flavor text into the game so that you have some fun flavor text to read and experience. But I have no intentions of ever adding a quest. You're just assuming there's a quest. So if I now tell you, hey, there's no quest in the game for that, it makes you play the game differently. Oh, there is a quest for that, so therefore you're going to play the game differently. And that's where the problem comes in. I totally get the other side of it, but I would rather, like, if you're going to put a quest in the game, completely finish the quest all the way through, then add it in the game. Don't give me half of the quest. There's just a lot of issues. Like the one that I keep bringing up when we talk about this is the Druid quest. Literally at a certain point with the Druid main class quest, you go to Almina over in Sungreet Strands, and she literally tells you, look for corruption in these areas while you're holding this like gold coin thing, or not gold coin, like a coin type of thing, whatever it's called. I don't know. Disc. I don't know. She literally tells you to do that, but there's nothing you can do. The quest doesn't continue as far as I know. But she is literally telling you to do something. That's where I get frustrated, is the game is telling me there's more to this, but not allowing me to actually do it. And I think that works better in like a D&D tabletop RPG type setting where, hey, I'm telling you to go do this. You got to figure it out. I don't really know how I want to do the rest of the quest as the DM, but that's where you let the players kind of do some stuff. And then when they stumble on something, then you allow them, oh, okay, we'll advance the quest with that. So I think it just works a little bit differently. Maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like this was something discussed in Nick's stream. Which one? Which part of it? Macro Quest killed EverQuest. It was great until all of a sudden people could warp to different sides of the zones and such. Yeah, it was a huge problem. I just can't wait. I can just make macros with my mouse. Well, that's another issue. Yeah, mouse, keyboard. You can make macros there. I have a Stream Deck. I can make macros on that. That's a whole other issue where, and at what point is there a line that's going to be drawn, right? Like the whole macro thing is where is that line drawn? Using a third-party software to give you an advantage. I mean, I make a macro right now in game for my attack, which is this right here, and it allows me to hit all 4 of these and turn on my auto attack. And all I have to do is press my zero key on my numpad. Literally all I have to do. So I don't know. That's just that's a bunch of stuff. No PvP Mario. I agree. Yeah, I keep getting handed to my daughter in Smash Brothers regularly. PvP Mario has caused discord in my house. Dude, Smash Brothers is fun. Yeah, it's super fun. Does a mule count as boxing? Yes, it actually does. So this has been talked about previously too. According to Trent, you cannot have 2 characters logged in at the same time to where you are using both of those characters in any way. Like, if you have a mule and you trade something from one character to another character, that's 2 boxing. That's multi-boxing. You can't do it. If you have a character that just literally sits in the corner and every hour you run over and you buff your other character that you're playing and you just put 1 buff on them, you cannot do that. And that is where the definition of boxing, I think, is going to get skewed. Boxing is literally if you as one player have 2 characters logged in at the same time. Period. That is what Trent looks at boxing. And Trent being the GM of this game, if he sees you doing that, you're boxing. And you're now in trouble. So, I don't know. I don't know what to say, but PvE is a significant limit. It's good until in-game. Then you don't know what to do. You get bored farming the same in-game mobs over and over. They need PvP. Do they? There are people that have been playing World of Warcraft and EverQuest for 20 plus years and have never once PvP'd. They don't need PvP. Certain players might need PvP because they get bored. But they're going to get bored no matter what. They're going to get bored of PvP. They're going to get bored of PvE. They're going to get bored of everything. They're just going to get bored, and they're going to move on to another game. PvP doesn't solve the problem of boredom. Devs said that a mule or trade character counts as boxing if it's logged in at the same time as the main character. Yep. Server's going down soon. You still playing? Servers are supposed to go down at 1 o'clock. Well, this is actually kind of funny. They're supposed to go down at 1 o'clock. But playtest announcement right here, local time, February 16th, 9 p.m. You heard it here, guys. Ali said 9 p.m. It's literally right there. Sorry, Ali. I guess you got to extend the playtest. No, I think it's supposed to go down at 1 p.m. Right here it says 1 p.m. Eastern. And then when he did the local time thing here, I don't think he put it in properly. He messed something up. So I don't know what's going on with that. So the thing is about mules, by the way, in this game, you have bank slots now. You have like shared bank slots, so you shouldn't need a mule. You have literally 2 shared bank slots in your account. Put an item in there, log in your other character, grab the item out. Shouldn't need a mule to trade the items around. That's why we have test dev and QA servers. Yeah, I agree. PvP server definitely makes it more important to make friends, join a guild, and keep up with leveling progression. Yeah, I mean, I totally see the reason for having PvP. I'm not against PvP. I just don't think that this game, this style of game, really like has anything to do with PvP. It's just not. It just doesn't make any sense. If you want a PvP game, go play a PvP game. This game is not made for PvP. People are trying to force PvP into a non-PvP game, and I just don't do that. Like the whole Mario thing that I was talking about. If somebody plays Mario with me and they're like, man, Mario really should have PvP. But should it? Or The Legend of Zelda. Oh, hey guys, this is The Legend of Zelda. It needs PvP. What? No, it doesn't. I think it's worth calling out that PvP isn't about constant fighting. It's another level for social tension. No, absolutely, it is. Yeah, it is. But you're not going to get the balance. Like the thing about PvP in a game like this is you have to balance the game properly around PvP. Otherwise, PvP is going to be lopsided and broken and unfun. So you can either create the game with PvP in mind or not have PvP. Those are really your only 2 options. Because if you try to create a game and you just slap PvP onto it, it's not going to work. Natural choke points, best leveling camps, rare items, etc. Right now, we don't really have enough social tools to resolve those conflicts in a healthy way. Well, there's not conflicts, though. A lot of players fall back on today's stuff like training mobs into groups, which honestly has... Well, that's where the play nice policy comes from, Nick at Night. So if you are thinking the only way you can resolve those issues is by PvP, well, then you need to go read the play nice policy. Like, if somebody steals your camp, don't train them. Don't badmouth them. Don't blow up in chat. Don't do all of those things. Nicely say, hey, I was camping that. Could you please not? And then if they continue watching you on the tube, hey, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Is it? Oh, Human Inquisitor. I was like, humming? but it's human Inquisitor. Anyway, like what I was saying is like, if they continue to steal your stuff, just petition and be like, hey, I've been camping this for an hour. They came in and just started killing my stuff. And just say that. And the devs or the GM or whoever shows up will side with you if you in fact have been camping that certain camp for an hour. And they just randomly came in and started killing your mobs. So, yeah. What happens when one guild runs a server? Yeah, that's another issue. Yep. Yeah, I think PvP servers are going to be great the first 2 weeks, and then it's going to be it's going to be basically, okay, who runs the server? Who are the jerks that are you know, the ones that are controlling everything? And then people are going to... I also think that PvP is one of those things where you have, like, players going in because they like to grief other players. So you're going to have the people that want to have a PvP server, that want to role play, and the only time they PvP is going to be, like, camp disputes or guild versus guild, and that's the only time they want to PvP. But there's going to be those other people that just want to grief everyone. They see you, they want to kill you. Oh, it's PvP server. I can do it. I'm allowed to. It's PvP. You joined a PvP server. Sorry. And what's going to end up happening is those players are going to slowly push out the other players that want realm versus realm, or that just want the option to PvP when the poo hits the fan, kind of thing, right? When there is a camp dispute or whatever, they want the option to PvP. Those people are literally going to be pushed out by the jerks who just want to make your life miserable. Then what's going to end up happening is you're now going to be on a server that's left with only jerks that are wanting to make your life miserable. And then those jerks are going to be pushing on the other jerks, and they're just going to sit there and have a little circle jerk. And eventually they're all going to get bored, and they're going to be like, this isn't fun anymore because I don't have anybody to pick on. So I'm going to leave this game and go somewhere else. That's what's going to happen. I'm calling it now. Like, none of what I'm saying, like, I wish that I could see 6 months into the future and tell you, I told you so. Not even 6 months. Like, you know, this stuff's going to happen so quickly. Early access is going to go live, and I'm telling you right now, all of the issues that we're going to run into. And you can try to say that, nope, that's not going to happen, blah, 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 all this stuff. And you could have your, you know, your moment of, I don't believe that, and here's why, but you're just lying to yourself, is what you're doing. You're telling yourself something that you want to be true rather than what is actually going to happen. I want PvP to be fun for all of you guys. I want a lot of this game to be a certain way, and I want everyone to be happy playing it. The fact is, it's not going to happen. There's certain things that are like the XP penalty. People are not going to like that. You know, they're just not going to like it. It's part of the game, though. They're not going to like it. So it's just unfortunate. PvP brings out toxic behavior more than normal PvE. It does, Jimby. I agree. Yeah, it's kind of like a parser. You know, a parser doesn't make people bad, but it brings out those bad people and makes them more prevalent. PvP doesn't make people bad, but it brings out the bad side of players. It just has an innate effect on there. Scars of Honor looks so sick. I haven't messed with Scars of Honor. I could look at it. Trent is mad stinky anyway. Trent is mad stinky. They do this on Doofus and Wakfu. It's single account only. I mean, they don't want to do that in this game because people do have families. They do want to play with their significant others, their kids, whatever. And they don't want to discourage that. They want to encourage that as much as possible. Fun story I ran with a meme group on the PvP server this weekend. We did 5 archers and a ranger, and literally no one could do anything to us. God bless, dude. Ali lives in Bahrain, not the U.S. Yeah, he does. You're talking about this thing right here? So this right here, the local time thing, they've done it before. What it is you go to a website and you type in the time, like 1 p.m. Eastern, and then you take the code and you put it into Discord, and it basically is supposed to give everybody, I don't see where they did it before, but it's supposed to give everybody the same, whatever their local time is. He just didn't do that. He put local time of this. Like, he just literally wrote out his local time rather than going to a website. You should go to, let me see if I can show it to you. So Discord local time generator thing, whatever. Timestamp converter. This right here. Right? So I would put in February 16th at 1 p.m. And then that's going to give me whatever it is that I need to copy, right? Then I would copy this thing. And then I would put this into my Discord, and it would give anybody that looks at it, it would give them their local time of whatever I typed in here. And that looks like to me what Ollie didn't do. He just typed it out. So anyway, that's what I was saying with that. You're part of that group firing squad? That just sounds awful. Like, we all just going around killing people, helter skelter? Like, you just running up and killing people? Can I talk about beta if the characters stay when game launches and all the beta info you have? I could talk about some stuff with beta. No characters staying when the game launches into beta. When the game goes into early access, it's going to be another full wipe. So the characters that are currently in alpha testing, whether they're on the closed server or the open server, like these characters are going to go away March 1st for fresh start across all servers starting March 1st. That's going to last for some indeterminate amount of time. I'm hoping about a month or so. Then they're going to allow current characters back into their servers that they were on. But then June 1st, when early access starts, everybody starts over from scratch. 100% all players are going to be the same level 1 character. They're going to have a list of players who are playing with their children and not boxing, or have metrics to spot boxers other than IP. They're not. So there is going to be a thing that Nick has talked about, or Sean or something. I don't know. I think it was Nick talked about it. And he said that when you go in, by the way, we didn't talk about this. When you go in to choose your server and such, somewhere at some point, I don't know where they're going to do it, they're going to have like an opt-in type of thing. So you're going to choose opt-in to having multiple people on my server or on my IP. If you choose to not push that button and they find out that you have multiple characters playing from the same IP address, it's going to make you look guilty, and they're going to look at you differently. So if you, in fact, have multiple people playing from your same household, just make sure you opt into that and say ahead of time, yes, I do have multiple people playing in my household. We might be playing at the same time. Just let them know up front. If you are not up front about it, chances are when they catch you doing it, they're not going to believe you at first glance. So, there you go. PvP has been in Mario's. Well, that's the thing. Super Mario 3 in the 80s, there's been PvP. What? I don't think it matters if people want a PvP, let them. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think it matters either. If people want a PvP, let them. The thing is, the PvP players are specifically asking for special rule sets and different things of that nature, right? They're literally going in saying, we don't want the PvP that you're currently giving us. We want you to do all of these other things with PvP. And it's like, the game isn't built around that. It's not made for PvP. It's made for PvE. They're just literally slapping the PvP sticker on there. So that's the difference. You got to build a game around PvP. When they balance for PvP, all classes end up too similar. That's true. Yep. Very, very true. You know how many times I would have accidentally auto-attacked someone when in a group? That'd be awful. Yeah. This game is not designed for PvP in mind, but people want an extra struggle. So yeah, if they want to go in without any of those changes and just be like free for all PvP, I'm like, have at it. Enjoy. But look at this, guys. We have a PvP server right here. Only 350 people have signed up for this PvP server. Out of 3,200 are PvE no boxing. Add in the PvE boxing server, and then you have also now a PvE EU server. You got 4,000 people that want a PvE server and 351 that want a PvP server. Like, why would they focus too much time and energy on a PvP server when only 10% of their player base would actually want it? And statistically speaking, PvP servers last for a few weeks at best. They die so quickly. So why would they put in any amount of effort into that, knowing that those players are just going to leave anyway? Kind of sat the Pantheon servers were popping first 2 weeks. It's been dead. Yeah. Hey, what's going on, Barbarian? How you doing, bud? Getting over sickness? Uh-oh. If you want to see PvP in Monsters of Memories, need to see Slayheim's interview with Let's Go Champ. Yeah, but I feel like that's kind of the whole point, right? Let's Go Champ was showing exactly what kind of players are going to be on the PvP server. I mean, I don't know a whole lot about that situation, but he basically runs up and ganks people, which is why people don't want to be on the PvP server. I don't want to be part of that. If I'm just sitting here in my XP group, having fun, hanging out with my friends, we're just kind of in a party, just enjoying our day or whatever, or I go AFK for 30 seconds because I need to go to the bathroom, whatever, and somebody just rolls up on me and kills me while I'm not even there, it's just annoying. It's so annoying. I guess I don't mean don't ask for changes. It's fine. So you want effort. Much higher churn rate. Yeah, they have a much higher churn rate. PvP servers do. EQ PvP was the greatest PvP game I ever played because it was great PvP game with no balance or cares given in the Wild West. Yeah, then I think that's what this game is going to be about. It's going to be about the Wild West, but what's going to end up happening is you're going to have the people that know that they can do it, like the really good PvP classes are just going to dominate. It's just going to be it's going to be a problem. I don't care how you justify it. It's going to be a problem. We are collectively going to discover why some of the changes EQ made over the years were good at solving these problems, despite the overall direction going wrong. Yeah, we're absolutely going to see that, DJ. I agree with you 1,000%. That we're going to find out why EQ made the changes that they made, like instancing and all of those things. We're going to see those in real time after this game releases in early access. I want play PvP more if there's no drop items or a way to make an item no drop somehow. Well, get no drop items. There are no drop items in the game. Most of the PvP kills was him just training people. Not all for sure. Enjoy your trains. Is that what it was? Well, there you go. Right? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, the Let's Go Champ. Like, isn't that IGT, by the way? Isn't that the same person? IGT with a bunch of... Like, the way that he plays the game is griefing other people. I disagree with that play style. I just disagree with it. I don't like it. You're literally, like, enjoying other people's grief. That's terrible. So, I don't know. It's way too simplified. I've been playing PvP servers since I got out of the Navy in 98. Ultima Online. Ultima Online was not a PvP server. That was all of the game. The game was built with PvP in mind. You just don't like playing PvP? There's nothing wrong with that? No. See, that's where you have me completely wrong, King. That's where a lot of people get me completely wrong. Ultima Online was one of my favorite games ever. I played it back in 1996 a lot. I love Ultima Online. But the game was built with PvP in mind. And I got ganked in that game and I hated it and all sorts of things like that. But that game was made... You could make your character was balanced in the sense that you have this character and you make that character however you want. There were no classes in Ultima Online. None. It was how you build your character became your class. If you wanted to be good at PvP, you built your character that way. You didn't have like, oh, I'm playing a cleric on a PvP server. I guess I'm just going to die all the time. You know, like it's just... There's a difference. There's a big difference. Playtest ends in 30 minutes. Announcement just went out. Okay. How much do you think live GMs will help with those issues? It depends on which issues you're talking about, Tesla, but I think that the live GMs are going to help out quite a bit. They're just going to need more of them. I don't think that Trent, and then they have another new GM that came on recently. I don't think they're going to end up being enough. Because you also have like Nick and Sean and those people, like they also do some of that GM stuff, and I don't think it's going to be enough. Oh, they do it in Discord now with @time. It's native. I didn't know that. That's cool. I made my first piece of turtle shell armor and got immediately killed by a Shadow Knight. That was what he chose. It's frustrating but fun. It's only fun until you reach your limit. And for most people, they're going to reach their limit very quickly. Oh, I just got this finished and you're going to kill me. I just hit my new level and you're going to kill me. I was AFK to go to the bathroom and you're going to kill me. Plethora of reasons why people are not going to want a PvP with a handful of reasons people actually want to PvP. You know, that's the problem, guys. That's the problem. Like you want to deny it. You want to try to find ways in your brain that will make it sound reasonable. But the problem is it doesn't sound reasonable to most players. It just doesn't. Problem with MMO PvP is once the cannon fodder and chum are killed off and quit, the sweats quit because they don't actually want to sweat. Yeah, exactly. What Young is saying. Once all the players that are tired of being griefed, that are tired of dealing with all of the nonsense, once they finally quit, those other PvPers don't want to actually work hard to PvP against other good PvPers. They don't want to do it. So then they all just quit. And then it becomes a dead server. Nick is right. We almost went after griefers, and that's great. You're playing the White Knight, right? That's another play style, and I think the reason that Ralos Zek continued to work in EverQuest is because you had certain guilds and you had those White Knight players which would go after those griefers. They would basically say, hey, we know who the bad apples are on the server, and we're going to make sure that we punish them. And then that puts them out. That pushes them away. I played Meridian 59 back in 1994, 1995. That was a full-on PvP game. Again, no classes. It was just all stat-based like Ultima Online, but anyone could PvP. However, if you attacked another player, your name went from white to orange. If you killed another player, your name went from orange to red. If you had an orange name or a red name, anyone could attack you at any point without anything happening to their character. So like if I was a white named character, I could attack an orange or a red player without my name turning orange or red. That was a huge negative and made people not want to PvP in that game. There's nothing like that in this game. Nothing. Like there's no drawback to being the jerk and being the person that just kills a bunch of other people. I would expect the people who want... Wait, you're saying Talon Zek lasted 6 years? And EverQuest has lasted 25 years? I don't know where we're going with that. I would expect the people who want the PvP server in this game would be the type who would be reading the announcements and filling out the poll, though. Maybe. PvPers are just more vocal. Like the people that are just like really into PvP, they're just more vocal. It doesn't make them right. They just happen. They're more combative. Therefore, they like their opinion to be out there in the world more so than the average player. You got to think that the average player of a game like Monsters and Memories is not on Discord, is not on Reddit. They are just enjoying the game and having fun. That is your vast majority. This list right here proves that. There's only 5,000 or whatever, 4,000 people that have actually filled out this poll out of 60,000 accounts that are on the Monsters and Memories website. Out of 15,000 accounts that have created a character and played a character on an actual playtest. The people that actually go to Discord and people that come to Twitch and go to YouTube and are involved in those kind of things in the community are the minority when it comes to these games. So you might think that you're the majority because you only surround yourself with those players and you only ever see those players, but they are by far the minority. Anyone know where the survey was? A ton of new players came in and never saw that survey. Yeah. IGT is his Necro. So yeah, yeah. It's not bad if people think few players are actually doing PvP. Few players may be running around ganking because it's just a small test for them and mess around. It is, yeah, it is. Problem with MMO PvP is once they can't afford. Yeah, we already read that. UO Outlands is still very popular. It is, yeah. Yeah. Ultima Online is a great game. I love Ultima Online. I think it's one of the best MMOs ever made. And it has a lot of PvP focus. So when people come in and hear me talk badly about PvP, and they're like, you just don't like PvP. No, it's not that I don't like PvP. I don't like it in this style of game. It's great in Ultima Online. It's great in Dark Age of Camelot. It's great in Meridian 59. It's great in a lot of games. It is not good in this game. It's not good in Monsters and Memories, or in my opinion, EverQuest, or even in World of Warcraft. Open world PvP in World of Warcraft is one of the worst experiences I've ever had in World of Warcraft. Nope, my mod got you. Yeah, it happens. I'm trying to catch up on chat. I think I'm slowly getting there. Slowly getting there. Honestly think that 70% of the rotten eggs are going to be turned off by the difficulty of the game. Maybe. I don't think the game's that difficult. People keep throwing difficulty around when it comes to this game. The game is not difficult. The game is punishing, but it's not difficult. When I think of difficulty, I mean like something that is hard to do. This game is very easy to play. But if you mess up and you fail at something, it is very, very punishing. Did you enjoy the stress test? I didn't get to play it as much as I wanted to. It was Valentine's weekend, you know, all that kind of stuff. So I didn't get to play a whole lot. But overall, I mean, I enjoy it anytime that I get to play this game. Some reward would be nice to put yourself at risk like this, either RP wise, maybe with getting some reputation, being a bandit. That could happen too, right? If you, like somebody brought that up on the PvP, is if you kill somebody that has high reputation with, let's say, Night Harbor, it lowers your reputation with Night Harbor. Then you go into the city and the guards may attack you because you've lowered your reputation. The problem with that is you can't just con somebody. Hey, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Esar coming in with the gifted subs. Appreciate it, bud. But yeah, you can't you don't know what their faction is by conning them. If I con another player, like I can Burlio here, right? I con Burl and it just says regards you as a comrade, might prove difficult in battle, whatever, right? But if I take this red mantle escort here and I con that, he's indifferent to me because red mantle guard faction is different. But any player in this game is considered a comrade. So it doesn't matter what their faction is. So that would be another way they'd have to deal with that. Old 2004 vanilla WoW PvP was goated. Well, yeah, but we're also talking about the beginning of vanilla WoW, right? It was I'm sure it was very fun at one time, but how long did that last? Seriously. How long did PvP last on those games? It doesn't last very long. PvP players are some of the first to jump ship and go somewhere else. Every single time. So when you take an MMO and you're trying to build a really solid MMO, why would you build it around the people that are literally just going to jump ship and go somewhere else? Why would you do that? I wouldn't do it. They live in echo chambers. I think most of us live in echo chambers. We really do. You're on Facebook, you're on Twitter, you're surrounding yourself with like-minded individuals and you're not able to see other perspectives. I think it just happens way too much. Protect the city, spells, having reputation similar to that of EverQuest, guards, attack, aggressive behavior, always PvP could be implemented and done right, would gain... Yes, exactly. All of that I would agree, Barbarian. If they were to make all those changes to PvP, then it would make the PvP experience much better in this game. However, I don't want them to make all those changes to PvP because if they start doing that, they're not developing the PvE side of the game as much. So you either have to choose PvE or PvP, in my opinion, from the onset. If you don't, and you try to just throw one in on top of another one, it's not going to work. It just won't work. You have to have an idea of how you want it to be. Last Chaos MMO, super obscure, has a name color system. If you force PvP on someone, your name turns red, and anyone can attack you without being flagged. If you kill someone, get a red name for 1 hour. Yeah. Once you get a red name, by the way, in Meridian 59, has any of you guys ever played Meridian 59? Once you get an orange name, if another player kills you, your name goes back to white. If you kill another player and you get a red name, your name is permanently red. Unless you can convince the community to try to help you get it back to white. There was only one player in my entire time playing Meridian 59 that ever actually got their name changed from red to white. And that was because that player, the way that they went about doing things, people appreciated their role play, and then they also appreciated their reasoning for killing other players. And the other players basically did a voting system, and they said, yes, we'll allow them to go back to an innocent person. But most of the time, it was the red players were just buttheads that were killing other people and stealing their stuff. So anytime you saw a red name, everyone would just kill you. But, yeah. Let me reword that. I think the punishment of making a mistake in this game will turn most people off. Yeah. We're used to it because we like to play games like this. I think it will. Yeah, I agree with you, Cage. I think that it will absolutely turn a lot of people off. But I've been trying to say this to a lot of people. I haven't been saying it on my stream, but to like friends and family and stuff that I try to get to play this game. This is not one of those games where you can just go into it and it's going to play like any other MMO or any other game that you played. The guy that actually owns the account for Burlio, I have been trying to get him to play this game and actually give it a good shot for months. He doesn't like it because he doesn't like the UI, for one. Like, he just feels like it's clunky and it doesn't work for him. Like, you actually have bags with bag space. You have weight, things of that nature. You don't have a quest log. The best thing you have for a quest log is this journal right here, which just gives you things that other people have said to you. And it's like, that's kind of like, some people don't like that. He just doesn't want to play this game because it's too clunky. But I try to tell people, once you get past that and you play the game for what it is so much more enjoyable. Don't play the game for all the quality of life features that it's missing. Play the game and try to... Why are there those quality of life features missing? The inventory system, think about it this way. Like, if you were playing Dungeons and Dragons, if I was playing Dungeons and Dragons, I wouldn't have a Final Fantasy type character in my game. They could wear literally anything. Like, they could be dressed up as a pink flamingo and people wouldn't even bat an eye in Final Fantasy. Their inventory system is one slot. Any item can go in a single slot, and you have like 100 bag slots, and there's no weight limit. Like, it's just absolutely ridiculous. This game says you have a backpack on, you got a couple of small satchels that you're carrying around, you got a couple of belt pouches that might have some things in them, and the size of the items that can go in them matters. Like, it's a completely different animal, and it makes the game a lot more fun when you play it that way. So I don't know. Like, it's hard to get people to understand that, though, in a world where we have everything at our fingertips instantly, all the time. It was much easier back in 1999 because 1999 was like still early internet. If you really think about it, you know, we had internet back then, but it wasn't the same. Not as like I couldn't just go out to Google and type in literally anything. A friend of mine and I, back when we were in high school, we used to do this all the time. We would go on to Yahoo or whatever the other ones that were out back then. Was it Netscape? Whatever it was called. And we would try to type in something so obscure that the search engine could not find a link or could not find that information on the internet. That was a fun pastime to us. You cannot do that today with Google. You type in literally anything that makes sense, right? It can't be nonsense. But you type in literally anything, Google will find something on the internet that relates to that thing. Like, it used to be so fun back then. Ask Jeeves, yeah. Ask Jeeves was fun. How'd you play test go? It was good, Gore. It was good. I enjoyed it. I mean, I didn't really do a whole lot. We've mostly been chatting today. If done right, the soul is there. A game created for both PvE and PvP would be awesome, but it has to be done right, and it probably won't at the same time. Yeah, exactly. It's too late for Monsters and Memories to put too much effort, stock into PvP. I agree, yeah. I think that a PvP game can absolutely be done right, but you got to go in. You have to start the game with that in mind. Ultima Online, Marina 59, Dark Ages of Camelot, any of your Call of Duty games, Battlefield games, your League of Legends, Dota, all of those go into those games with player versus player in mind, and they develop the game around that. Monsters and Memories, not built that way. Flirt's not a fan of corpse runs, and I think it was the worst part of EQ, but I can understand the vision of making the game punishing. But I don't like some of the tedious stuff, like requiring sense magic plus con. Yeah, I can agree with that. I would like it to be where if like I target something, like I'm targeting Isar here, if I have sense magic up, so like I put my sense magic up, and then I target Isar, maybe like have some buffs that I can see underneath his name that I can hover over and highlight, so I don't have to actually con him. Like right now I con him and he's got Way of the Wind and Shaded. Those are the buffs that he currently has. And it's like, why can't we put Way of the Wind and Shaded right underneath the target window? Just so we can see at a glance, and I don't have to actually con the player and read it down in chat. I mean, that's my take on it. I don't care that much. Like, it doesn't really affect me a whole lot in my personal gameplay. But I feel like that's one of those things that's like, why are we making it so difficult to see what the buffs are? Not only do you have to put Sense Magic, but you also have to consider them and then look down at your chat window and actually read the different buffs. You know, it's like it's too many layers deep for no reason. I couldn't help but notice that what looked like a class population graph that you flipped past earlier is a recent one. Oh, yeah. This, well, so this is something that Ollie does. Oh, did he take it down? No, it's right here. This is something that Ollie does, that he puts out for all the different playtests, and it gives you all the stats. And this is really what we were talking about at the very beginning of my stream, is these stats. You have, 640 current players online. Out of those 646 players, only this many players, so 80, was it 120, 135, 170, 190 players are in a group out of the 646 total players. And out of those players that are in a group, how many groups are there? So you have 8 parties with 18 total players. So about 3. Did I do the math right? 8, 6, no, about 2, a little over 2 players per party. This one is a little over 2 players per party. This one is also a little over 2 players per party. And this one is a little over 2 players per party. So you're looking like 2.5. So the average party size is only 2.5, 3 players. Less than 3 players on a party. I don't like that. But that's what we were talking about kind of early on. I missed 1999 when Pizza Hut was decent and could rent SNES games from Blockbuster. Oh my God, I loved it so much. I remember going to Blockbuster almost every Friday directly after school because I wanted to make sure I get there before anybody else. So I would go straight to Blockbuster after school. We would pick out whatever game we could get our hands on, and then we would go home and we would sit there and play it all weekend, and it was one of the greatest things ever. Then I found that wasn't even in high school. That was in like middle school. Then I found Meridian 59, which was in middle school, like 8th grade year in middle school. And then I never really looked back on renting SNES games. Like I barely played console games once I found Meridian 59. Then I played Ultima Online. Then I played EverQuest. Then I played EverQuest 2. As well as a bunch of other games, but I played those all the most. Once I found these MMOs, man, I stopped playing all other games. They're a completely different animal. And they're so much fun to me. I just love I don't know. Even typing in nonsense brings up results. Typing in nonsense does. But yeah, I can go to Google though, and I could probably type something in, and Google will be like, what? Imagine playing a shaman and trying to slow a resistant mob. Cast, con, cat. Yeah. Well, you don't need a cast con in that situation. So when you cast a spell, it'll tell you if it's resisted or not. So what you need to do is make a chat window, open a chat window like this, go to combat, resist, go to ability, resist, mine, right? So now when I cast on a mob, if I see the resist pop up, I know to cast it again. If I don't see the resist pop up, I know it landed and it's good. It's on the mob. You don't have to con them again. So make sure that you're doing that. But yeah, I want to say I heard in a different stream I was listening to a couple streams over the weekend when I wasn't able to actually stream myself or play the game or whatever. And people were talking about when a spell fails to land on a target, so when it actually resists, have something that, like a visual. There are sounds a lot of times, so there is a sound cue. But one of the things that I liked was, let's say you cast a fire spell on an enemy, and it lands on them, and it doesn't resist. You see an explosion of fire, right? Cool, I know that it landed. But let's say that I cast a spell on an enemy, and it gets resisted. It should like sparks come off, like a kind of thing, like it didn't work. The problem with that, and I think Nick talked about this, is that when you get a lot of spell effects going off at once, it becomes too jumbled. And if you have resist on top of normal spell effects, everything all working together, it becomes just this jumbled mess, and it doesn't work very well. So I think that's the reason for that. But I kind of agree that like maybe we should have some way to know. Like some way to know when a spell is resisted other than seeing it in the chat. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. Although I just said a lot about it. Where is the line for convenience? Maps, buffs, got to draw. Yeah, that is true. Great Talon. You got to draw a line somewhere. And it's like, where do we draw the line? You know? I think that the line should be shifted to where buffs, like if you target somebody and you have the Sense Magic buff, you should be able to see their buffs the same way that you see your own buffs. We have a buff bar at the top of the screen. Why can't we have a buff bar for those players down here? If I have Sense Magic up, why can I see my buffs without having Sense Magic up? Like if I take Sense Magic and remove it, I still see my offensive stance. I don't have to have Sense Magic to see my own buffs. So, I don't know. I feel like if we're going to use Sense Magic, allow it to sense the magic that is on yourself and other players. Not have to like target them, con them, and see what their buffs are down here in the chat. So like I think that line needs to be moved a little bit. Know your body? I mean, you do know your body, but I don't know, like I'm not a doctor. I know my body. I know something hurts, but I don't know what hurts. I don't know why it's hurting. Or, you know, on the side of buffs, like why, like I'm swinging faster than I used to. But why? Like I don't know anything about magic. I'm a dumb fighter, you know? I don't know anything about magic at all. Why am I just all of a sudden swinging faster? You know, it's because I have a haste buff on me. But I don't know that as a... That I don't know. This is how I look at it. Also a visual indicator of slow lands. Is there? I haven't looked closely enough, but yeah. A simple sound effect will suffice? Yeah. Sense Magic equals ability to see icons. That's what I would like to see. I think that would be a good compromise. Is just you can see a small thing. Because like if I were to take Berlioz and I target Isar, you see right here, there's a whole area right here that's not being used. Because I'm targeting Berlioz and Berlioz is targeting Isar. Well, why don't you just move this up here if we're not going to be using this area right here? I mean, it just, to me, doesn't make sense. Let's utilize that space. You could put, like, the stamina bar over here, I guess, or something along those lines, but why not just put your buffs in there? And make them small. Make them tiny little icons. But, I don't know. I still think you should be able to have them. That's the cast bar. It is the cast bar, yes. But like I still think you should have that space for whatever. But anyway, point is that I think it is a bit cumbersome to put Sense Magic on your character and then target a character and then hit C and then look down and it's cumbersome. And I totally understand people that get annoyed and frustrated by those little things. I get it. But I'm also the type of person that's like, I don't want to have inventory management where it's super easy and you don't have to move items around in your inventory. Like, I don't want to have that either. So, where, like we were saying earlier, where is that line drawn? Should you draw the line here or here? Yeah. I missed it. Could you go over setting up the resisted box again? Oh, yeah. So just create a new window, right? Create any new window like this. And then you're going to right click inside of that window, go to combat, go down to buffs. No, not buffs. Where's it at? Why is it not here? Oh, is it under ability? Yeah, under ability. So go to combat, then ability, then resists, and you say mine. And then that will tell you if anything that you're targeting resists your spells. And just have one window that's just resist. So anytime you cast a spell, if it resists, immediately. You don't have to find it in a different window. You don't have to con the mob. You don't have to do anything. You just, boom, it's right there. You got resisted. I like to have, in a combat window on a spellcaster, I like to have abilities, mine, or I break it down even more to detrimental and then mine. And then I also put resist in mine in that same thing. So I would do detrimental mine, resist mine. So that anytime I cast a spell on an enemy, it should be a detrimental spell. I'll see it landed or it resisted. That's what I like to do on my spellcasters. 10 minutes. No. Well, that's a big bummer. Hopefully we got some good... What? Hopefully we got some good data for this playtest, though. For those of you who want to play on the EU server, open a poll. They did open a poll. Did they confirm this is the last time we see these characters? No, I don't know why there's so many questions like that. I guess it's really confusing. I'm going to make it super duper clear. Okay? So tell everybody this is the most accurate information I can give you as far as beta and other characters. On March 1st, any playtest you are on, closed or open, will have brand new characters only. Okay, so you will not be able to play your current characters no matter if you're on the closed or the open alphas. Those characters will be unavailable starting on March 1st, and you will have to create a new character. Now, sometime after that, we don't know the amount of time, some undetermined amount of time, they will bring back those characters and allow you to play them again once they get the data they need from those fresh start characters that they're forcing us to make starting March 1st. So this character, Criddle, this level 37 fighter, will be unavailable for an indeterminate amount of time starting March 1st. But I will be able to play it again at some point before early access is what they're saying. Starting June 1st, all new servers are all going to have a fresh start. Everybody's going to be level 1. There will be 0 characters going into early access servers starting June 1st, period, end of subject. That's it. Have to start a new character for the fresh start servers. That said, they might make a legacy server and put all of our characters onto a legacy server to just hold them so that we can look at them and be like, man, I remember way back in 2025 and 2026 when I played this character for the very first time. That's what they're talking about doing. They may or may not do that, but we'll see. Hopefully that clears it up for everybody. Please tell everyone what I said, because there seems to be this huge confusion that on March 1st, everyone's getting deleted and those characters are going to transfer over to early access. And it's like, where are you getting your terrible information? Because that is not true. That is 100% not true. No character currently is getting deleted. They're just going to be temporarily unavailable. Anyway. Yeah, that wasn't like directed towards you, Jay Will, or anything. I just keep getting the same question over and over and over, and there's got to be somebody out there giving misinformation. Same thing when I went on to Reddit. Oh my gosh, guys, I gotta. If you want solid information about this game, just come and ask me. Here, let's do this. Reddit, monsters and memories. I went here, and I saw. Right here. Any information on when deep races will be put in. And luckily, I responded and gave people the correct information. But somewhere down here, somebody was like, no, they're not adding them in for, this right here. From what I remember, they're planning or hoping to have them in for full release. If memory serves, it'll be 3 to 6 months after early access launches. Could be misremembering. There's so many things wrong with this statement. You might as well not even said it. And I'm not trying to pick on anybody here, guys. Okay? If you don't know the information, don't try to answer it. I mean, it's pretty simple in my opinion. Early access is going to last longer than 3 to 6 months. Full release is 1.0. So this is wrong on multiple levels. Full release will be 3 to 6 months after early access launches is just wrong. Just straight up wrong. And they're going to be releasing the deep stuff on Module 1, which is 3 months after early access. So they didn't even mention Module 1. This is the kind of stuff that I'm just like, guys, please. Sean has been saying they hope 3 to 6 months after early access. Let's not get our hopes up for... No. I have never heard Sean say once that they plan on 1.0 being out 3 to 6 months after early access. They said 3 months after early access is the plan for Module 1. 3 months after that is the plan for Module 2. They have at least 3 modules planned after early access. At a minimum of 3 months each, that's 9 months. Where these people are getting this 3 to 6 month information for I have no idea, but they're wrong. See, like this person, last I heard 1.0 when the deep comes out. No, 1.0 is Module 1. Like, it's just, there's so much misinformation out there. If you have questions, come ask me. I know the answer. And if I don't know the answer, I'll tell you, I don't know. Here's my assumption, and I'll find out the answer. Because, like, it drives me bonkers, guys. The misinformation is just, it's everywhere. Is there a playtest on March 1st? No. Not as of right now. There might be a playtest for March 1st. They might release one. But as of right now, what they're going to do, so, like, this is something that I actually wanted to talk about. I was going to make a video and stuff, but I haven't done it yet. I've been busy this weekend. March 1st is going to go into beta. On the alpha, the closed alpha server is going to become a closed beta server on March 1st. At that point, all alpha characters are going to be temporarily disabled, and you're going to be able to make, if you are on the current alpha, be able to make a brand new character in the closed beta. Then they're also going to be adding in new people if you opted in. So to opt in, you have to go to monstersandmemories.com. You click on play. Yeah. And then this drop-down menu right here, close testing opt-in. Click on that. You have to log in first. Close testing opt-in. You click on that. You fill out the little, thing, whatever it is, and you are now opted in for closed testing. They, sometime after March 1st, they're going to go in and add in players based on this closed testing opt-in. So they're going to say, okay, we need 1,000 more people on the server. So we're going to invite 1,000 new players. They're going to do that on like a week-by-week basis. So sometime the first week, March 1st to March 7th or 8th or whatever, they're going to invite some number of players. They're going to see how those players play. They're going to allow them to start leveling up. And then the next week, March 8th through whatever, 16th or whatever day it is, right? The next week, or 15th. So 8th through the 15th, they're going to add in another set of players. And then from the 15th or whatever till the 21st, whatever it is, another set of players. That's what they're going to be doing. It's not going to be on March 1st, 10,000 people are going to be able to get onto the server. They're not doing that. So hopefully that helps people out in preparing for what's to come. But yeah, they said that the modules would be 3 to 6 months each, not 1.0. Yeah. So modules right now, Sean is saying that 3 months between modules. And I would take Sean at his word. I would not take somebody that says that they think they might have heard possibly Sean say something along those lines. They're not. I listen to every one of Sean's streams, the entirety of the stream, at least once, if not twice. And if I miss something, I go back and I double check it. I promise you that Sean has never said 1.0 is coming out 3 or 6 months after early access. He has not said that. He doesn't even know that a Module 1 will come out 3 months after early access. He's hoping that Module 1 will. Hoping. People are confusing 1.0 with Module 1. People are doing that as well, yeah. Maybe they were honestly just trying to help. I always try to give people the benefit of the doubt, but sometimes it hinders more than it helps. Yeah, I try to give people the benefit of the doubt as well. But the thing is, that person clearly was like, I may not be remembering this correctly, but here's the information that I think might be incorrect. Don't just don't do that. Comment on there. I heard it might have been this, but does anybody actually know? I don't know. It's just weird to me. People make stuff up all the time and make it seem like they know what's up. They do, yeah. Yeah. Gigantic floating boat outside Night Harbor. Uh-oh. That's not good. Not to be Bellin, but they lowered the IQ requirement for retardation because 80% of the populace would have been classified. Wow. I did not know that. I've opted in so hard, I'll never be able to opt out. There you go. Is High Elf grouped with Deep Elf in Module 1? No. High Elf right now is slated for... Did my audio go out? Is it working? YouTube audio went out. That's weird. High Elves right now, I think at the earliest, are planned for Module 3. But there's no solid information on that other than Sean saying that he thinks it'll be out around then, but he's not sure. Sean doesn't even know when the High Elves will be out. So how can anybody in the community know? They can't. Right now we have Module 1. We know for a fact what Module 1 will be. They've listed 5 or 6 zones. Deep Elves and Deep Gnomes are going to be a new race. And that's it. That is Module 1. Module 2, we know a little bit we know less than Module 1, but more than Module 3. And that's going to be, we think, trolls and swamp-type biomes that they're going to be adding in, and where trolls live and where they come from. That is supposed to be added in for Module 2. We don't know how many zones it's going to be. We don't know what the biomes are, and we are only about 70 to 80% sure trolls are going to be part of Module 2. Module 3, High Elves are a maybe. That is literally all we know about Module 3. Outside of what devs know, right? Like, devs may know something else that we don't, but they haven't announced anything. So, yeah. Anybody that says anything other than what I just said is just spitting wrong information because they think they heard from somebody somewhere that thinks they know what they're talking about, and they don't. Didn't Sean say Trolls Module 1? No. Sean did not say Trolls Module 1. Module 2 for Trolls is my understanding from what Sean says and Nick says. And oftentimes they correct me, by the way. Sean has literally gone into my YouTube videos. He watches them, and he has corrected me. I said that Deep Dwarves were coming out in Module 1. That was a Freudian slip on my part, but I was redeemed because Sean also said on Friday during his stream that Deep Dwarves are going to be in Module 1, and then said, oops, not Deep Dwarves, Deep Elves, and Deep Gnomes. He corrected himself, but he did say Deep Dwarves. So I think I'm justified that I accidentally said it one time too. I get information wrong sometimes. It happens. I try to make sure that I double and triple and quadruple check my information before I give it out to you all. So yeah. Module 2 is Trolls. Yeah, that's where we're currently at. But that could change. The Deep Elf City, Deep Elf, and Deep Gnomes, 5 or 6 zones, Nick said. Yeah, Nick and Sean both have said the same thing. That's all going to happen for Module 1. Without full-time people working on the project, the date is a guess. Well, yeah. It's always a guess. So yeah, we'll have to see. I can wait. High Elf, Spellblade, Troll, Necro. Nice. Are they gonna be able to be Necros? I need to get better at that. That's something that I don't know off the top of my head very well. Is the classes that are currently unavailable. Where do we see that at? Somewhere on the website here, there's a list of world, is it under world with races? I don't see. Oh, there, it's right here. Okay, so humans can be every class depending on the starting location. Gnomes can be these. So yeah, deep gnomes will be able to be Beastmaster, Druid, Elementalist, Enchanter, Necro, Rogue, Shaman, and Wizard. So there you go. Now, could these change? Sure. If they're not in the game yet, any of that is subject to change. But it's on the website, my goodness, that was loud. I think our doggy gate just fell over. I think that it's pretty reasonable to say that these are going to be accurate. And High Elf is going to be, your Archer, Cleric. They're going to be able to be Inquisitor. Look at that. Inquisitor is going to be deep Dwarves and High Elves. And Deep Elf. Wait, where's the Deep Gnomes? Were they able to be Inquisitors? Deep Gnome. Why are these not in alphabetical order? Oh, wait, what? Why did they not put these in alphabetical order? That's really frustrating. I mean, they put Gnomes and then Deep Gnome and then Dwarf and then Deep Dwarf and then High Elf and then Wood Elf and then Deep Elf. So they're categorizing them by. That's just weird. Deep Elf Spellblade. I think that was one of them. Yeah, Deep Elf Spellblade. Yeah, Deep Elf Spellblade. So yeah, I really want to play an Ogre Rogue. Are Ogres going to be able to be Rogues? Nope. Now here's another thing. Let's find Goblins. Goblin says Archer, Beastmaster, Druid, Enchanter, Fighter, Necromancer, Ranger, Rogue, Shadow Knight, Shaman. Sean has hinted very hard that there will be a way to unlock the ability to play a goblin wizard, I believe. So that's going to be another thing that that are not on here, is like a quest you can do on one character to be able to unlock. I don't like that idea. I think it's a bad idea. But I'm not a developer, so whatever. But you'll be able to unlock the goblin wizard through doing a quest in game or whatever. So all of these are subject to change at any point down the road. He said we'd have to look for clues and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I think he also, though, says stuff to kind of put us off on a wild goose chase sometimes. And he's like, yeah, we're not doing that. But he thinks it's kind of just a way of him teasing. But I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't say that they're not doing it, but I also wouldn't bank on it, right? I wouldn't guarantee that we're getting a goblin wizard down the road. So, yeah, that's how I look at it. Goblin wizard won the poll. Yeah, so I think it's a bad idea personally. Unless they're memeing real hard, unlocks on the 1st for April for sure, right? No, I don't like the idea, because think of it this way. I want my main character to be a goblin wizard. So to make the goblin wizard, I can't start playing my goblin wizard. I have to play a different character, level it up to some level, and then do a quest. And then finally go back and actually start the character that I want to play. I just think it's a bad way to do things. Like, hey, you want to play your goblin wizard, but you're going to have to do something you don't want to do first. It seems kind of like, what? Now, what would be kind of neat is if they made it like what they did with Froglocks in EverQuest 2. If you remember in EverQuest 2, you had Froglocks were the first race that they added to the game after the game launched. And it was a server-wide unlock. So only one group of people or whatever had to unlock the Froglocks, and they unlocked it for everyone on their server. That could be a different way of doing it. That would be like, okay, I could see that. And sometime down the road, they allow the entire community to get together to unlock the ability for everyone to make goblin wizards. Rather than just be like, oh, well, you have to unlock that yourself, and you have to play a character you don't want to play to then unlock it. Pretty sure Star Wars MMO did that too. They did that with the Jedi. Yeah, the Star Wars Galaxies MMO, I think. You had to play... It was really complicated. So you had to play you had to choose your class, and you had to level up certain classes. You didn't know which one it was to create a Jedi, to become a Jedi. And you had to guess, pick and choose, and guess what you needed to do to become a Jedi. It was awful. Awful. Test ends today? Yeah, it just ended. Just ended a couple minutes ago. You had to max out random classes? Yeah. That was such a pain in the butt. Sort of ruined Star Wars Galaxy too? Yeah, I agree. It ruined the game for a lot of people, because it's like you're forcing them to play a certain class and then level up certain trade skills and do all these things that they don't necessarily want to do, but they want to be able to become a Jedi. And I don't know. I don't like it. Somebody responded to me on my damage. What is this? Or did they respond? Thank you for making this post. These concerns are exactly why I'm considering switching Elementalist, even though Necromancer was my preferred class originally. I like where your head is at with the provided suggestions, but I don't think dynamic mana cost or mana refunds will address the problem. Those just improve mana efficiency, but not improve DPS contributions for fights, which is a real issue. Yeah, I agree. I just tried to, with my posts, I try to say, here's the problem. Here's possible suggestions of how to fix it. I'm not trying to say that they're the only suggestions. I'm not trying to say that other suggestions aren't welcome and needed. But yeah. I think that we just need to have the conversations, you know. You got to have the conversations. I see a lot of people comparing it to EQ, but I see more Star Wars Galaxies and OSRS and Monsters of Memories. Well, they're comparing it to EQ because the foundation is EverQuest. The speed in which you fight, the group parties of 6, a lot of the classes, Necromancer, Wizard, although those are kind of standard classes, but your Shadow Knight, your Paladin, you know, your Cleric, they're all EverQuest classes. And then just how like certain classes compare. A Necromancer in EverQuest and a Necromancer in Monsters of Memories are very similar. Druid and a Druid, like they're just so stinking similar. That's why there's so much comparison. I wish that people would get away from that. Like, I don't mind that we're comparing to EverQuest. I just don't like the idea that because it was in EverQuest or because it wasn't in EverQuest, it should or should not be in Monsters and Memories. I don't like that. The whole premise of that is just silly. Absolutely silly. I think it'd be cool to take an epic. Hey, let's get some music, man. It's like dead silence. I don't like the dead silence. It's weird. Yeah. Hang on, I'm pulling up some music. Hopefully, if my internet will work. What the heck, dude? Work, internet, work. Oh, that's going to be way too loud. I got to call my internet provider and basically tell them to reset my internet. Shuffle is off. Shuffle is on. Loop is on. All right. Boink. We have music. Your internet's awful too, Feisty? Oh, man. It's almost like we live in the same house. Who's going to convince Feisty to play with me? She's got to play Final Fantasy. She's got to play Monsters of Memories. And I've been trying to convince her, be like, you got to play. Got to play. So I can be like, I'm not boxing. That's totally Feisty. Then you could only have one Jedi? Could you really? In Star Wars Galaxies, you just the one Jedi? What are you going to do the rest of the week, Haas? Well, what you're going to do is you're going to prepare for Friday's stream, where we're going to have Fireside Friday, talking about more Monsters of Memory stuff, where we usually go through all of these things. Well, not these things, but we go through all of these forums, and we read all the things of people like and don't like. Why did dwarves do a front flip? Because EverQuest. A concern of mine is that the effort to recreate the style of EQ, the devs have just straight up copied it. There's no reason why the dwarves do front flips other than they do it in EQ. Yes. This is the case for many design decisions at M&M. I fear some mechanics are simply just because EQ did them. It's not necessarily necessary. It doesn't provide any benefit. It's just there. I agree. I agree with this person in their entirety of what they're actually trying to say. Not, they're using this as an example, whereas a lot of people are going to get stuck on why do dwarves do front flips. I guarantee you somewhere down here, people are going to be like, dwarf, blah, 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 and they're going to try to... That's not what this dude's trying to say. He's trying to say that there's just a lot of mechanics in Monsters and Memories that are trying to be direct copies of EverQuest for no reason other than it's a direct copy of EverQuest. What is the root of EQ? D&D? Yes, actually. That's 100% what the root is of EQ. When EverQuest started, the idea was they wanted to create a video game based on Dungeons and Dragons that was like a real world breathing kind of, where you take your character and the DM is the game itself and you as the player are just the player. You thought it was space opera? It warms my heart when I hear family playing games together. My parents used to do family game night with board games every week. I miss those days. Dude, so do I. My son, who I only have every other weekend and stuff, like, you know, split family or whatever. My son came over last weekend and he just wanted to play board games. Like, this is on like Sunday afternoon before I was supposed to take him back to his mom's house. And he's like, anybody want to play a board game? I'm like, yeah, I'll play a board game with you. So my girlfriend's daughter and my son and myself, we played Operation. Played a couple of games of Operation. We had a lot of fun with that. And then girlfriend's daughter decided she wanted us to stop after a couple games of Operation. But my son wanted to play... it's like a Mario. I think it was like Mario Monopoly or something. So we started playing that, and we had fun just, you know, playing that game. And it was, I don't know, man. Like, I love that, and I miss that. People, like, just family playing games together. I really miss it. Golly. Can always reset it on your side first. Sometimes it helps. No, I've already reset it on my side about 1,000 times. I want to call them and be like, can you reset everything? Give me a new MAC address. Give me literally new everything. Like, turn it off, reset it, and then turn it back on. Because like I get these weird spikes and things. If I try to connect to like my Plex server, the Plex server doesn't work half the time. It's just a big pain in the butt. As much as I love video games, people need to spend more time reading books, playing games, spending time in nature. I mean, I agree and disagree. I think people that are capable of being out in nature should try to get out and get some fresh air and things. Yeah, absolutely. But I also feel like not everyone is capable of that. You know, there's a lot of people that are out there that cannot go outside very often. Maybe they're, you know, I don't know. I could go into a bunch of different really sad things, but you know, I think video games are a great way for people to unwind. You can learn new things. You know, I've talked about this a lot, actually. The reason I know what a sapphire is or what a ruby is and the different colors of gems and what they look like, generally speaking, and the shapes that they cut them into and stuff is from playing video games. It's weird. It's a really weird thing. The reason I know what nightshade is because... Oh, I don't know what we just got into over here on YouTube, but it sounds kind of funky. Nightshade is, you know, it's an actual plant that's in the real world that was used and still is used for some of the same things that they are used for in video games. You know, like giving you night vision and things of that nature. And like, It's supposed to be good for certain things, obviously in small amounts, but yeah. Mac is local and on your NIC, but they can reset their on their side. Yeah, I don't. It's a whole thing. I just want them to reset the whole thing. I get that. I'm disabled myself. There you go. Yeah. So yeah, when you're disabled, like not everybody can get out and do those things. You're bummed you can't play anymore? I'm bummed you can't play anymore. If you live in a city, it's difficult to get into nature. If you live in nature, it's difficult to see people. I would agree with that too, Westmort. 100%, man. I wish that I had more of my real life friends that could play video games with me. That's something that I have a certain group of friends. These guys right here. Those guys I play video games with all the time. I've met this one. I have never met these two guys, and I've known all three of these for 20 plus years and never met them in real life other than Esar once. But my real life friends, oh gosh, what is this? What is Kaz posting? Face scan. Oh God. This is why I don't show this particular Discord channel very often. Anyway, my real life friends, though, I get to see them and talk to them a lot outside of video games, but I don't ever really play video games with them. And it's really sad, man. It bums me out. You have titanium in your spine? Gaming sets me free. That's awesome. I love that. That's a whole thing, right? Somebody with a disability or whatever, gaming allows them to see worlds that they otherwise couldn't. I get where you're talking about reading as well. I think reading is another really good one. I don't read as much as I should. I wish that I had read more when I was younger, but I also played a lot of video games and I read through video games. So, I mean, yeah. Anyway, but yeah, I think you being able to see a world, actually see it is amazing, or hear it. Being out in if I play in a VR game, man, some of these VR games are so immersive these days. You start to feel like you're out there in those worlds, and it is amazing. For somebody that can't get out and physically do those things, I think it's great. I think it's absolutely fantastic. None of your real life friends game either, and it sucks. Well, that's the thing. I have a lot of real life friends that game, but they can't play MMOs. They can't dedicate enough time to them. Believe it or not, we MMO players are, even the casual ones of you, the casual MMO players are considered to be hardcore gamers. Did you know that? It's crazy to me. The casual gamer, the true casual gamer, plays video games less than 5 hours a week. That's nuts. If I only did something that I love doing 5 hours a week, man, I would absolutely hate my life. I would just be so unhappy all the time. Be crazy. They play single player games? Yeah, I've got a lot of friends that play single player games. But the thing is, they'll play, they might play 5 hours on a Saturday afternoon, but then they won't play again for the entire week. They're just, I don't have time. I got this to do. I got this other thing to do. I can't dedicate more time to it. I had a friend of mine who was probably equally, if not a bigger gamer than I am. And he recently, relatively recently, just stopped playing games. He just doesn't play them anymore because he's like, I want to play them, but he can't dedicate the time to them that he wants to put in. So he's like, I'm just not going to play them. He's done. He just quit. I don't know what he does now for fun. I haven't talked to the guy in forever, but I don't know what I would do with my downtime. Over this weekend when I had downtime, I kind of wanted to play Monsters and Memories. I kind of didn't. I kind of wanted to just kind of chill and do nothing. I don't know, it was weird. Some people don't even read stuff in video games, though. They don't, yeah. I read so many technical manuals, I don't want to read again. I mean, a lot of us, we went through college. We read plenty in college, right? I guess my point is more get immersed in books, nature, or fantasy worlds, and spend less time playing slop like Fortnite and Call of Duty. I mean, I played Fortnite a good bit. I didn't play what most people know of Fortnite. Fortnite, did you know this? Like serious question for some of you. Did you know that Fortnite isn't just Battle Royale? And it didn't start as Battle Royale? It actually started as a game called Save the World. And it was a tower defense style game. Most people that play Fortnite are like, nah, that doesn't exist. It's just Battle Royale. The PvE mode is good? Yeah, I loved it. I love the PvE mode. I played it a ton. Looking forward to MMOs, what gets you through the week? There you go. 30 years ago, was in the category of playing about 5 hours a week. The Realm and EQ destroyed that time. Oh, yeah. Dude, I've always played video games the majority of my time. Always. Since I found video games. Now, this isn't like anything where I would recommend it to people, because in certain ways it has ruined certain aspects of my life. So, go into a hobby or something that you enjoy doing, but be smart about it, right? Video games can be just as addictive as drugs or alcohol, and they can ruin your life just as easily. They really, really can. You got to be careful with it. But that can be said about just about anything, right? Literally anything. But video games is up there with those. And that's why there's a lot of hate towards video games, especially from parents. They have a lot of hate for it because their kid will sit there and play video games. They won't clean their room. They won't do their homework. All of those kind of things. But at the same time, what if they got into drugs? What if they got into alcohol? They still wouldn't do their homework and stuff. There's a lot of things that do that. But yeah, you gotta respect it. You definitely gotta respect it. You got kicked out of college because of Ultima Online? I got in a lot of trouble a couple times because of Ultima Online. I can remember one time my sister was out and there's a really bad storm that was happening. Rainstorm, thunderstorm, whatever, really bad. Power lines going down. And my sister was not home. And she was probably 17 at the time or something, 16 at the time. I was playing Ultima Online on our dial-up modem, which made it to where you couldn't call the house. So my mom found out. She got super mad at me and was like, you need to get off that game just in case your sister calls. And it was a whole thing. It's a lesser of the addiction evils. Yeah, it is. Speaking of touching grass, got to go cut down some shrubs and pick up some sticks later. Take care. Have a good one, Gray. Appreciate you hanging out today. Yeah, man, I'm not looking forward to Monsters and Memories Early Access starting, because that's going to be in the summertime when I got to go out and I got to cut grass at least once a week, preferably twice a week. Everything to excess is bad. Yeah, moderation and everything. Yeah, absolutely it is, Nicodemus. It doesn't matter what it is. It literally doesn't matter. And I think that a lot of parents, they focus in on video games because that's what their kids are doing a lot of. But they don't think, well, what if my kid... I'll give you a really good example of this right now on my neighborhood Facebook page. Right now, the argument and the thing that a lot of parents are hating are these kids on e-bikes riding around the neighborhood. And it's I guarantee you some of those parents are like, stop playing video games, go outside and do something. And then at the same time, they're like, stop riding those e-bikes, do something else. They just want to hate on something. And it drives me bonkers. I'm like, really? I agree with both. Some of these kids are little buttheads these days. absolute buttheads. And I think video games have been part of that problem because they play a video game. They can be super toxic with other players. They learn in an online game that they can say whatever they want, they can do whatever they want, and then they can just turn the game off and walk away from it. Whereas in real life, you can't do that. You can't just walk up to somebody and say whatever you want to their face. There's going to be consequences to that. But at the same time, like, and I want these kids to get outside and do stuff, but their e-bike, we literally have like an e-bike roaming gang in our neighborhood of like these tween kids. I don't know what age they are, but like 12, 13-year-old kids. And they just go everywhere on their e-bikes. And there's like 10 of them. And they're like all throughout the streets, going into people's yards, like just tearing up stuff. And I'm like, come on, guys, stop. Cut grass? Seriously? Can I move there? I still have 4 to 6 feet of snow. Well, I mean, I'm talking about cutting grass. I live in South Carolina, so yeah, we cut grass for a long time. But yeah, we'll be cutting grass a lot in the summertime. Florida grass be growing? Florida grass it does. Dude, I've been down with my mom lives in Fort Myers, Florida, and I absolutely hate being down there. In the middle of winter, they have like a lawn service that comes once a week at least, sometimes twice a week. And it's just like, good God, do you really have to be mowing right outside of my window? Like when I'm streaming and I'm just like, oh, it's so frustrating. They mow year round down there. It is nuts. I love it when my kid goes out and rides his bike. I do too in Crypt. I think it's great when kids are outside. I've heard little people in my neighborhood on Facebook complain that a child was laughing too loudly. Stop and think about that for a second. A child was enjoying themselves so much that their laughter bothered you? What? I was like, are you kidding me? Like, let the kids play and have fun. Like, I remember when I was a kid and I used to have all sorts of fun outside. Like my neighbor's kids on Saturday or Sunday or something, I heard music being played. They were laughing. They were having a good time. And, you know, like if I were to try to take a nap, I'd be a little annoyed. I'd be like, man, I really want to take a nap, but they're being really loud outside. But at the same time, they're having fun. It was just these two kids. They got like younger kids. Two kids, and they were playing with some water stuff. It was a little too cold to be like getting wet, like in swimsuits and stuff. But it was like some sort of water. I think they were like doing chalk drawings on their driveway and then hosing it off with like a hose or something. I think that's what they were doing. And they were playing music, and I was like, dude, have fun. I don't understand people that are like, oh, you're being too loud with your laughter. Now, I will say that I have a friend of mine who is extremely loud when he laughs. He's like, it's like, dude, you gotta chill. Like, you need to bring it down a few notches. But anyway, all of that said, the e-bike kids, they drive me nuts. Like, take your e-bike down the bike trails. Take your e-bike out in like open fields. Don't ride your e-bike on a sidewalk. It's an e-bike, right? You're supposed to be on the street. But at the same time, following street laws and rules. Like, don't cut across. I literally, driving my son home to his mom's house a couple weeks ago, a month ago or something. I was driving on the right side of the road, like I'm supposed to be doing. I saw 8 e-bikes coming down towards me. 2 were on the sidewalk. 2 were in my lane. A couple were in the correct lane on the left-hand side, and another one literally just zoomed across the street. And I was like, what are y'all doing? They came within a couple of feet, maybe less than 5 feet of hitting my car, because they were coming straight at me on e-bikes in the wrong lane. Those are the kids I'm going to complain about. Like, that's a problem. But I applaud them for having fun and enjoying themselves. My kids love the outdoor activity indoors. A few busted walls, broken windows drives me crazy. Yeah, don't do outdoor activities indoors. That's a big no-no. Big no-no. Hey, what's going on? Is it Vitter or Viter? How you doing? I now have PTSD when my kids are running and jumping all over the house. Like, you're going to break necks, a lamp. Yeah, a bone. Yeah, for sure. I'm always afraid, man. I am always afraid kids are going to break a bone. We've got a VR headset, and I've been trying to get the kids to play in the VR with the VR headset, and they're like standing there like with the VR in the middle of the living room and just like spinning around. I'm like, you're going to break something. Something's going to happen. 6, 7, and 10. Is 6, 7 still a thing? I haven't heard it nearly as much. I think it's going away finally. I think we're finally losing the 6, 7. Do a kickflip. Please let it die in 2025. It lasted a little bit into 2026, but not a ton. My first time playing during an event, let me tell you, the vibe of this game is amazing. Newbie quests for Half Elf Ranger, mud commands. This is awesome. Yeah, I love seeing this. In the last stream I was able to catch, you told me about your Discord discussion with Necro Dots. Because of that, I decided to try Beastmaster this test. And I gotta say, it stomps. We talked about Beastmaster a lot. Beastmaster right now is... it might be the best class in the game. I used to say it was Spellblade was the strongest. Highest DPS. Ability to tank. Just an amazing class. I'm gonna say that Beastmaster's moved up. They moved up in the world. They probably need to be nerfed. They definitely need to be nerfed. They're pets. When they changed them from summoning a pet to taming a pet, that didn't get it didn't get balanced properly, is the best way to say that. It be broken. Yeah, it is absolutely broken. I saw a Beastmaster with 3 pets at once. Yeah, it's bonkers, guys. It is bonkers. You think I just brought it back? 95% res. 6, 7. Anyway. What was crazy about that is over Christmas holiday, I went down to visit my family, and my niece, one of my nieces, is first year in college. And I was like, are they still doing stuff like 6, 7 and stuff in college? She was like, yeah. I was like, are you kidding me? College students are doing this too? I thought this was like a middle school thing. No, it went all the way up. Leave my Beastmaster alone? You're going to get him nerfed? I hope so. I hope I get him nerfed. Hey, nobody can say that I'm not an equal opportunist. I got the fighter nerfed. I play a fighter. The fighter damage was too high, and I made a very big stink about it. Fighters shouldn't be this high of damage, and Nick nerfed fighter damage by 5% in offensive stance. I got nerfed too. It happens. I am not trying to call for nerfs on every other class but mine. The only thing that keeps my kiddos from doing that is taking to a park on the weekend an hour or so. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I wish that I could take my kids to do, well, I mean I can. It's not hard to do, but we don't really ever take the kids somewhere to just run around. Well, now we also have a teenager. She doesn't really like to play anymore. She likes to sit on her phone now. So, that's that. I've noticed a few times recently in multiple places here and off, especially with the amount of new people coming in, debates about the game's graphics. I think that is one of the dumbest discussions to have. Game bad because graphics bad. I mean, I don't want to be mean, but are you an idiot? I still think Mario's fun. Graphics aren't great. I don't understand that. Pixel games are huge right now. They are. Dude, like, let me look at something. Top rated video games 2025. We'll look according to GameSpot. Top rated video games of 2025. Hades 2. Not good graphics. Like, not 2025 graphics, right? Split Fiction. Debatable, but not 2025 graphics. This is up here. Very good, solid graphics, but could it be better? Yeah. I don't even know what this game is. Absalom? Anybody watch that movie? Absalom? This is just, what, a fighting game? That's terrible graphics. Arc Raiders. Okay, this one is where we're starting to get into some good, top quality Unreal 5 graphics. Okay. Blueprints. What? No, this game is literally still pictures that you walk through. Doesn't need good graphics. Cabernet. That doesn't look like it's got great graphics. Claire Obscure Expedition 33. This, amazing graphics. Amazing. Donkey Kong Bonanza. You know, I wouldn't say top-end graphics, but it was definitely, you know, decent. Elden Ring is good graphics. Final Fantasy Tactics. This is one of the top games right now. Look at those graphics. They're garbage. Graphics don't make a game good. They never have. Ghost of Yotei has pretty good graphics, I'll admit. Goodnight Universe. Looks like garbage graphics. Dude, Hollow Knight. Who played Hollow Knight? Fantastic game. Doesn't look beautiful. Why is Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection even in this list? What? What the heck? Mortal Kombat? What the heck is happening here? Anyway, point is, there are good games like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 that have Unreal 5, whatever it is, 5 or 6 or whatever it's on now. Amazing quality, high quality graphics, but that doesn't make the game fun. What makes the game fun is the game being fun. I just don't understand the connection. Graphics not the best in the world, game bad. It's dumb. Game good because graphics good? Yeah, like the whole is dumb. Pong has better graphics. What? Look at Mugenics. The graphics aren't great, but it's fun. I have seen people like Co Carnage. I know was recently playing Mugenics. I haven't played it yet. Is Mugenics? Is it good? I haven't tried it. Let's take a look. Let me turn that sound off on there. Come on, play. Why is this doing this with my stinking internet? You can't even see it. Anyway, this guy's playing it. We'll watch that. Yeah, these are terrible graphics, but game fun. What matters, right? What matters? I can tell you what matters. Is the game fun is what matters. The rest of this stuff does not matter. Anyway, Blueprints is an amazing game. I loved it. I had so much fun playing Blueprints. Minecraft is the most popular game of all time. Probably, yeah. Someone, well, yeah. So people that are saying OSRS and EQ99 had better graphics than Monsters and Memories, that's to me what that has become is people just want to hate on Monsters and Memories. They want to have a reason to hate the game. The graphics in Monsters and Memories are shockingly detailed if you actually were to zoom in and look at them. The artists, Zukin, ZBrush, and some of the other artists on the team have done such an amazing job with the detail. Yes, it's a low poly count, but detail-wise, it's amazing. Like, I literally could pluck the hairs off of the chest of humanoids in Monsters and Memories. I could just get like little tweezers, just grab them. Like, there's so much detail there. It's kind of crazy to say. I think that just says more about your community than it does anything else. I didn't watch a lot of Alexan Sensual, whatever his name is. I didn't watch a lot of him. Mostly because the few minutes that I did watch, it was too much shock value entertainment for the very limited time. Like, let me say a bad word just because I don't know of another word to use here. I mean, could be a great guy. I don't know anything about him. But I was just like, what? What are we doing here? Arc Raiders graphics are meh. You think so? I think they were okay. I think it really depends. If a game fails to hit their art style, it makes a big difference rather than if they're trying to hit real. I would rather a game try to do a certain art style than try to be realistic. It's just so much better to me. You love Final Fantasy Tactics? The original Final Fantasy Tactics was great, yeah. Hollow Knight and Hades hit their mark on graphics, though. The style is nice. Yeah, the style on both those is amazing. So many artists catching strays on the Criddle stream. Wait, what? Quality art is always better than graphics, though? It is. Well, you also have to think about it this way. Art is in the eye of the beholder. Not to be confused with like a beholder's eye. But like, I could go look at some abstract art. Like, let me go Google top rated art in the world. Let's Google that. Right, so top rated art. It's coming up with what is this called? Midsummer Night's Dream or whatever. Is that the name of this? Like these are some of the best art in the world. I think this looks terrible. But it's some of the best art in the world. Starry Night, that's what it was. Not Midsummer Night's Dream. Starry Night, that's this one. I never liked this. I never liked that style. I don't know. Something about Van Gogh, I don't know. Why? Like, why? That doesn't mean it's bad art. It just means I don't like it. And the Scream, that's this one right here. I mean, I don't even think that this is good. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't look good. It looks like bad art to me. I mean, it's better than I could do. But it's weird to me. Like, people say that it's bad. Well, based on what? Are you now the be all end all of all art and what's good and bad? To say that the graphics in Monsters and Memories are bad, it's such like a opinionated statement. Like, I just don't understand why. Okay, cool. Sorry that you don't like it. That, I don't know. So many artists. You're playing it right now. It's fun in spurts. Nice. I absolutely love the art style. Don't Starve. Ooh, dude, Don't Starve together is such a fun game. So fun. And I think of games like what's the game where you just bounce around on stuff and you're racing 60 other people? Whatever it was. Anyway, that game's fun. Among Us is fun. I don't know. EQ and OSRS do not have better graphics. That's crazy to say and untrue. I mean, yeah, it is. It is crazy to say. Have you actually gone back and looked at EverQuest graphics? Like, seriously. Go back and look at this stuff. It's not good. Oh my god. It's just not good. I don't know why people think that somehow. Now, back in 1999, was this good? Yeah, absolutely. But look how stiff these characters look. Look how stiff they look. They're just very rigid. And when they attack, that's all they do. You're going to tell me that Monsters and Memories looks worse than these 2D trees that are turned sideways? Literally, trees in EverQuest is a 2D tree and a 2D tree sideways stacked on top of each other. It's two 2D images. And you're going to tell me that those are better graphics? Like, what? Makes no sense. Their textures on the wall, like these vines, I guarantee you are 2D objects. They're like stickers that they just slapped on a wall. Like there's no depth to them at all. It's crazy when people try to say that the graphics of EverQuest are better. I just think that they're trying to do it to spark a conversation. They're trying to get a rise out of people. It's just nuts, man. Bananas. Getting into Painter, yeah. The graphics are stylized. I agree. They are stylized. Be on the lookout for B-roll video on the Eminem YouTube. Really shows the beauty of the game. Yeah, I think the game's beautiful. I love it. I love the art style of Monsters and Memories. I don't like Arby's, but I'm also not typing paragraphs about it, right? Exactly. Like, if you don't like, I'm not a big fan of, I'll eat Arby's, but I'm not a huge fan. I would say I'm more like against Burger King. I just don't like to go to Burger King. I would rather go to McDonald's, but I don't really want either one of those. But I will eat McDonald's over Burger King any day. But that doesn't mean I'm going to be like, Burger King sucks and I don't like its graphics or whatever, you know, like I just don't comment. The art is the first impression for people? Well, yeah, but I mean, anybody that's played video games should know at this point, don't look at the art or the graphics and immediately tell me if a game is good or bad. Like we should have learned. That's like looking at the cover of a book and the Fabio on there being like, you know, looking like Fabio and then being like, man, that book's got to be garbage. Well, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what the contents of the book are. I don't look at things that way. I think the graphics are fine. I just wish it was better optimized and ran better. They'll get there eventually on that, Travis. I agree with you though. Like it would be nice if they would if they could optimize it a little bit. They haven't gone through the finishing touches of that, and I don't think we're going to see that until closer to 1.0. But yeah, like there's a bad memory leak right now, especially with the launcher. So very bad memory leak. Artistic style is greater than graphics. I agree. Yeah, I agree. We were talking about IGT earlier. Now that he's in chat, you're ruining PvP for people. You know that, right? I've say this all the time. I will never say something that I wouldn't say to somebody in person. You literally see the pattern in everything you do in EQ. You do, yeah. Is the test still up? No, test is down. Burger King is nasty. I agree. M&M equals McDonald's login. Wait, what? What? It's just become fiscally irresponsible for me to eat at fast food. Dude, is it not? It used to be like I would go to Taco Bell or McDonald's because I wanted cheap food that would fill me up. I can't leave McDonald's. Well, I can. If you get on their app, I can get a double cheeseburger, 4 nuggets, a small fry, and a small drink for $6. Cool. That I can. $6 is not bad. But I would much rather go to the grocery store, buy some burger meat and some potatoes, throw them in my air fryer, cook up a burger, and it's also going to cost me $6, and I'm going to get way more food, and it's going to be better. Crazy. Literally don't judge a book by its cover. Yeah, literally don't judge a book by its cover. Exactly. 100,000%. I love the M&M style. It's great. Yeah. I think a lot of us are in that same boat. We're talking about food now. I just ate a shawarma wrap. A shawarma. Is it shawarma or shawarma? I think it's shawarma. We have a pretty popular shawarma food truck downtown Charleston. Now you want shawarma? I go from 160 frames to 40 frames after a few hours and have to reboot the client. So if you're doing that, after you launch the game, make sure you close this. Like, you don't have to have this launcher open. Once you click play, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Everybody says shawarma, so shawarma. I think that's how I say it. So you click play. Once you click play, you can go back to this and close this. That will help prevent you from getting dropped frames after a few hours. It still might happen. There's still other memory leaks, but that'll help you quite a bit. It's like $14 for a burger at McDonald's in the UK. So yeah, that's what I was kind of saying. Like, I can go to McDonald's and for like $6, I can get the burger, the fries, the chicken nuggets, and a small drink. But if I were to actually go to McDonald's and order a quarter pounder, get a quarter pounder with cheese, a medium drink, and a medium fry, that's like $12. It's ridiculous. Like, here, I'll look at it right now. I'll tell you exactly how much it is. I've got the McDonald's app on my phone. This is not a McDonald's commercial, by the way. We are not sponsored by McDonald's. Upgrade. You've been doing some work behind the scenes. Upgrade later. I'll upgrade later. So on my app, order. Let's go to burgers. A Big Mac meal is $10. $10. A quarter pounder with cheese is $10. Like, what the heck? That's ridiculous. If I were to go to a grocery store, I could buy a pound of ground beef for like $6. And we're talking a quarter pounder with cheese and a soft drink and some fries is $10. So let's just say the quarter pounder is $5 by itself. I could make 4 of those burgers, the meat part of it, out of a pound of meat, right? That I bought for $6. And then I buy some buns for a couple dollars for an 8-pack of buns and slap a piece of cheese on there. Now I've got a quarter pounder with cheese. What? Like, where are we getting these numbers from? You haven't had Chinese in forever? Chinese is one of my favorite foods. I love Asian foods. Love them. I don't know what it is, but like spicy food and stuff. I made some hibachi rice the other night. So good. So good. It's the same price to get the burger deal at Chili's versus the normal burger meal at McDonald's. Right? Like, that's so weird to me. Chili's food is way better than McDonald's food. And you're charging me the same amount of money? Some of the burgers are $14 by themselves. Never mind the meal. Yeah, it's crazy. You got to make that Big Mac sauce? Just buy some Thousand Island dressing. It's not even real meat. That's another problem. When I go to buy a pound of beef at the grocery store, I'm buying a pound of ground beef. When I go to get a quarter pounder, I would say an eighth of that quarter pounder, like an eighth pounder, is probably like sawdust or something. Are you playing no box or box server on early access launch? My plan is to play no box. The guild that I'm currently in on the alpha is Rampage. I think that they want to go to a box server. At least last time I saw that they voted. So I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know what's going to end up happening with that. But I don't really want to be on a box server. Honestly, I just don't want to be on a box server. As a person who's worked at Chili's, that's debatable. They're both fast food. Oh, they're both fast food. I don't like eating at restaurants and stuff anymore, man. Have you heard the current conspiracy with McDonald's? I have not. Why aren't you being a guild leader? I'm sure you can get an army together. That's an option. It's an option. I did create this guild right here. Well, this Discord right here. So Eternal Chaos is the guild that Isar created back in EverQuest 2 a long time ago. And I joined that guild, and I've been playing with them ever since. So now Eternal Chaos is like our official guild that we just kind of create. I don't know what's going to happen. I want to be on the no box server. I don't have anything wrong with the Rampage guys, but I think that they want to be on a box server. I've got a buddy of mine, Setfer, who might play the game, and he might run a guild. I don't know. There's just a lot. I would run a guild, but at the same time, I don't know that I want to be streaming and run a guild and all that at the same time. Like, it could be a lot. I don't know, man. Well, we'll see as we get closer. We'll see what happens. Is Alpha coming up soon? Alpha's up already. Yeah, it's back up. That's why these guys are probably... That's what they're doing. Most likely is they're playing together. So the current conspiracy at McDonald's, they use dead bodies in their meat, as McDonald's has contracts with several hospitals. People have finding teeth in their food, like baby teeth. There was a guy from 2006 who said they had been doing this for thousands of years. What? What? Thousands of years they've been using people that McDonald's hasn't been around for thousands of years. The alpha server for this game is up? Yeah. Yeah. If you have access to the alpha, it's up. Jesus ate a McDonald's. Oh, Jews have been doing it? I don't know about all of that. I mean, 1,000 years ago, right? So in the 1,000 AD era, back when we didn't have a lot of technology, when we had castles, and I'm sure there was some humans that were being eaten. But I don't necessarily think that we're doing that today. It's just anti-Jewish nonsense? It might be. I don't know. Anything to make you hate somebody else. All the real conspiracies going on, it's a wild one to focus on. That one seems pretty wild to me. That's pretty far out there. I don't know. I can't say it's not true because I don't know. Those files definitely didn't need worship. Right? Yeah. I don't know. I have seen the thing recently where it's like McDonald's. Here, let's look that up. How many burgers does McDonald's sell a day? They sell an estimated 6.5 million burgers per day globally. 6.5 million burgers. Okay, let's assume that those are quarter-pound burgers. So you'd have to say 6.5 million times 4. That means 26. Wait. No, divided by 4. We got to do it divided. I'm doing it backwards. So 6.5 divided by 4 equals 1.6 million pounds of burgers. What does the average cow weigh? How many burgers can an average cow make? So 1,200 pound produces approximately 400 to 500 pounds of usable beef. So 400 to 500 pounds. So 6.25 million, or 1.625 million divided by, let's do 500. That means we're killing 3,200 cows a day just for McDonald's. That seems kind of... I mean, how many cows are there? How many cows are in the world? Approximately 1.5 billion cows in the world. And we're killing them at 3,200 per day. Like, how many cows are born each day? Estimates suggest approximately 100,000 calves are born each day worldwide. So, well, there you go. If 100,000 calves are born each day and McDonald's is killing 3,200 of them, I mean, I guess it adds up. I don't know. It adds up. Google how many chickens we kill a day? I'm sure that's an insane number. How many chickens are killed each day? Approximately 200 million. Wow. Okay. How many chickens are born in a day? Wait, what? 62 million are born every day. 200 million are killed every day. That's not sustainable. What are we doing? That is not sustainable. I don't understand. Okay. Well, you know, whatever. I don't know. I'm just basing it off what Google said, which is obviously not wrong. There's no possible way that anything I type in for Google would come out wrong. We're running out? We should have been out. I mean, think about that. If 65 million is what we had, right? Let's say we had 1 billion chickens. You have 1 billion chickens and 200 million. So divided by 200 million equals. They'd be gone in 5 days. 1 billion chickens would be gone in 5 days. Like, that don't seem right. We're not talking about the meat. We're not talking about the meat and how much meat is in a chicken. We're talking about how many chickens are being killed per day. How many chickens are in the world? So there's 26 billion chickens, which means if we're killing them, so 26 billion divided by 200 million. They say that's on 130 days we'd be out of chickens. But in those 130 days, we're supposedly 64 million or whatever it was. I don't know. Something seems wrong. Something's off. Could chicken meat be bleached, pork bleached for other food? Maybe. I don't know. Meat video unsustainable guy? I'm going to do that, yes. I'm going to start making like a big video about how our meat use is unsustainable. Yeah, I've heard about the whole sawdust thing. I don't know how true it is, but when everyone's cooking skill is like 350 IRL, it's easy to sell people highly palatable. Oh, dude, yeah. I feel like I cook fairly well. I enjoy cooking. I shouldn't say I love it. I enjoy doing it sometimes. And then it's about all the people who think you should go carnivore and only eat meat. It's literally unsustainable. Yeah, what's that, Atkins diet? It's like all meat. Anyway, we're getting derailed from Monsters and Memories. Getting super derailed from Monsters and Memories. Is it keto diet? J-Pop, how you doing? Takes 2 to 3 years for cows to go for slaughter. Impossible. I mean, as long as we are birthing more cows than they are killing every day, then that is sustainable. But they are, in fact, killing more chickens by more than 3 times the amount, according to Google, per day than they're being born. So if we're killing 200 million per day, but we are birthing only 65 million per day, that's a problem. Bison should really be extinct? Yeah. Probably. Necromancer talk time? We can talk about necromancers. What do you want to talk about? Necromancers right now are one of the best solo classes in the game, but not very great in group settings other than pumping mana. So they're fantastic for pumping mana into a healer or another DPS or something. And that's about it. About all they do. But the argument that I would say there is, should we not, if you have a spot open in your group, why would you add a necromancer to that spot if all they're going to do is pump mana into your other group members? Would you not rather just say, okay, where are we lacking? We're lacking DPS, we're lacking heals, like where are we lacking? And just add that player to the group rather than add a necromancer that just pumps that player where we're lacking. I don't know. How much better druids are at solo than necros? That's debatable. I would say that necros are probably better solo. But that's just because there's a lot more undead in the game. Where are all the rogues? 0 rogues? Rogues are garbage like right now. They're just bad. Because they can flex into either. I mean, that's definitely a thing because they can flex into pumping or they can do some damage. But think about it this way. Let's say we added a necromancer because we might need to pump our healer some health or some mana to be able to heal. So why would I not just then add in another healer like a druid and then tell that druid to just do some damage, and then when we need to, the druid can just heal? I think it would be overall better to add a druid to your party than a necromancer if healing was the problem. I think it depends on the job. I mean, I agree though, they can flex. The necromancer can flex into the pump role versus the DPS role. I mean, I could see it. You're gonna be very restrictive with your groups. My group is already set. I'm a fighter. A friend is gonna play a monk. We're gonna have an enchanter. Probably right now a necromancer. And I think my other friend, he's debating between a elementalist and bard. I don't know which one. I think he's probably going to go elementalist, but he might go bard. And then we're going to have a healer, probably a cleric. But that's my group is pretty much already set. No wizards, no rogues, no necros. We're going to have a necro in my group because I say what's not good for a group. That doesn't mean that I wouldn't play with those people. Like, it's another thing that people think of me. I don't know why everybody just has to think poorly of me. Just because I think that a class is bad for a group doesn't mean I wouldn't put them in a group. I'm just trying to tell you, min-maxy wise, like, if I were to min-max a group, yeah, I wouldn't put a wizard or a rogue or a necromancer in my group at all. If I was trying to min-max it, I wouldn't put myself as the fighter in a group. I would play a completely different class. I'd play an enchanter probably if I really wanted to min-max. Stop being a butthead. I can't help it. I just am. Rogue is my first class in EQ1. I was the guy who tried to solo by making poison. It was brutal. Yeah. I tried to duo with necros, but they'd always turn me down. I'm really sad that they're currently They are. They're terrible. They're probably the worst solo class in the game and not worth adding to your group. There's so many other classes I would add to my group before a rogue. And it doesn't even depend on what I need. If I had 5 characters in my party and I wanted to add a 6th character, rogue would definitely not be on that list. 100% it would not be on that list. Like, I would look at what my party needed and then go, okay, now what do I add? Because I would rather double up on several other classes than add a rogue to my list. Just by far. Like, give me a 5 group setup, like 5 player, 5 class setup that you would add a rogue to. And I'll tell you why you're wrong. Like, I hate to say that, but I'll tell you what other class you could add that would just make it better. Rogue can completely negate one caster at a time. Situationally very strong. So can a bard and a enchanter. 3 tanks, a wizard, a cleric, and then add a rogue. No. Rogue would be one of the last on my list for that. I would want to add in like an enchanter rather than a rogue, a beastmaster, a lot of things. Doesn't rogue have 2 or 3 stuns? I mean, a paladin has 2 or 3 stuns. A cleric has 2 or 3 stuns. An inquisitor has stuns. An enchanter has stuns. And they bring all of those bring something else to the table other than just some damage. Sorry for a stupid question, but is crafting difficult and is it worth doing, especially at higher levels, outside of being enjoyable? It is not enjoyable at all, no. Crafting is not difficult, but you do have to know that in this game, every time you craft, you have a chance of losing your materials. So it can be very frustrating. And it just requires a lot of materials. Now, is it beneficial? Is a completely different topic altogether. I would say that alchemy is beneficial, at least for getting the Sal potions. And maybe some other potions. There's a few potions that are worth it. So alchemy is beneficial. Enchanting is beneficial because you're going to want to enchant every single one of your items. It's going to add a lot of extra stats. If you're not enchanting your items, you are missing out on a lot of stats. You have what, like 20 pieces of gear? That's like, with the lowest level enchant, that's 20 stat points of some sort. Just 20 stat points. At the high level, that's 100 stat points. It may not all be like stamina or strength or whatever, but it's big. Anyway, enchanting is very good. Leatherworking, tailoring, and blacksmithing are getting better now that they have the enchanted armor and stuff. So now that you can actually make armor with stats on it through crafting, it's worth it. And some of that crafted gear is as good as some of the more common dropped gear. Now, the ultra rare drops are going to be better than all crafted gear. But the common or uncommon drops, some of that crafted gear is better than that. So I would recommend it. Jewel crafting, again, very good right now because there's not a lot of jewelry in the game that you can get with stats on it. So jewel crafting is some of the best statted gear in the game. So yes, I would say that it's worth doing, even at higher levels. Rogues need damage. They do. They need lots of damage. Inquisitor equals a stun god. Inquisitor is very good. Yeah. Crafting is like a whole game in itself. Yeah, it's a very boring game, but it is good. Rogues need their poisons, direct damage, slow, dot, debuff, poison. Then backstab needs a minimum hits for it to be impressive. I think that depending on what they do with rogues, if they add in like dot poisons, I don't want them to add in dot poisons because dots in general in this game are not worth having because TTK is so low. By the time your dot goes off, unless your dot goes off on the very first attack, it's basically wasted. So, like, dots right now are just not worth having. That's why the monk doesn't use fire stance, because it's a dot. Necromancers in a group don't really want a dot. Like, dots are just not very good with low TTK. They just don't mesh well together. But if they had like a poison that could just do like direct damage poison, or if they had snare poisons or slow poisons, things of that nature, that can make rogues really, really good. My test server guy, who is a pure trader, has like 100 to 200 in every crafting stat. Nice. That's good. Also, if your group is doing anything, ambitious rogue is great for corpse recovery. Well, yes. Rogue is good for corpse recovery, but you don't have to have them in your party for that. That's kind of like saying cleric is good for resurrecting. Yeah, but they don't need to be in your party for that. You can always get them to resurrect your character later. Like, I don't want to factor in the cleric being able to resurrect as part of their kit. That means you should put a cleric in your party. It just means that you need to be friends with a cleric. You should be friends with a rogue so that they can go get your corpse later. but you don't want to put them in your party. They're not worth putting in your party. 6 rogues walk in a Wormsbane. Still no group was formed. All right, that's exactly what would happen. Which crafting would you recommend for someone who is mostly going to be playing solo in terms of usefulness and money making? It really depends. I would say, alchemy is always going to be a good one. I would not do enchanting and disenchanting. Well, specifically disenchanting, but enchanting, unless you're going to be in a group setting or able to get a lot of magical items to be able to disenchant those. Enchanting is going to definitely be something that's going to be more group focused. I would say alchemy is a good one for sure if you're going to be solo. And then pick the class that, like, if you're a necromancer, you would want to go tailoring so you can make your own gear. If you're a shaman, you're going to want to go blacksmithing. If you're a druid, you're going to want to go leatherworking so you can make your own gear as you level up. That's what I would do. JC, in my opinion, is one of the more PETA crafts. Oh, jewel crafting and Monster Memories. Yes, so worth it. Yeah, jewel crafting is a big pain in the butt. It really is a big pain in the butt. Absolutely. I agree with you. Fighter Love. Is somebody hating on me for my Fighter Love? I'd like to see an ability called Dirty Tricks. Throw dirt in the eyes, debuff mob, and hit chance for 10 seconds or something. It would make sense, physical tank. I'd be okay with that, yeah. Like, you could blind them. Add blind. I'm starting to learn more about blind, by the way. Have you guys used blind? Have you cast it? Because I'm starting to learn a lot more about that skill. I thought blind was bad, and it can be, but I'm learning more about it. Dots are good for one thing. Bosses, that's it. Yeah, basically, in a group setting, dots are good for the named enemies. I would agree. I just got to 33 and still have like more than half my equipment with no stats. Those enchanted items are going to be wanted. Yeah, they absolutely are. They absolutely are, Hoss. Like, have you guys seen the enchanted items? Did anybody go and look at it on the open test this weekend? If you have like a leatherwork or something, you can see the base stats items. So what they're going to be, it looks like, is +1 to 2 different stats at the base level. So like +1 stamina, +1 wisdom on a piece of gear, or +1 strength, +1 dexterity. That's going to be at the tier 1. And then as you get up to the max level, it's going to be +5 to 2 separate stats. So at the level 50 plus range, you're going to be making leather gear, like cloth gear, all of that stuff. So a necromancer could go with like 5 stamina, 5 intelligence, which would be really good for a necromancer. Or a fighter could go with 5 stamina, 5 strength, which is all really, really good. Not going to necessarily be better than some of your dropped gear, but definitely helps. Started getting into jewel crafting, but once it required disenchanting magic gear for the dust, I gave up. I might make a jewel crafting video and explain how to level it up easier. I might have a few tricks up my sleeve. I don't know what my jewel crafting is right now, but let's just say you don't need enchanting to level it. They actually did add 5th stun for rogue, now that I think about it. Just haven't used mine. Yeah. Hoping rogues get a poison that reduces magic resist. That would be cool. Like a rogue poison that does... What are those abilities called? I forget what they're called now. Anyway, that reduce magic or different types of resistances. That could be cool. I have 30 wizard and half my gear is boring, bland cloth gear. Yeah. Really hope more itemization is concluded soon. So Rich has been working on itemization quite a bit recently. Hopefully we start seeing a lot more of that soon. Has anyone in Alpha gotten high level on Necro, and what's the dot damage like then? Yeah, you want to ask him? Hey, Andy.
What's up?
Somebody asked a question on my stream, and they said, "Has anyone gotten a high level necro on alpha, and what's the dot damage like?" And I said, "You can ask him. Is it? Do you think it's good, bad?"
And you just say
Yeah,
F off.
Yeah,
it's pretty decent.
it's pretty decent. There you go. Level 60 necromancer says it's pretty decent.
So vague.
The level 60
Yeah.
the level 60 illusion or elementalist will say that the necromancer is overpowered. So that's the
No. In certain circumstances, yes.
in certain circumstances.
In a group setting, they are a little underpowered.
In a group setting they suck. I've been talking about that a lot.
Time kills way too fast.
Yeah.
And the elemental
I'm telling you
blows it away.
guys, necromancers are like the worst class to have in your group.
The dots are good. You're just not
No,
going to be able
I
to use
don't-
all of them when you're in the group. You're basically only going to be able to use your poison dot when you're in the group because that's the fastest one. You get a direct damage right up front, and then it'll give you a couple good ticks.
What do you think is the worst class then, Gam, if not necromancer for a party of 6?
What do I think is the worst group?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think necromancer is bad. I mean, Andy brings shit tons of versatility to our team.
No, he does.
Like, a ton. Like, just because his upfront damage isn't there, he has everything: snare, fear, charm, mez.
No, I agree.
Especially for killing undead. And then he's got dots and siphon strength and buffs and his little life tappy thingy that he can give out. The stone is just super overpowered. Like
that thing is strong, dude. So strong. It's like 1100 health or
Necro
something.
always overpowered, but Gam never plays it. That's kind of weird.
It's a complete. Well, I like to just complain about my classes. I don't want to pick the best one.
You want to pick a weak class and complain about every other class. I get it.
That's it.
Yeah, this is why I don't join the chat too much, Hoss, because my family friendly goes out the window very quickly in our chat.
Yeah. We're not family friendly. We're all old.
These guys aren't. I'm normally not family friendly either when I'm not streaming. I'm very much not family friendly. But yeah,
I don't know what the worst class is. I mean, I just necro dots. They should be affected by haste, in my opinion. Help them out a little bit.
I think that the necro is just the worst overall class to add to a full party of 6, unless like you're just missing everything that a necro has. I just can't think of another class that I would rather have, or another class that I would.
I mean, I would want like 4 warriors warriors.
Well, no,
like 4 tank classes. But...
No, I wouldn't want that either. But what I'm saying is, like, I guess if you have like 1 tank, 1 healer, 3 DPS, and a support, right? Out of all of those, if you had those classes in your party, take out one of them. I wouldn't add a necromancer. I don't think.
It really depends on what you're going after.
But you would add me to the group, though.
Yes, I would add Andy to my group. I wouldn't add Randy to my group.
I'm not,
I mean, like, because like
I'm not some Randy. I'm not some random necro.
The pet damage is good. Plus, with the dots, and you don't have to do the dots. You can just do the life tap. And I mean, I would consider necromancer probably a little bit better than a wizard at this point in time.
That's true.
Honestly.
Wizard in a group is the worst class in a group.
Because the wizard, you're going to run out of mana a lot faster, and then it's not going to do damage for a couple fights. And
yes, I would agree with that, and I probably have said that as much many times. Wizard is by far the worst class to have in your group, unless you want to burn something down in like 20 seconds or less, like a named. That's all they do.
The problem with the wizard is you're always trying to catch that kill shot to get your mana back. So you're not, most of the time you can't use the full potential of that nuke because it's overkill, and you want to get as close to overkill as possible, and it doesn't always pan out the way you want it to just stay relevant, to stay in the game, you know. But they bring a lot of other shit to the table. They just for EXPing, if that's all we're talking about, and not actually just like killing names or something like that. For EXPing, they might be fair. It might be up there with the worst class.
Yeah. Cal's thank you, by the way, so much for that sub. I saw that up here. I really do appreciate it, man. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm like EXPing, right? Like that's where I have the issue is when I talk to some people, I try to explain like XP wise. Now, when we get into like raids settings and certain things like that, I'm gonna want as many wizards as I can possibly get. I'm gonna want.
I don't know, do they stack? Does their melee debuff stack, or is it just one?
I don't think so. If it
So then
does,
there's only
it's broken.
one you need.
Yeah, you would need one wizard to get that debuff. If they stack though, you put like 10 wizards in the party, and that would be 200% more damage from all magic. That would be so broken, dude.
Yeah, cause I mean, I don't know how the necromancer is, but the elementalist struggles to land anything on anything over 60. It's almost always resisted, but the wizard it'll land most of the stuff with its unresistible spell line. So, I mean, they're really the only ones doing quite a bit of damage. I think I do like anywhere, on our boss fights, whatever, 8 to 13,000 damage before I go out of mana, roughly, depending if it crits or not.
Yeah. Wait, Tesla, Ranger, Beastmaster, Rogue, Tank, Healer, CC. What would you add to that? You think you would add a Necromancer to that group? I wouldn't.
Why? I mean, Necromancer is incredibly useful right now because you can cheese the res. So,
yeah, that hopefully will get fixed. Necromancer at least always has pet damage. They do, yeah. Less mob is higher level than the pet. Yeah.
It's the best pet damage in the game, by the way.
Well, man,
it's the best pet damage. Don't argue with me. It's the best pet damage in the game.
We're in a situation right now. We got a situation going.
We do have a situation.
We do have a situation. We do have a situation.
You have a pet. It does one more damage than my pet at level 60.
Oh, big deal.
It's the hardest hitting pet in the game.
Should it be that way? Who knows?
I don't know. Could have been overlooked. I don't know.
Well, I think that we need to have more, like, elementalists should have the best pets. They need to have dropped versions of their pets. And that dropped version should be very good. Or questable versions of the pet. And it's like, why does Necromancer get a drop version and a questable version of a pet?
Aren't they talking about
How do you know the mage don't have a drop version of it, huh?
Well,
I don't.
We don't know for sure.
It's all the pets combined to one.
You only really saw 2 spells, so I mean, there could still be some out there.
Nah, we saw more. Guild wise, I think we see 4.
Procs can get resisted, yeah. They can get resisted. I don't think they get resisted.
They get resisted a lot.
Do they get resisted a lot? I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, you proc a lot more, yeah. You with your pets, with your summon weapons and stuff, don't you?
I can't tell because the chat is so crummy. I can't tell if the
my procs
are landing resisted or not. I can only tell them if they're resisted. I can't really tell if they've landed and what they hit for.
Yeah, mine are almost never resisted. Like, I've got that dot proc. It seems to, like, it's always doing full damage, just ticking.
But, like, until recently, the pet was almost always 100% resisted with its nukes, but then they changed something, and now it almost always goes through, which is good. It's a positive.
Umpax, I think I know the answer to that. But yeah, what do you guys want to happen before early access? Your most important thing before early access? If Easter was here, he'd be like, charm, fix charm. But I don't think he's paying attention.
Nah, that's not.
But I'd like to see happen.
Do you want to go down that? There was, I don't know, it could be all playtime or whatever, but on that new server, there was 2 enchanters and a archer that were soaring past everybody else. But that could just be, it could be relative to their playtime.
It could be playtime, yeah.
I think the highest person on the other thing was either a ranger or an archer. He was like level 28, I want to say.
Well, yesterday morning when I checked, there was 2 enchanters that were they were level
ranger,
24.
I think the ranger passed them up, or the ranger got equal to them.
Okay, yeah, the ranger was 23, and those guys were both 24. And then everybody else close to them was like level 15.
Yeah, that to me is the solo versus group XP issue more than anything.
Yeah, it could have been playtime too. I don't know. I'm not looking at the play numbers versus everybody else.
Archer was at least 28. Is that what you saw, Sup Baby?
That could have been at the end of the day because I only looked at, I think it was like 11 o'clock in the morning yesterday, and then I didn't log back in. I think, right, Andy? That's when we were running around Shallow Shoals.
Yeah.
Level 1s.
So.
Yeah, solo XP is just ridiculously better. Like, it's just so... If you're playing a good solo class, solo XP on a rogue is going to be basically non-existent. But if you're playing a decent solo class, which I would say at least 6 to 8 of the classes in this game are decent at solo, they're going to get more XP. Like, it's just the way it is.
Where is he, sir? We're going to set up to kill these.
He's eating, apparently.
Oh, here, the werejackals are up, Andy. You want to kill them?
Jackals? Y'all are new characters, or you just...
No, the server's up, man. We can play on...
Oh, well, yeah.
We're trying to get that named guy, the werejackal on the... what island is that? You know, they're having some ritual or some shit.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Knowing your two buddies are going to be 7 a.m. makes it easier to hop on and start grinding. Wait, you're talking about your friends? Yeah.
Do you want to go over to the other side, Andy?
No, this side's fine. We can. I'm gonna have to try to like split that somehow.
Oh, good luck, man. You know what I can do? I can stand here, watch you do it.
All right, we all keep doing that.
Well, tell us what to do. Let's get rid of this.
Do whatever you want to do. All right, so there you go. Those are my buddies and the things that we talk about all the time. So, you know, the information I have isn't necessarily only based on my personal opinion. Like, I talk to a lot of people about different things in the game. That was a level 60 Necromancer, level 60 Elementalist, and then Isar's level 60 Monk. So we have a lot of information. And I don't know. I can kind of tell you what's good and what's bad and all that kind of stuff. So people LFG channel for hours, not able to get a group. Yeah, it's a problem for sure. I tried Beastmaster this test, had a lot of fun with it, especially in group play. I love how when the puller grabbed too much, me and my squad could just jump on one and hold it down till the team could take care of things. Yeah, don't expect that to stay that way, game system. I think the Beastmaster right now might be the most overpowered class out of all the classes in the game. It could, for that exact reason that you were saying, right? Is that you were able to just break off from the group as one character and deal with a mob by yourself for some amount of time while your group dealt with the other mob. I think that that's going to end up causing more issues. So we'll have to see how that turns out. Thanks for that. Yeah, no worries, Zalif. You know, like I say, when I get information, when I tell you guys information, when I say what I think is good and bad, it's coming from a lot of other people and me talking to them and stuff. It's not just, you know, my opinion. It's a lot of it's based in real life situations within the game, real life in-game situations. Soloing once I got a two-handed, finally my spells at Beastmaster at level 3 was awesome. I blazed through 3 and 4. I killed yellows in 10 to 15 seconds with no downtime. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, right now, man, the Beastmaster is beast. It is a master at being beast. So... cartography skill question. Yeah, this is almost exactly what I want to see with cartography. Oh, dude, this is like literally it. Are healers expected to heal pets as well? Sometimes. It depends. So, in my group, the healer almost never heals pets. The only time they should ever need to heal a pet is if the enemy that we're fighting has a damage shield. Damage shields, especially at the higher levels, are a huge pain in the butt. And if you have a pet class or you're just a melee DPS class, it's going to cause issues in your group. So getting rid of those damage shields is like, you got to do something with that. Oftentimes, a pet will die to a damage shield before the monster dies itself. Happens very often. What if you troll people with cartography and lead people to their deaths? That would be fun. Yeah. You can solo. You can solo as a rogue. Time to kill is not efficient, but you sure can solo. Well, I mean, yeah. Technically, everything can solo to a certain point. And at level 1, everything can solo fairly equally. By level 60, what classes can solo and what classes can't solo is very, very different. A rogue at level 60 doing anything other than green content is going to die. If they do light blue or even con or anything higher level than them, they're just going to die. So to say a rogue can solo, or any class can solo, it's based on the level that your character is. It's based on the level of the enemies you're fighting. It's based on a lot of other information there. So rogues are probably the worst soloers in the game. Can they solo? Yes, they can, but I wouldn't recommend it. As Paladin, I was disappointed in how little effort armor seemed to have. Oh, effective armor? Yeah. I invested about 3 or 4 hours into learning how blacksmith works and crafting a full set of plate. Yeah. Well, what level again were you, tiny little dragon? So armor class, I have a theory on it. I don't know if it's true, but I have a very strong theory that armor class has breakpoints. So just because you have, 400 armor class doesn't mean you're going to take a lot less damage. So like if you are level 20, you're expected to be wearing plate. Hopefully a couple of good pieces of plate so that you get that boost above what you need. So yeah, but the short version of this is armor class doesn't seem like it does a lot, especially if you're not meeting those breakpoints. And I just have a very strong theory that, like, let's say a level 10 mob, you need 100 AC. A level 20 mob, you need 200 AC. Level 30, you need 300 AC, just to make it easy math-wise. And if you are sitting at 299 AC and you're fighting a level 30 monster, it's not going to feel like it's doing much. You get that 300, and it's going to feel like it's doing a lot more. Again, just a theory I have, but it seems to be holding fairly true so far. I just don't know what those breakpoints are. Most pet classes have their own pet heal, otherwise low priority due to mana issues for healers. Yeah, very, very low priority. Then I went out at level 6, was getting absolutely chunked while group tanking with 125 AC. Yeah, and 125 AC should be plenty for level 6. But you also have to think that the amount of damage that monsters are doing at level 6 is going to be based on all the classes across the board. And if they were to make 125 AC much better, then it's going to basically reduce the amount of damage you take to 0. Because what's a level 6 mob doing damage-wise? Like 10, 15 per hit? And it kind of needs to do that 10 or 15 per hit to anybody that it hits, including tanks. If they cut that in half, I don't know. It's a tough thing to balance, I guess is the best way of putting that. It's just a tough thing to balance. I don't know where they're at right now. I do know that they increased the amount of damage that monsters can do, and then they never went back and adjusted armor class when they did that. So I think that the armor class needs somebody to go back and look at it again and readjust those numbers. So we'll have to see if that happens anytime soon. But I can say that my fighter tank with really good armor definitely tanks better than non-tank classes with very low armor class. You can definitely tell the difference. How long do you want to sit after every fight? I mean, it depends on your playstyle. Some people want to kill one mob and they don't mind sitting for 5 minutes afterwards because they're like, I can kill this one mob and I can go do a load of laundry. Speaking of which, I need to go do a load of laundry. Or, hey, I can kill this one mob and I can go get a drink. Or I can kill this mob and, I don't know, watch a commercial. I don't know. I'm just like, it depends on your play style. Certain people are going to want to get in full parties of 6 and just go, 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 go. But they're probably going to burn themselves out trying to do that. And they're going to get tired of doing it. Going to wear them out very quickly. Whereas somebody that can kill like one mob and then sit down for a couple minutes, they're just going to get bored. So there's like a middle ground in there. Drop items and make a treasure map would be fun. Yeah, that's... They're actually looking at doing that. Nick kind of had a stream where he kind of showed that off recently. Where it was, you get 4 different treasure maps, you link them together, and then it tells you where to go, like gives you like a little map showing you of an area. You go there and it spawns a boss and you kill the boss and get treasure or loot out of it. So, very cool idea. 6th level with full set, sword and board, 125 AC, got chunked by Nishira at the camps while group tanking. Others in my group with little gear seem to take the same damage. Yeah, that's an issue right now with AC, especially at lower level. Is they can't completely negate it. Well, also you have to think about this. AC isn't a damage reduction. A lot of people don't realize that. They think if I have 100 AC, I should be reducing the amount of damage that I take by some percentage. That's not necessarily true. I could have 1,000 AC in this game, and a monster could literally still hit me for 100% of their full damage. And they could do that 5 times in a row. But what AC does in this game is it spreads out the amount of damage that they have potential of doing. Say a mob is trying to hit you and they're going to swing for 100 damage as their maximum. Your AC now says that maximum is still 100. However, the minimum can be as low as 50. So now, because of my AC, the monster can hit me anywhere from 50 damage to 100 damage. Whereas on a cloth wearer, it might be 90 to 100 damage. So the range of damage gets spread out based on wearing the plate armor. So you could still, theoretically though, get hit multiple times in a row for max damage. And it feels really bad when that happens. It's the opposite of a wizard getting multiple resist in a row when they cast a spell. Ultima Online had treasure maps. There's a couple games that have had treasure maps. Yeah, they're a lot of fun, I feel like. Getting hit for 15, 19 damage, depending on the mob, and it was happening rapidly. My heal was draining fast. Yeah. I think it's more of an issue in lower levels than it is in the higher levels. I'm starting to see that the higher levels are tuned a little bit better than the lower levels, which is probably a good thing because we're going to be spending the majority of our time in the higher levels. So like lower level armor class and damage between classes and the heal ability and all that kind of stuff doesn't matter as much in the lower levels, but it still needs to be looked at and balanced a little bit more. I was thinking a good setting for Rogue, BM and Ranger plus rest. So like a Beastmaster and a Ranger in a group with a Rogue. Is that what you're talking about? As you level, your stat, etc. scales up. I mean, yeah, there's some of that for sure. But anyway, it makes the balance in the low levels just kind of wonky. Like, I'll bring up Charm again. Charm is a very strong skill for the first 40 levels or 50 levels. It starts to lose its power the higher level you go. It's just very early on, it is astronomically powerful. And then later on, it's just strong. So that's part of the issue. Same thing with anything else. Like armor class, you know, if they made it too strong, You could just twink out a character, give them some really good level 60 gear, and they would take 0 damage. That's another issue, by the way. That's another thing that we should talk about with that armor class. You're level 6 with 125 armor class. The thing is, a level 6 should not have 125 armor class. And things get scaled, especially armor class and your melee damage gets scaled. So if you were to take the best two-handed weapon in the game and hand it to a level 1 character, it's not going to swing for maximum damage. It gets capped at a certain point. Same thing with armor class. It gets capped at a certain point. So you're still going to continue to take damage as if you only had like 60 armor class or 100 armor class, not your full 125 armor class that you actually had. So you need to get higher level, then that armor class scales better with you. And then at a certain point, your level now is going to tell you you need to get more armor class. And then you're going to, level up to that, and then you get more armor class and level up to that. So, yeah. I just want a group of 6 Beastmasters and go bonk things with 18 pets. It would be stupidly overpowered. Yes, absolutely. That's the issue with no level requirements? It is, yeah. How does agility play into AC? It doesn't. Agility does not affect armor class at all. Agility affects your ability to dodge, block, and parry. So when an attack comes in, your chance to dodge, block, or parry is based on your skill in dodge, block, or parry, plus a bonus for your higher agility. The higher agility you have, you're going to get a little bit of a bonus. Like dex to damage. Yeah. Kinda. I wasn't wearing anything special, just the copper plate armor you can mine. It'd be weird if the devs didn't want you to utilize it. Well, the idea there, Little Dragon, is nobody... So, up until about level 20, mobs don't start dropping plate gear. So, humanoids will drop leather and cloth only from level 1 to like 19. At level 20, they start dropping plate, which to me tells me that plate is not necessary until level 20. So, the devs are kind of looking at it the same way, saying, well, if I have a full set of plate before level 20, should that armor class still be relevant at those lower levels? They're trying to prevent people from completely twinking their characters and making them absolute gods at level 1 by giving them an amazing two-handed sword and full plate armor, and they're just running around just one-shotting everything and taking 0 damage in the process. That's what they're trying to fix. Now, it may have caused another issue. That's very likely that it's just causing other issues, but that's the idea. We did 6 beasts in PvP, but found 5 archers and a ranger was much better, even for PvE. Even for PvE, 5 rangers and an archer? I mean, that makes sense. The ranger snares it and gives everybody speed of the wild, and then everybody just kind of shoots arrows at it, kills it super fast. I think 6 Beastmasters would be able to take out more challenging bosses, like named enemies, because you're not going to be able to snare the named enemy, and named enemies can have speed of the wild or something equivalent to that, and they can run faster. So it's harder to outrun them and be able to like kite them. I don't know. I mean, you could kite a lot of bosses in the game, named mobs in the game, but yeah, you have to be able to snare it, and not everything can be snared. Is Monsters of Memories open with how stats affect numerical values, or is it more of a guessing parsing game like we had in EQ? It's a guess parse game right now. We do not know. They have come out and said that they want to give us some information, but they don't want us to have other information. Like we don't know if there's a stat cap. I think there is a stat cap. I'm assuming it's either 250 or 255, but the devs have not come out and said there is a stat cap. I just think that there is. So, but we do know a few things, like strength is going to increase your melee damage And that's pretty much all strength does, and your weight capacity. Stamina increases your health pool and your ability to resist a daze effect, which is like a stun effect when you get hit by physical damage. Dexterity is going to increase your proc rates and your hit chance with melee weapons and bows, and also increase your damage with ranged weapons like bows or thrown weapons, I think are even factored into that. Agility is going to increase your dodge, block, parry, and I think that's it. It's 100% worthless stat for any other class as far as I know right now. Your intelligence is going to increase the amount of damage you do with spells by a very, very small amount. And it's going to increase how much mana you have. It's going to give you mana per intelligence. Wisdom is going to increase your healing by a small amount, like how much you heal, and your mana pool. But it's either intelligence or wisdom. So whichever one is the highest dictates your mana pool. However, if you're playing something like a druid and you have high wisdom, you may still also want high-ish intelligence to do for your direct damage spells to do a little bit more damage. And then lastly, charisma is going to be your selling and buying prices. It's going to fluctuate those. And then it also is supposed to help with mez and charm type abilities. I have heard mixed things about that. The idea is that it eventually will. Some people say that it currently does not work that way. But we don't know because the devs have not come out specifically and said that yes, it does, or no, it does not work. So there's a rundown of all your skills. Trying to stop the twinking issue, I don't think is a good thing. It's only going to make stats less effective throughout the game. No. That doesn't. Those two things don't have to be one or the other. The twinking issue can just be that when you put on a piece of gear, you don't get the full amount of stats that are on that gear. Or when you get a spell cast on you, you don't get the full benefit of the spell based on your level. That's all that needs to change. That doesn't change anything about the stats or the effectiveness later on. Changes absolutely nothing in that. So like, if I have a piece of armor that I put on and gives me 100 AC and 10 stamina at level 60, they could just drop that down so that when you put it on a level 1 character, it only gives you like 20 armor and 1 stamina. Right? It just... That's what I think they need to do. But I think they need to do that specifically with spells, because I could take a druid, a high-level druid, and give a level 1 a damage shield and health regen, and that level 1 can just run around in the newbie yard, aggroing literally everything, and every single one of those mobs kills themselves in one hit when they attack the player. And if they even damage the player, they regen that amount of health back up almost instantly. So within 6 seconds. So like a druid power leveling is just ridiculously overpowered. I think they need to fix that. They need to change that, because right now it's going to cause an issue like 3 months into the game being launched. It's going to cause an issue. Ogres to be Beastmasters? I don't know off the top of my head. Maybe. 2 wizards had a fun trial of taking out a named boss by purging his speed and ping-ponging him back and forth. That sounds fun. Yeah. Now, they can purge Speed of the Wild, but I will tell you that some bosses in this game have an innate run speed that you cannot remove off of them, and it is, in fact, faster than Speed of the Wild. So, good luck trying to kite that. They're also immune to snare. Druid, Ranger, and 4 archers. Better for all around. I mean, a Druid... You wouldn't need the Ranger, though. A Druid plus 4 archers? I would throw a 5th archer in there. I don't know. So it's not actually a sandstorm blotting out the sun. It's arrows? Yes. You just win with covering the entire screen with pets and ogres. can't twink your first character on a server wipe, so if someone wants to play a class just to get twink gear for the class they want to play, let them. Well, no, that's that you're basing it on a very one-sided track, a mind track, right? You're not looking at how that's going to affect the game later on. You're only looking at it as they've earned it because they got to level 60. So now that they can go twink out another character. I mean, sure, you can look at it that way, but there's more to it than that. Just like every other argument that there is about this game or any other game, there's more to it than just one issue. If they allow them to twink out characters like that, just to throw another issue in there, is it's going to encourage people to play solo classes up to level 60 as fast as possible, and then go twink in their other classes to get them up to 60 as fast as possible. And it's going to discourage grouping, and it's going to make low-level content completely 100% obsolete. So 3 to 6 months into early access launching, Wormsbane, Ancient Crypt, those are going to basically be completely barren wastelands if they leave twinking in the way that it currently is. It's going to cause those issues. So there's a lot more to it than just, hey, they earned the right to do it. I'm not saying that they haven't. I'm just saying that, we need to fix that. How level 60 fighter in solo? Level 60 fighter sucks at solo. It's terrible. I have literally some of the best gear in the game. Actually, I have the best gear in the game in almost every slot, right? On my level 60 fighter. And if I go up against a dark blue mob, the dark blue mob will probably kill me. A light blue mob has a high chance of killing me. I'd probably win, but I'd be really low on health with literally the best gear in the game. Fighters are not good at solo. Do you ever get any stats from leveling up, or is it only from gear? The only stat you get from leveling up are health and mana. So every time you level, you will gain a little health and a little mana. Tiny increase. My estimate so far is about 20 intelligence and 1% damage. Yeah, it's really low. It's really, really low. I think that needs to go up to help spellcasters quite a bit. In my opinion, spellcasters are weak. They're probably the weakest class. Wizards, necromancers, elementalists are three of the weakest classes when it comes to damage output over long periods of time. They're very good in a short damage output, short period of time, but over long periods of time, they're all very weak. That's why Charm is so good, is because it's consistent damage coming from a monster. But melee is really strong right now. Int casters are just kind of weak. So I think they need to have a little bit more int to damage increase. What I love about EQ1 is that you didn't always need to have a trio. You could have a very awkward group setup, but perform quite well. I'm hoping Monster Memory is similar. You don't need a tank, etc. That's kind of what I'm going for, and I'm hoping that we do. I think that the need of a tank, you're going to need a tank, right? And you're going to probably need a healer. But I agree with you. I would like to see where you don't throw in like the top 6 meta classes. People complain about that all the time from EverQuest 1 is, you take your fight or your warrior, a cleric, a monk, a rogue, and you're just doing tons of damage, and you have the best healing, and you have the best tanking and all that. Well, now it's not those classes, it's the charm classes, in my opinion, or the solo classes, the classes that are really good at solo. The warrior was never really good at solo. The cleric was never good at solo. The rogue was never good at solo in EverQuest. But when you combine all 3 of those together, it becomes a perfect meta group in EverQuest. In this game, you take the best solo classes and you put them in a group together, and now it's just night and day difference. Amazing. Like, it's insane. So, yeah. Do you know when servers will be up again? The open servers? No, I'm not sure. I think once the game goes live, level 1 to 10 will be something people eventually breeze through to get to the other content. Trying to regulate twinking seems like a futile effort. I don't think so. I mean, they're already doing it, though. Like, they're already regulating it. They're just not doing... They're not going all the way through with the process. They're only doing it a little bit. What they're doing is, if you take a really good two-handed weapon and you hand it to a level 1, they're not swinging for 100 damage immediately. They're swinging for, like, 10. Doesn't matter like how good the weapon is. Same thing with armor class. You try to give them the best gear in the game, plate gear on a level 1 character. They're not just immune to all damage. That's the twinking that you're asking for, is to say, yeah, we should be able to twink them and they should just be gods at level 1 because we've twinked them. Well, they've already taken that away. Now I'm saying, in addition to that, we need to take away the spells that are overpowered when you're leveling up. I'm not saying that, like, putting a level 60 damage shield from a druid onto a level 1 character, it just shouldn't do 30 points of damage to everything that they hit. They're a level 1 character. They don't need a damage shield that does 30 points of damage. It would still potentially give them a 5-point damage shield, which would still be very strong at level 1. So it's just bringing it down to the level of the player or of the character that you're playing, not the level of the character that buffed you, right? Like, that's, I don't know. It's been that way in EQ forever. Thorns regen, go to Khazak Thul and gather up Lizardmen. Yeah, it has been that way in EQ forever. This isn't EQ. This is Monsters and Memories. I don't know what else to say. Why don't they just hire you as a balance guy because you have player insight? I mean, there's a lot of reasons, I'm sure. I'm not 100%. Like, I may be wrong in a lot of what I'm saying because I don't know the formulas in the game. Like, adjusting something doesn't work without knowing the actual formula and knowing what they want out of the end game of it. So those are wild predictions. I'm not disagreeing, Todd. Mobs seem undertuned everywhere. Up to what level? Because mobs at certain levels are definitely undertuned. Mobs at other levels are way overtuned. It's not. There's very little balance. You get the skill cap increase each level. Yeah, the skill cap increase each level. Yes, you do also get that. So, like, you go up by 5 in your slashing, piercing, bludgeoning, or whatever. Not every skill though goes up every level, but that is true. That you do gain a skill cap increase on those skills that can increase until they cap. Gear doesn't help us except more mana. It really doesn't, right? Like for int casters, it really doesn't. What Spellblade's playstyle like? Is it just auto attacking and wait for procs? It kind of is right now. They need to change it. Right now, Spellblades are put up your buffs as a DPS class. It's put up your buffs, turn on auto attack, do damage. That's pretty much it. A Spellblade trying to tank. They are not a tank class, but they can tank temporarily. Has a little bit more to it because they actually have to use their rune shield. They use their mana to create a rune shield that reduces the amount of damage they take, etc., all that kind of stuff. So they're a little bit more active, but yeah, right now the Spellblade is a very boring class to play. But one of the strongest in the game. That'd be their way to play through, right? I think it's the charm about this game is you can kind of play the way you want and really won't hurt anyone else. Well, yeah, and that's the thing. You think that you won't hurt anybody else. And you're talking about the twinking thing again and power leveling and all that. It does hurt other people, though. It just doesn't necessarily do it directly, right? Like me, people are going to think, how does me twinking out my character and leveling up hurt another player? Well, here's how. I leveled up that character. I am now twinking that character, so I am one person able to do what full groups cannot do at that level properly. So now I am taking up monsters and killing monsters that otherwise groups could be killing. That's one way where it does hurt other people indirectly. Like, you're not going out and like, I'm stealing your monsters, but you are taking their monsters to kill, to get your own, right? So like, you're able to do that. Another way is when people power level up classes and then they go back and start camping stuff at super low level, which ruins the experience for other players. So you can definitely indirectly hurt another player's experience based on how you want to play the game. And I know it's hard to see, but it's the way it is. I don't know what else to say. It's the way that it is. They gave all these new kids their first hit, and now they're all hooked. Yeah. What about twinking thing or even the power leveling thing? Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Not asking to be gods, just don't make people feel unrewarded for putting in the effort to give themselves. In my case, a copper sword and copper armor. No, and I get that. Yeah. I agree with that. So the point about the twinking is you're getting copper armor. They're thinking, okay, well, you're a level 6 character with full plate copper armor, but we don't expect people to have plate armor until level 20. Like, that's the base at level 20. So it'll probably unlock, like, that copper armor you made will probably be good for you around level 10 to 15, somewhere in that range. At 6, though, that copper armor, the copper plate armor, is just really too good for you. So they're trying to say, okay, well, let's lower that a little bit. Let's make it to where this player isn't just like night and day better than another player that just started the game. And I think that's where they're trying to go with it. Just seeing people blitz as twinks and one-shotting everything is depressing. I don't like it, yeah. I can't stand it. When I twink, I want to be in a group. Makes me feel good. I don't twink to solo. Well, yeah. I mean, that's a thing. But that's a you, right? That's a I want this, not a vast majority kind of thing. I don't think that the vast majority of players in this game are going to power level to 60 and then make a new character and power level to 60. I don't think that's the vast majority. I think it's a small minority. However, that small minority can affect the vast majority in a lot of ways. Whereas the vast majority doing things the way that they want to do them does not affect anyone else usually, other than the people that they're directly dealing with. So it's a minority issue that's causing a majority problem, which is why I think that we need to have more twinking fixes and resolutions to that. And like the charm issue, it's a minority problem that causes a majority issue, not the other way around. So you're level 12, and you felt they were undertuned everywhere. I'd agree, yeah, around the level 10. So we talked about this early, J-Pop. At level 1 to 5, the game is challenging. By the time you hit level 5, especially in like a group setting, you start to get those level 4 spells and abilities and stuff. You're starting to get a little bit of gear. And they don't make the game more challenging based on that. The game is like X number of challenging at level 1, and it stays that challenging up to about level 20. But your character is X level of ability at level 1, but then Y level ability at level 20. So they increase their abilities. They get more spells, they get more armor, they get more weapons, they get more items in general, they increase their stats, etc. So your character is getting stronger every level, but the monsters don't start getting stronger until about level 20. So it kind of gives you a grace period, and it on a curve, like on a graph, it would be like you're here, and then it would be like an up curve, and then kind of a down curve, and then an up curve again. And it's basically saying that because as your player is getting stronger, the enemies are not keeping up with how much stronger you're becoming. So that's gonna give you the feeling that the game is undertuned at that level. But once you get into like level 50 or even 40s, but really 50 plus, they expect you to be a certain power level. They expect you to have certain skills. They expect you to have a certain amount of knowledge, and they spike up the difficulty quite a bit. I grouped with Spellblade for a while. At level 7, they were pumping damage. It was wild. At level 7? Really? Most people say that Spellblade at low levels are terrible. Is Monk more interesting than Spellblade? Yes. Way more interesting. Spellblade is literally right now, for the most part, put on buffs, auto attack. At least Monk's got Feigned Death and the switching of stances, mend, things of that nature. You see all big power leveling strats come out when Deep Gnomes Dwarves come out. Oh, yeah. I think 3 months in, that's exactly what we're going to see. People are going to level up their main characters to 60. They're going to think, I'm going to play a Deep Dwarf or Deep Gnome or a Deep Elf. This class, I need to start getting that gear ready now. I'm also going to start making friends with certain people that are going to have certain classes that are going to be able to power level me and twink me. And then once that module 1 hits and we get those new races and a bunch of new areas, those new areas are going to be locked down by single players that are twinking out their alts. I mean, go ahead and clip this, and we'll come back to it in 6 months. I'm telling you, that's what's going to end up happening. If it's anything like Classic EQ, many people won't even get to 60, but might get to 30s with a few different characters soloing over multiple years. They might, yeah. We'll have to see what happens with that. I think that the game has changed, though. Classic EQ and the mindset of your typical player in Classic EQ versus the mindset of your typical player today are different. Whereas back then, people didn't think, oh, I want to level my character up to get to max level, to get to do raids, to do this high-end content because there's really cool stuff there, etc. They didn't think about that. They just thought, hey, I'm having fun playing a video game with some friends and we're just kind of leveling together and hanging out. It took several years for people to realize in EverQuest, oh, crap, there's a lot of cool stuff to do at the high level. Then you go into a game like World of Warcraft, which came out several years after EverQuest, and you see that type of player base, again, doing these things. Now we are 20 years later from that, and they're just every new iteration, people are wanting to do it faster and faster and better and all that to get to that in-game content. So I don't think that we're going to see less of it today or an equal amount of it today than we saw in Classic EverQuest. I think we're going to see quite a bit more of it. Because Classic EverQuest is its own little animal. People didn't know that you could twink characters. They didn't know that you could multi-box. They didn't realize these were even options. Now they're common, extremely common. So I think it's going to be an issue. Appreciate your insight. Not trying to harp on twinking. I main a warrior paladin EQ, and I have never resources to twink. Well, you're a different type of player, right? And it's okay. Like, I totally get it. Tiny little dragon. I'm a different type of player probably than, like, people would consider me to be like a top 1%er when it comes to games like this. I'm telling you what players like me are going to do. Then there's the 99% players that are going to play the game a completely different way, which is not saying that my way or their way is the better way of playing it. You're all playing it for different reasons, but I'm telling you what's going to end up happening with a lot of this stuff. Also, we have to think that even if you're here on Twitch or on YouTube watching and listening and being part of the conversation here, you are probably in the top 10% of players. Without knowing it, you're probably in the top 10%. The vast majority of players do not get on Discord and Reddit and Twitch and YouTube. They don't do it. They just don't. They might get on YouTube and watch like a walkthrough video. I would say in that case, it's probably 50% of the player base that might get on YouTube to get some information. They might go out on a wiki and get some information. But still, the majority of players are not doing that. So what I'm trying to say is, don't let people like me ruin the fun for the majority of the players. These are ways that you need to fix these problems so that somebody that has the playtime like I do, has the ability to do it, doesn't ruin it. Like you're saying that you never have the resources to twink. I've always had the resources to twink. With the amount that I play these games, I could twink out. By the time I hit level 60, I could have twinked out multiple level 1 characters. And then now that I am level 60 and I'm doing all sorts of content, I'm just literally redoing the same content, getting the best gear in the game that I already got for myself. I can now hand that down to my other characters. Like, it's not hard to do for somebody like me. At the end of the playtest, I power leveled my monk from 4 to 6 in a group of the crocodiles. Yeah, those crocodiles are insanely good. It's just that in Monsters Memories, I saw the copper and newbie yard and thought this was designer's intent. And it is to a point. It is. You're not wrong. And I mean, I think that they need to go back and mess with armor class. They need to increase the amount of armor class, like the cap. They need to increase that for lower level characters, but they can't increase it too much. Because if they increase it too much, then you're going to be able to see level 1 characters or low level characters with like best in slot, 400, 500 armor class taking literally 0 damage from low level mobs. It's going to completely break the game. Completely disagree. The game isn't challenging at low levels. It's just forces you to have more downtime. No. You're right. The game isn't challenging at low levels, but what it does do is it doesn't force you to have more downtime. It allows you to solo something in a game that is not meant to be a solo-driven game, which takes me all the way back to 6 hours ago when we were talking about soloing versus grouping in this game. This game is supposed to be a group-friendly game. It's supposed to encourage grouping. So if I can twink my character and power level it and give it buffs that allows me with a single character to do something that full groups cannot do, it's not forcing you to have more downtime. It's saying group up. The game is meant to be a group game, and you're choosing to do everything you possibly can solo. Path of least resistance. That's where it's going. That's what so many people choose to do. And I'm basically saying how you can fix that. So, yeah. Like Froglocks in EQ, 60 with Epic in a few days. It's going to be silly. I feel like it was more of a challenge to stay fed and get money for spells than fighting the mobs. Oh, it is. Yeah, at low levels, it definitely is. Fighting them, I'm telling you guys, a lot of this is based off of characters between level 1 to 30. A lot of your concerns and everything are between level 1 to 30. I'm telling you what's going to end up happening based on what I know the game all the way to level 60 and beyond. Right? I've lived it. I've seen it. Like I know what's going to happen. It's already happening on the alpha server. It's happening a lot. To the point where if you're brand new to the alpha server, you don't have groups to play with. You can find them, especially if you bring in your groups, but certain level ranges, it becomes very difficult. It causes a lot of issues. So I'm just trying to help out. I really am. And the people that are trying to debate with me on this and tell me how I'm wrong on this, there's only two ways that I can think of it. One, you don't care how it's going to affect other people, right? Like, you just don't care. You're like, I know how it's going to affect me, and that's all I care about. I don't know. You can try to justify it. You can try to come up with all sorts of different things to say that I'm wrong if you want to. You're not going to convince me, because I'm literally watching it. I'm not even saying that I'm doing it. I'm just watching other people do it. It happens every day. There's a guy in Surafel, SSF Archer, that made a 26 over the playtest. Some people can really churn through the levels. They can, Avery. Yeah, they absolutely can. And people that's what I'm trying to fix. That's literally what I'm trying to fix. The solo classes in this game are so efficient at solo, and solo XP is so good. Why would they ever group? They just won't. And people are sitting there like trying to debate with me on this. I'm like, I'm telling you what's going to happen. These solo classes are going to level up to 60. They're going to twink other characters. They're going to level them up to 60, and they're going to start to ruin your day. And as you get higher level and you want to go camp certain mobs that you want to camp at level 40 or 50 or 60, or you want to do raids, they've already locked all that stuff down, because now they have 3 characters that are level 60 because they plowed through levels so quickly. Then they made twinks, they made alts, they did all this stuff, and they have everything on lockdown and the high level ranges, completely ruining the end game type of stuff, like anything later in the game for you, because you chose to play the slow route and you get groups and play the game the intended way. It's a very, very small minority of people, but they're going to ruin the game for a large majority of people. And people that are arguing against what I'm saying are probably the people that are going to ruin it for everybody. And they know that they're the ones that are going to ruin it. They want to be able to do that. I'm trying to fix that. I really am. An example of how poor I usually am in EQ, I always roll a warrior or paladin on fresh TLPs. By the time I hit 50, I rarely have money for gem to socket your weapons at 50. I didn't even know you could socket gems into your weapons at 50. I never did that at my level 50 range. Do you think that would be a problem on the server? Is a plan to force boxers to the box server? It's going to be a problem. Yes. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a problem. Yeah, I don't know. Tiny Little Dragon. Like, I think EverQuest had a better economy. This game does not have a great economy. If you're playing a fighter or a warrior, whatever, a warrior in this game, you're going to have more money than you could possibly know what to do with by the time you hit level 60. They don't need to spend any money after like level 15. They have nothing to spend money on at that point. Unless you want to craft a bunch of stuff. They have nothing to spend money on. But yeah, I absolutely think it's going to be an issue in this game. People are like, I already know, like for me, I'm gonna be playing a fighter, so I'm probably gonna be leveling slow because I have to do it in a group. I won't be able to solo. But even for me, the amount of time that I'm gonna play the game and I'm gonna level up, I'm gonna get to the max level fairly quickly with my group, and we're gonna lock stuff down. Like I know we're gonna do it because we're going to want certain items. We're gonna go, okay, we want to get this item. We're gonna lock down that camp, and we're gonna get that item. Now we're gonna go over here. We're gonna lock down this camp. We're gonna get that item. We're gonna lock certain things down. It's the nature of that type of player. And if they leave things the current way they are, I promise you, the people like me that do not care about any other player in the game are going to make it miserable. They're going to make the end game miserable. I hate the EQ economy personally. It all comes down to who can bot the hill giants and frost giants first. Yeah. Everyone else ends up paying in chrono for your quiches. Yeah. It's an issue. Buy a house, make some furniture. You could do that too. I'll probably buy a house fairly early on. If I'm playing fighter, I'm going to have money to spend, so I'll probably buy a house. But yeah, like myself, my friend Isar, he plays a monk. I mean, having several platinum is easy to come by. Every TLP, you'll see same group of 4 people sitting in Frost Giant outside Permafrost for 3 straight months. The GMs just let it go. Yeah. Well, you're going to see the same thing in this game. They're not going to be necessarily boxing, but you're still going to see the same thing in this game. It's, yeah. One interesting thing EQ did was add randomized loot, and it helped with locking camps. Yeah, that helps quite a bit. But there's something about, like, the king spawns on his throne. You can't just have the king spawn anywhere in all of these different locations. No, the king is on his throne. So you know, going there, you got to kill the king. The king drops this item. You have to do that. So randomizing locations of loot drops is good, and it can be very helpful, but you can't do that with every single item in the game. There are random loot drops in this game, like the what's it called? Grain Cellar. The Grain Cellar has a sickle that can drop in there that has a life tap proc on it, which is a really nice life tap proc, and it can drop off of trash mobs inside of Grain Cellar. It doesn't even drop off a named. So you just have to kill a bunch of trash and hope that it drops. So every single group that's in there just killing trash has a chance to get this sickle. So, yeah. Drops like that are amazing. I don't have an issue with them. I think it's a great thing to have. And then you should also have your, like, super rare drops off of named mobs that have a very distinct specific location that they always spawn at. I think there should be a mixture of those two things. I thought named mobs were always one spawn spot, but I did see in a Ashira camp where names spawn everywhere. Yeah, there are several situations where they are like that. Yeah, where there's mobs that can be a named mob and they have like 5 or 6 different spawn locations. There are several of those throughout the game. The majority of named mobs are one spot with a placeholder and like a 10-minute respawn timer. That would be the majority. But there are plenty that can go kind of more random. You're advocating against this behavior, but are admitting to doing it purposely with intent. What's that say? How would you be locking down these things anyway? Well, that's kind of what I'm getting at. So the idea for a lot of players that are going to be playing this game a lot and putting in a ton of time into it, they're going to level up. I'll use myself. I use myself as the example because it's just easier than being like, you other people, right? I'm saying what I would do in these situations. But yeah, we're going to level up to 60, and then we're going to want to get the best gear in the game because I want to be able to do raids. So, of course, I'm going to level to 60, get in with my group, and we're going to go camp mobs that I need to camp, or that we need to camp, all of us need to camp to get the best gear that we can possibly get. So when we go into the raids, we are able to do the raid content. So, yeah, I don't... But how I would be locking them down is... There's certain fights in this game that require you to collect items. And to collect those items, you know where they drop. So therefore, all you'd have to do is get a group together and just make sure you kill those mobs that drop those items to be able to spawn the mob. That's how you would lock it down. That's 100% what's going to end up happening. That's 100% what my group is going to be doing. And people are not going to like that. And it's like, okay, well, I'm telling you it's going to be a problem. I'm literally telling you now it's going to be a problem to fix it before early access. Because if you don't change it before early access, for me to be able, and for me and my group and my guild, etc., to be able to get the best gear in the game to be able to do the hardest content in the game, we're going to have to, quote, lock down that content so that we make sure that we're getting the things that we need. To you, to a random person outside of our group or our guild or whatever, looks at it as we are gatekeeping and preventing you from getting it. That's not what we're doing. All we're doing is saying we want that. We're going to get that, right? We're not trying to purposefully stop anyone from doing it. We're just saying we want the same thing that you want, but we're actually actively going after it. Hopefully that makes a little bit more sense. But a lot of people don't look at it that way. They look at it as, no, you're just gatekeeping. Okay, well, if I wasn't killing it, do you not think somebody else would come in and kill it? I mean, if I wasn't killing it, would you kill it? Therefore, somebody else will be killing it, right? Somebody else will be getting those same items. So, like, it's not about stopping people from doing stuff. It's about what my group and my guild and my whatever I'm, doing. Why do we want it? Once we have something, there's no reason to continue to lock it down. That is the gatekeeping side. That's kind of the jerk move. Once we have it, we can move on. But when you're talking about like in-game raid type content, well, you're gonna want to get this for your entire guild. If it's the best weapon in the game, yeah, I'm gonna farm that for every single person I possibly can in my guild so that they have the best weapon in the game, so that when we go do raid mobs, they have the best weapon to then take out the raid mob. So, I don't know. Maybe add more NPCs to rare rooms, like have a king, then have a king's bodyguard, who is also a rare, can also drop the king's sword too. I mean, there's a bunch of possibilities, yeah. A bunch of possibilities with that. I don't know what would fix it and what wouldn't. Night Terror is a good example. Spawns anywhere in the necropolis at night. Yeah. Good example. I'm not sure that is a fixable issue without instancing. It's not really a fixable issue without instancing. There are some ways you can fix some of these things without instancing, but they're not. None of this is going to be 100% fixable, right? Without instancing. But you won't be the only sweaty in the game. My guild is also sweaty. Correct. I won't be the only sweaty. Yeah. But now I'm trying to do something, and then another sweaty person's trying to do something, and then this other person outside is just going, man, these sweaty guilds, all they ever do is gatekeep me from content or lock down content, and I can never see it. No, they're competing with each other. The sweaty guilds are competing with each other to get that content. They're not trying to lock it out from you. Like, it's a completely different way of thinking about it. For some reason, people don't look at it that way. They just think, oh, I should be able to go in and get it whenever I want. Well, why? Like, it doesn't make sense. Sadly, the only way I can see stopping lockdown issue is instancing, which causes a whole other set of issues. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, it is gatekeeping, but it is what it is. It's not gatekeeping per se, though. It's like gatekeeping is literally saying, I don't want you to have this. Even though I already have it, I don't want you to have it. That's gatekeeping. Whereas what I'm saying is, hey, I already have this, but somebody in my guild doesn't have it, so I need to help them get it. I'm here to help them. If you want this same item, I don't know, maybe join the guild. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you, but join the guild, be part of that, rather than just constantly complain that somebody's gatekeeping you. Well, who's gatekeeping you? Can you join them? Can you side with them? Can you work as a team with them? Try to do that first. Because maybe they're not gatekeeping you. Maybe they're not preventing you from getting something. They just want their guild to get it. So, I don't know, ask to join. Be like, hey, how do I join your guild? How do I become somebody that is able to get all of this stuff too? Why they don't have like similar items with different stats, but an overall similar enough to be able to progress. Well, they could do something like that, Young, but the issue is gonna come down to best in slot. Like, if the stats are not the exact same, then you're going to get to a point where it's like, I need that item because it has those stats on it specifically. So it'll end up being there anyway. Competition breeds TOS revision in many cases. I agree. Yeah, competition is going to be the thing. Like, when we start talking about gatekeeping, like, my guild is not necessarily trying to stop the little guy from being able to get the content. Gatekeeping that way. What we're trying to do is say, hey, we need certain content from this higher level stuff. So if we stop a group that could compete with us from getting this higher level stuff, put it on a tiered system. We're fresh level 60s. We need... Did my music go away? No, it didn't. We're fresh level 60s. We need to have certain set of gear to be able to get to tier 1 raids. And then we need tier 1 raids to be able to get to tier 2 raids. Okay. So another group comes up, they're fresh level 60s, saying that they want to get to tier 1 raids and then tier 2 raids. Well, if I'm killing these right here, I can prevent this group over here from killing these mobs here, so they can't get to the tier 1 raids to be able to get to the tier 2 raids, which I'm actually killing. That's what the idea is. It's the competition. I don't want somebody killing my tier 2 raids, and the only way they can do that is by getting through the tier 1 raids to be able to do the tier 2 raids. So if I can stop them from getting to the tier 1 raids, then I don't have to worry about gatekeeping the tier 2 raids. And that's the way that these top-end guilds and players think. It's not about gatekeeping per se. It's about they don't want to share the top-end stuff with somebody right now because they're still trying to get something from those top-end raids or top-end content or whatever. They're trying to get this up here, and they don't want to have to compete with anybody else to get that. So they're just stopping them before they get there. And I'm not saying that that's a nice thing to do by any means. It's not nice. But at the same time, that's competition. You know, you do what you can to win. So that's what's going to end up happening with the top players, the people that are going to race to level 60. They're going to race to get their alts leveled up to 60. They're going to race to do all of these things so that they can stop people from doing certain content. I feel that, like the Wormsbane bosses, my team just camped all the bosses until we had what we wanted and moved out. Yeah, and that's great. But what if some like level 30 player came in and was just like, nope, I'm taking out these 5 bosses inside of Wormsbane. You know? So yeah, it's weird. It's weird. The mobs that drop key items are going to end FTE. Then it's possible to lock those. Yeah, well, yeah. There's mobs that drop key items, and that becomes a whole other issue. I suppose they could learn more or lean more into trade skills to be an alternative avenue for the spawning of certain content. Maybe, yeah. A lot of people won't see a lot of the game. That's true. And Sean even said this. Sean, like, a loving robot, said, the more you put into the game, the more you're going to get out of the game. So those that are putting into the game should get more out of the game. So if you are a casual player and you level up your character slowly, you finally get to level 60 after 6 months or whatever it takes you to get there, and then you're instantly like, okay, I want to go do raids. Well, you probably should have put more into the game earlier. Like, it took you 6 months to get there, and it took another player 1 month to get there. They put in a lot more time in that 1 month than you did, and it took you 6 months to put in the same amount of time. So maybe in 6 more months, now you can start doing this stuff. And that's kind of the idea. I mean, it sounds mean. I get it, but Absolute Abyss should be raid drops, but crafting should be able to make just good enough to raid gear. Yeah, and that's another argument that people have. I think BIS should be raid drops. Some people disagree with that. There's, in fact, a whole thread that I made up here. Somewhere. I don't know. It may be gone now. But anyway, there's a whole thread that I made up here about raid gear and stuff. And people are like, no, that shouldn't be the best. So everybody's going to have different opinions. Some people, myself included, are more interested in that rep gear, even though it's not absolute BIS. I'm going to look like, yeah. Well, and that's the thing, Dolce. Like, you would rather have the gear that makes you look cool. So if you don't get it in Wormsbane, if you don't get every single piece while you're in Wormsbane, you're going to out-level it. You're totally going to out-level Wormsbane before you get every piece. There's no possible way you're going to be that lucky to get every single piece of gear before you hit level, like, 12. So then you're going to be like, okay, now I got to go back and camp Wormsbane at a higher level than I should be in here for XP-wise to get this gear. That, to me, is no different than gatekeeping somebody lower level from getting that same gear. Like, it's no different. I might be gatekeeping raid tier content, and then other people are literally gatekeeping Wormsbane just because of the looks of the gear. Or they're gatekeeping whatever they want to gatekeep. It's all the exact same thing. But people look at it differently. But it's not different. I like the idea that BIS gear will be a mix of different sources. I think enchanting jewelry, some purchasers could be best in slot. I think jewelry right now, crafted jewelry is the best in slot for most people. There's a few jewelry pieces that are really good. But maybe some of the crafted gear requires resources that come from certain named rare expeditions. Yeah. That's why I like their island idea. Yeah, the expedition idea is a really good idea, but it's still going to be contested. So what's to say that a top guild doesn't immediately, as soon as it's available, get on a boat, go over there, and do that content and clear it all out, and you missed out on it. Like, it's going to happen. Then you get buddy with the community manager to get encroaching on their territory ban. Yes, we're talking about Pantheon now, but yes. That's an easy petition. What's an easy petition? Which part of it? Because certain things you can petition, other things you can't really petition for. I'm not sure how it's going to work with the play nice policy and live GMs handling everything. Well, the play nice policy doesn't mean that you can't go back and farm lower level content. Nothing in the play nice policy says you can't do that. If I am camping this area, I'm camping this area. I could be level 60 in Wormsbane camping this area. Like, there's nothing against that. As long as when I arrived, nobody was currently camping it, and I started to kill these mobs, that is part of my camp. And I now own those mobs until I decide to leave. So, raid drop crafted gear. I think raid drop crafted gear is a great idea. Like, kill a dragon, get a dragon tooth, turn it into dragon tooth dagger. You know, kill a dragon, get some scales, turn it into dragon scale armor. You know, kill an elemental, get its essence, turn that into essence of the elemental circlet of power. I don't know. Like, crafting certain things from raid mobs, I think is a really good idea. But it still means you got to kill the raid mob. So you just need to kill the raid mob and craft it. Final Fantasy XI did a really good job of blending raid drops and crafted drops for best gear. Crafting had some of the best gear. Yeah, it's possible for sure. Unfortunately, currently, it's worth farming it on a caster because of itemization. Some of the pieces aren't replaceable to the 50s. Which one? You talking about jewel crafting? Yeah, jewel crafting is nuts. On melee, it's phased out easily 18 to 20. Of which one, though? Wormsbane caster. Oh, yeah, the caster cloth gear. Yeah. Melee, like, I don't want any of that gear on my tank. The armor class alone is not worth having. There's good stats on the gear, but that's about it. So a lot of this boils down to itemization and things being properly itemized, right? Like if things are properly itemized, then it's going to become a moot point. Unless you want it for what Dolce was saying, which is purely for cosmetic reasons. That is never going to go away. But if you itemize things properly, stat-wise, like I wouldn't want to go to Wormsbane. I don't need to go to Wormsbane at all on my fighter. I never need to step foot in there. You guys can have it all day. I don't want any of the gear out of Wormsbane because I'm going to get a better piece of gear somewhere else for less effort than it takes in Wormsbane. Like, I want nothing to do with that zone at all. I will not step foot in that zone as a fresh level character. Nope, not doing it. Thought the idea was it was your own an instance. You're talking about the whatchamacallit? Nothing in this game is instance, is the short version of that. Nothing in this game is instance. So, like the expeditions, is that what you're referring to? Expeditions are not instance. They are contested content. A level 30 gatekeeping 5 bosses in a dungeon is an easy petition. People can't just claim 5 camps. I mean, depends. It depends on how close those bosses are together. It depends on a lot of factors, but they absolutely can. If you're level 30 and you can clearly kill all 5 of those bosses and you can see them from your camp, like they're just scattered about in an area, there's absolutely nothing against that in the terms of service or play nice policy or anything. They're within your camp. It just depends, like how big of a camp are we talking? You can't lock down the entire dungeon because you would have to move too much, right? You have to go from here to here to here to here to here to here. But if you can literally kill all the mobs, then as per the play nice policy, that is now your camp. And I know it sounds terrible, right? Like the way I'm saying it sounds awful. That's why I want to try to fix it. You skip most of Wormsbane? Yeah, you can skip Wormsbane. I enjoy the trial, but in mining, they need more copper outside of newbie areas. You need copper for craft tier 1 and force everyone to farm in the starting area is not fair. Yeah, that like the term not fair is going to be said a lot in this game. It's nothing is going to be fair. My level 30 wizard doesn't have the gear that's better than Wormsbane. You could probably craft, well, once they add in all the crafting stuff, you could craft better gear. I think there's also some better gear that you can get in shallow shoals around level 30. Just the thing is, we don't know about it, right? Especially people that have only been in the open testing. They only know what they've been told or what they've seen personally. There's a lot of gear out there. There's a full set of crafted gear, or not crafted, a full set of caster gear that you can get relatively easily in the level 30 range, like 30 to 35 or something around there. And it's got really good stats on it. Like, really good. I thought it was instant. I thought it was implied when he was talking about it. Nope. Yeah, expeditions are not instance content. Expeditions are going to be where you go and you like charter a boat with your guild or your group or whatever, and then you fight on the boat to get to an island, and then the island you get on or get off the boat on the island and do some stuff, and then you go into a deeper dungeon on the island. All of that is going to be contested. There could be 2 separate boats going to the same island. And then they get there and they're all fighting over the same content on the same island. Nothing in this game is contested. So it's, yeah. The sweaties are only 10% of the community up there, the PvPers. I think there's going to be more raid tier sweats then there will be PvP players. Because you also have to think the PvP players are also going to have raid sweats. Like there's a mixture of both in there. I think you're going to have a solid amount of people on every server that are all competing with each other. Now, how long they'll last is going to be a different thing. He mentioned others could not come out and save you, but also implied others could not come in. Yeah. The idea there with the expeditions is that you're going to go to the island and people aren't going to be able to come in easily to the island and save you and do like corpse recoveries and things of that nature. Like they're not going to just be able to like zone over and summon your corpse and res you or whatever. You're going to actually have to get an expedition together to go. Think of it like this. In EverQuest, when you go into the plane of hate or the plane of fear, you don't just go into the plane of hate or plane of fear solo. You just don't do it. You go in with a big group and you clear the content. And if that group dies, that group needs to go back in and recover. You're not going to just be like, oh, hey, buddy, can you come and res me real quick? Not going to happen. This game is about the journey at the end of the day, and I think casuals will love what the devs have made for them. It is about the journey, but it's very quickly not becoming about the journey. Like the whole journey aspect, the whole grouping aspect, all of that stuff is starting to get thrown out the window, and I don't like it. It's starting to become more of a single player, sandboxy type of game where I play solo and I just do what I want to do solo, but then there's other people around me that are also doing solo stuff, and like there's just none of that socialization that I want. I would agree if you can't claim 5 camps, you have to run back and forth though. Yeah, like if you have to run back and forth and you're here, now you're over here, now you're over here, whatever. It depends on the proximity that you are to them. Of what dictates the play nice policy is, can you see the camp? Can you effectively clear the camp within a reasonable amount of time? Things of that nature. How long have you been killing the mobs at that camp? Things like that, right? If I go in on my level 30 character and I've killed these 5 named mobs for an hour straight, or their placeholders for an hour straight, and no one has said anything to me, and now a group comes in, it's like, hey, we're taking over this camp. Play nice policy says you can't do that. I have been doing this for an hour straight with no one saying anything to me. I effectively have control of these camps. Like based on the definition of the play nice policy. People are going to lawyer the crap out of that play nice policy. So just expect it. It's going to happen. So we'll see what happens. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. There's also a human element. If you see someone trying to take one of the 5 camps you're clearing, you can let them have it instead of invoking the play nice policy. You can, yeah. I mean, in a case like that, in a lower level dungeon, if you're taking up 5 level camps, that's just being a jerk, really. Like, there's no way that I would go into Wormsbane. I mean, theoretically I could, and I've done this on the alpha server, where I was the only person in Wormsbane, and I went around and killed every single one of the named for like 5 hours straight, trying to get certain stuff. It wasn't 5 hours, probably like 3 hours straight, trying to get disenchanting items. That's what all I was doing, is I was just trying to kill mobs to get disenchanting items, and all I wanted to do was break them down to level up disenchanting and level up my enchanting. That's all I was doing. If somebody were to come in and say, hey, I would like to take this camp, I would absolutely be like, go for it, have fun. Like, I'm not gonna be the jerk that says, nope, I've been camping this. But technically speaking, the play nice policy, you can say that. It's a really dumb thing, but yeah. Oh yeah, people that are lawyering the play nice policy are not going to be liked by the community at all. I would like to see Bone Construct, but other than that, I don't want to deal with Wormsbane. I hope that they just completely remove the Bone Construct. It is such a terrible, terrible way to do things in Monsters of Memories. It's awful. Having a level locked 20 mob that has really good loot on it is just asking for issues. I didn't get a chance to make the enchanted crafted gear, but from what I saw, the low-level stuff looked pretty nice. I don't think you can make it right now because you can't... Well, some of it you can, some of it you can't. You can't, like, enchant certain things and get certain types of enchanting and all that. But the gear is looking to be really nice. You can see some of it, and it looks to be pretty nice. Curious the stats on the enchanted gear. It's like... It's plus... At low level, it's +1 to 2 different stats, and at high level, it's up to +5 to 2 different stats. It's very good gear. How's the test for everyone? Ed the Core. I enjoyed the test. It was fun. They should add an expedition where you have to travel to an island to rescue children from a monstrous troll who's been kidnapping children and eating them. I mean, maybe that's what expeditions are going to be. I don't know. We'll have to find out. I would have some faith they will fix the solo stuff. I hope so. They might push everything back until they get it solved. The solo ability of this game is just way too good. Hopefully they fix it. People love the corpse recovery, but I promise they don't. Yeah, I did it many times and only remember a lot of pain. Yeah, corpse recovery was always terrible. Response every time, but did you have a good memory from it? There was a few times when I remember like doing some fun corpse recoveries and like Plane of Hate, Plane of Fear, but it got old very quickly. The reason I think it was fun back then was because we were doing Plane of Hate and Plane of Fear, and it was like, this is a really big deal. But then when you get into like Luckland or Velius and Luckland era and beyond, it's like, oh my gosh, dude, this corpse recovery is getting tedious. It was a bit antisocial at Croc on the new server, but Worms had some good parties, except for the fight between two of them. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. I'm surprised your Crocs... you were saying it was antisocial at Crocs. That makes sense. You go to Crocs, and it's a free-for-all. You guys ever notice that? You go into Wormsbane, and people kind of respect your camp. You go to kill Crocs, and they're just roaming up and down the beach, and it's just literally... Grab a Croc, it's yours. It's a complete free-for-all. Nobody talks to anybody. They're just pulling mobs. It's crazy. Having a memory doesn't mean corpse recoveries are good. Yeah, it's true. I think the socialization aspect might be overstressed. You say yourself you'll be playing with your group of friends in a guild. Some random solos won't affect you at all. True pugs will still be a thing. I agree, but I think that being part of a group and being able to socialize in a game is part of it. Like why I don't want to play a game like World of Warcraft where I don't need a group at all to level. I can solo and do quests all the way up. That's the socialization I'm talking about. Whether it's a static group, whether it's a pug, it doesn't matter. You actively need other players to do stuff in the game. So I think that that's a really big aspect of this game over other MMOs. Not necessarily I'm doing a pug, but that I'm having to have other people to do stuff with. Sorry I had to run away earlier. Nubs Jr. Was needing help in Minecraft. Uh-oh. How you doing, Nubs? You're all good, my friend. Hardcore sweaties will also last longer than PvPers for sure, but when they have completed all the content or what content they deem worthy, they also move on to the next big thing in life. A lot of times they do, Dolce. My group doesn't. My group, the way that we play, we outlast everybody is what ends up happening. We just outlast people. We always have. All in all, casuals will inherit the earth in the long run. Yeah, I would agree with that in most cases. Not in the case of the group that I play with. They just have longevity when it comes to games like this. They just don't quit. It's weird. Like, oh, we've got everything in the game. Cool. We're going to keep going. I don't know why. If they implement chat bubbles, I think people will be more social, easier to interact. Ew. I don't think chat bubbles are coming. I see your point, though, but I don't think they're coming. Wormsbane armor for non-tanks is amazing. High-level camping, leather. I think that's an itemization issue, though, Goonie. Hopefully they just get better stuff. I checked it out on Friday. Couldn't figure out how to use the incense box for the Elementals quest. I found the statue, but it wouldn't do anything. When I asked for help, I was told to Google it. Well, that's not cool. What you probably needed to do is a mud command. I haven't done the Elementalist quest myself, but you probably needed to do a mud command. So you have the incense box, you put it on your cursor, you go up to the location, and you say like /place whatever, and it places the incense on whatever it is or that kind of thing. That's probably what you weren't doing. Is there much call for chat bubbles? There's a whole thread about it, yeah. I would like them. Easy to miss local chat. Yeah. Solo ability, try the fighter. I main a fighter. That's my main class. It's awful. Fighters are terrible soloers. The fear of trains keeps people in line. Yeah, it probably does for Wormsbane. Yeah. Only issue with Wormsbane is the chip gems you need. Yeah, jeez, it's so bad. So bad. I saw those shadows a few times. Where at? In Shaded Dunes? The shadows from Shaded Dunes. You're talking about at night outside of Ancient Crypt? Yeah, outside Ancient Crypt, there's a mob called Shadows. Yeah. Those are only available at night, right? I think. Ash gear inside of Ancient Crypt is the best that you found? Yeah. There's a lot better gear out there. It's just, some of it's hard to find. Can't wait for Wiki to once again up to date. Yeah. The Wiki it'll be nice if somebody actually comes around and updates it. I like the idea of chat bubbles. It helps social. It gives the option to turn it off. Yeah, I just don't think that the devs want the chat bubbles. I think mud commands can be asked too much for anyone younger than 40. I don't like the idea of mud commands. I really, really hated them when I first played this game about a year ago now. And I was like, what is this mud command crap? Oh my gosh. Like, I knew what they were because I've used them in the past in games. But I'm like, it's 2025. Why am I using mud commands? This is ridiculous. And I would do like /look and in a dungeon, and it would say, you see a crack in the wall. And I'm like, I know, I can literally see the crack in the wall. Why are you telling me there's a crack in the wall? Stuff like that, right? Once I learned how mud commands function and what that information gives you, it helps out quite a bit. When I type in /look on a dungeon and it tells me there's a crack in the wall, there's probably a reason for that. I now can go up to that crack and say like /inspect crack, right? And it'll inspect the crack and hopefully I'll find something in there or whatever. So once you learn how the mud commands work, it's much better. But I did not like them in the beginning. What I miss a lot are a way to create an auto stack hot button. The hotbar seems not important, but I miss it. Yeah, they're being very stingy on their macros and buttons and stuff. But we're supposed to be getting more hot buttons soon. Also, dying is much scarier once you get 2 zones away from Night Harbor. That's true. Yeah, that's true. They only appear during the day. No shadows at night. Oh, is it the opposite of that? So they're only there during the day? Or are you just being funny? I'm the same with mud. Yeah, the mud is just... Ugh. Giggle, inspect, crack. Hey, you know, sometimes you got to inspect your crack. You don't want to have the bad crack. I don't like having to look up guides on commands. Can they not give us more modern interaction systems? That is a big one, yeah. Is this about ability, budget, or their philosophy? It is about their philosophy. It's 100% about their philosophy. They have the ability to add in a lot of things. Their budget is very, very, very low, but that doesn't mean they couldn't add in more of those features. It's they don't want them. They're building this game in a certain way. Sean actually went over this on his Friday stream. I didn't do an overview of Sean's Friday stream for a couple of reasons. But one of the things that Sean said, and what I was going to say in an overview of that stream, is Sean was basically saying that they're building this game based on what their vision is, and they totally understand all of the pitfalls that come with that. That's the short version of what he said. He knows that building a game that doesn't have instancing is going to cause certain issues. A game where corpse recovery is challenging is going to have certain issues. A game where you have experience loss is going... All of these things he realizes are choices that are being made that people are not going to be okay with. But he is okay with you not being okay with those choices. So it's all about philosophy. I enjoyed watching streams of new players not used to old games, and I realized that most people can't read. It's that simple. It's the actual issue, not mud or missing a map. To some extent, yes. I would agree with that. We had a couple instances that were hilarious with that. With a friend of mine doing a quest, and he's like, I don't know what to do. I don't know where to place this thing or what to do with it. And we're like, did you read the journal log? Or actually read what the character said to you? And then he read it out loud, and we're like, he told you what to do right there. So, yeah, it's a whole thing. When and where to use them. Always and everywhere. That's mud commands. Always, everywhere, do the /look command and see if anything pops up. If you start to get orange text on your interactions window or down in your main window or whatever, if you see orange text, stop, read it, and try to interact with it. So, always and everywhere. You can hit L for look now. Nice. That's good. I love old school MMOs, community and immersion and pacing, but I don't see the point in keeping the old UI interactions. Yeah, that's another one. That's another big one that people don't like. I mean, I agree with you. It is what it is. I'm wondering what my solution will be if I die deep in a dungeon and my corpse is just rotting there. Your solution is get a rogue to go down and get it for you in stealth, or summon it with the necromancer. That's it. Really hope they stand by their guns. I believe in their philosophy. They're going to have to stand by some of them. Some of them are going to have to bend, though. This game really needs a mentor system. Right at the end of the test, I found someone who knew a secret area. It was amazing. Yeah? Did they... Like, what would you want to do with the mentor system? Like, give them a thumbs up? Or what kind of mentor system are you talking about? Because, I mean, it kind of has a built-in mentor system in a sense. Like, higher level players are going to be teaching lower level players how to do certain content, where it is, kind of mentoring them. But then you have a mentor system of higher level players are able to go down to the level of the lower level players and group with them and mentor them that way and get some extra XP, etc. A wizard in Shadow Knight. It was fun. Awesome. What did you guys find out? If they want to make having sense magic be the only way to see buffs, make it so that if they have a spell on, let me see the icons in the buff, debuff, having to check every... Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. I 100% agree. If I have sense magic on, I should just be able to target somebody and see the buff bar, like have a buff bar for them and see it. Why do I have to con them and then read through every single one of the abilities? That's a pain in the butt. Rewards for seniors and new players have easy introductions and access to them. Yeah, could definitely be a thing for sure. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I want to keep talking and chatting with you all, but unfortunately, oh, okay, yeah, I got a couple things that I need to go do. Max level is 60. Yeah, max level is 60. But I'm going to stop the stream for today. We've been going for almost 8 hours. I will be back here on Monday or on Friday. Every Monday morning and Friday right now, 9 a.m. Eastern, we're doing Monsters and Memories discussion, talking about all things Monsters and Memories, what you like, what you don't like, all of that kind of stuff. Generally speaking, we go through and just read some of the comments on here, talk about new things that have come up, maybe news that has happened over the week, etc. And then once we can start streaming the game and playing it more, I will definitely be streaming it and playing it, and we'll be doing more than just Mondays and Fridays. We'll be doing it every day. So anyway, thank you so much for being here. It's been fun. It's been awesome. And hopefully I see you all on Friday morning. Take care. See you next time. Bye.